Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tough. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. On grind. I'm going in, got me like on grind. Gotta Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. Not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top.
Right, guys, welcome back to Legends Ascend South Asia. This is Kaka alongside Hades, and yeah, as you said early on, I think we'll be casting for the first time together, so quite excited about that. But more excited about the matchup that we have today. That's going to be Kakao versus Revenants. For me, comfortably the top 3 teams, you could say, alongside SATUL. So I do expect a very competitive series, but I would love to get your thoughts. We were speaking about, pre-match discussions about Love 2 being support and how he used to be a great AD carry. So what do you think how he's going to perform alongside his team, and how do you see this series going generally?
Well, I mean, these are two very good teams. Like I said, they're like top 4 teams, and they have shown in the past that they are able to actually perform really well under pressure. Even turn games around that they look like they were losing. And it all comes down to even those split-second decision-making, how well they gel together as a team. And on the thoughts of Love 2, as a support player, I have heard rumors that he's really good on this role, but I haven't personally seen it yet. But I guess that's going to be a first time for everything. But really actually looking forward to this.
Yeah, I mean, you can take my word for it at least, and he is pretty good at the role. Uh, let's look at the prize pool for now. 10 lakh prize pool, distributed among these teams, and a spot at the LCP wildcard playoffs. I think that is the real icing on the cake for one of the teams that's going to win the whole thing. As we look at the dates, remember as well, qualifier 1, 2, and 3 all have been done. We are into the league stages now till July 20th, and then the big things start July 25th till August 3rd, the playoffs. Again, going to be best of fives and fearless draft. So I think that is something that we are all excited about. Fearless draft just means that these teams have to work that much extra to increase their champ pool again and again. And yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of fun to watch.
Indeed. And looking at the tournament format, I mean, it's good. It's 9 teams round robin to the league stage. And the top 4 will definitely battle it out in double elimination in the playoffs. And it's full philosophy, like you said, both teams having to dig really deep into their champion pools, work together with maybe their coaching staff, or if they don't have coaching staff, with each other to just come up with like comps that really work, or picking like these really strong, 1-2s, depending on if they get red side or blue side. And with the shift in the meta and with how things are playing off, it's going to be super interesting to see.
Yeah, 100%. And now looking at today's schedule right here, we'll be casting Kakao Gaming versus Revenants, and we do have Jettfire's Dojo versus Report Precog Gaming. So, a top heavy battle in the first series versus, a bottom heavy battle in terms of how the standings have been so far. And yeah, 2 of the top 4 teams. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Any early predictions from your side, Hades, on this one?
Wow, I mean, these are 2 actually really good teams. It can go either way, but seeing Revenants actually play some really good League of Legends. But so I think it might be like a 2-1 in their favor, but you'll never know. It all actually depends on how even like the first games go, because these are best of 3s. So whoever takes that first match would usually be in a very good position with the momentum to try to take the best. So I'm guessing it's all going to sum down to the first game. So we are actually going right into draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think the table is going to be split on this one, as I do believe Kakao might take this 2-0 or a worst case scenario 2-1. But we do have a substitute coming in. So Vortex is going to be playing today, not Dead Corporal. Huge miss for the side of Kakao Gaming, but I think they'll be fine. On the other side, the full stack is there for the side of Revenants. Everyone playing their main role. So they are looking quite ready as the Viego gets banned against Ezion right there. I think Kane will follow up soon as well from the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, and the Kled has been the answer, I guess. Must be very good on this. Copy, I believe, must be very good on this champion for them to actually target ban that. Shen being taken off the board. So very good, like top heavy first rotation in terms of bans here. Let's see what the answer is going to be on the side of Revenants.
Yeah, the Kled is not surprising, right? Copy almost always a victim of his own success right there.
So Lulu has been actually taken away from Love 2 here. I guess they're just trying to prevent the hyper carries. So as the Lulu actually gets taken away, we'll see what the response is going to be. Are they going to take away any more topside champions in this? Because there's still so many power picks left. Tristana has been the third ban on the side of Kakao Gaming. And this is like, it makes sense because they're trying to prevent these hyperscaling carries from really getting their chance to shine. And these are champions that most, especially in like the South Asian region, that has shown so much success in the past. And let's see what the final ban is actually going to be on the side of Revenants. They have 6 seconds to decide. And actually, Nidalee also being taken away. So you can see that the first rotation has gone through. So, Akaka, what do you think of this Nidalee ban?
I think Vortex does play a lot of Nidalee jungle. I don't think I have seen it. I mean, these guys are all flexible players, right? We have seen Vortex play the AD carry role. Now he's going to be playing the jungle role as well. But I'm very intrigued by the first pick that has come in, the Hui 4W. Yeah. He has been spamming quite a lot of it in solo queue. He has been playing a lot of Azir as well. So surprised that's not the pickup, but the Hui comes in. And now the Smolder looks like will be the pick of choice for the side of Puerto Monster.
And Potato Master has demonstrated that he's actually very good on this champion. I've seen him do some like incredible things going into the late game, and overall, just one of those ticking time bombs that makes Kakao Gaming want to have to maybe try to pivot their draft into also trying to match the aggression that they see, and a Zerath actually being picked up as well. So long range weapons already being locked in the mid lane here. It could even be a support. Like, I mean, the Hui as well as the Zerath could be flex into the support roles as well. So let's see how the rest of this draft goes, so we can definitely know to which lanes they are going.
Yeah, I mean, that could happen, but I highly doubt that. I do think Zerath is a good matchup into the Hui in the mid lane. You know, you can always outrange the Hui, always with the Scorch, keep on poking that champion down. So it's a favorable matchup for the Zerath in the mid lane should they decide to take it there. Speaking of AD carries, now Smolder early pickup. I am not a big fan. I'm just going to say that now. There are a lot more other champions that Potato Monster can play. And when you just pick the Smolder, it reveals, you know, a lot of things. And you reveal essentially your hand that you're looking towards the late game. So not a big fan. The Ashe comes in for the side of Sam. He is so good on that champion. That it makes a lot of sense that he's going to pick it right now. And the Jax blind for the side of Copy. So comfortable on that champion. Does not really care who he's going to be playing against. Has the matchups learned from A to Z. So I think he's going to be fine towards that top side of the map. And the answer is going to be the Gwen.
Gwen
can be flexed around actually. Could go to jungle. Could go towards the top side. We are going to... Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see where that one ends up going as we enter the second draft phase.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, Gwen has just been such a solid champion across the meta, across the board, and can really take over games if left unchecked. So lots going to be decided in this top lane because Jax is also another one of those singular champions that can just sit in a side lane and just be uncontested. So it's going to be very interesting. It's going to come down to who actually can manage the role better and who gets this early advantage going into the mid game. So as we round out the second stage of bans, you can see that Braum has been taken away from here to remove some of the peel for this Smolder, which I'm ideally guessing that they would be looking for, try to protect this Smolder in the early game because they're such a, like, you know, damage-focused composition that they have right now. And Billy also been taken away from the Ashe, you know, just to prevent that burst of movement speed, the healing, all that utility. And Jarvan being the final ban, taking away some of those lockdown options in the jungle.
Yeah, and now let's see what they decide to pick up. I think this is going to be the top lane pickup coming in unless they really want to flex the Gwen till the last parts. Have not really seen Charan play that champion as of now. He does prefer Dion. He does prefer the Mordekaiser and these sort of champions. And there you go. The Malphite actually comes in against the Jax. Yeah, a good matchup, but you know, for now, in isolation, the matchup seems fine. But when you look at the whole comp, you have two really late game carries, a lot of range, and then you have you know, these sort of champions that want to go in. So not exactly following the same suit from the side of Revenants. Whereas for Kakao Gaming, you have a lot of CC, you have a lot of damage coming in, you have that late game assurance as well coming in from the side of Jags, the Hui as well, who scales beautifully into the late game. And now you have some dive coming in as well to follow up the Jags, the Nocturne. So as of now, I do prefer what Kakao Gaming have cooked.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to just have such a solid draft, and this Nocturne pick is just going to cause so much problems for this Smolder, who is technically an immobile carry. If he doesn't have his E up, then there is no way he's probably going to escape, especially with the Summoners being down. So there's potential to shut down this ADC and this Smolder comp that they seem to be picking. But this Malphite pick here, we're looking at 4 AD champions into a Malphite, which if I was a Malphite, I'll take those odds. One of those champions that can just become such a menace in the late game. And with the teamfight potential, with the unstoppable force as well, just make it even more, like, you know, harder for these teams to navigate, especially when it comes down to contesting objectives if they're staying grouped up. Gives perfect opportunities to set up the CC with the Malphite. But it's all going to depend on how it goes. You know, Hui and Zerath seeming to be ideally, I would say, evenly matched in terms of the range that they provide as control mages. But the Shaco actually being locked in here, like, this is not a misclick, I'm guessing.
No, it's not. I think it's one of Bob's favorite champions to play as well. He likes playing the Lux, the Blitzcrank, the Shaco as well. We have I don't think we have seen it previously, but it is one of his preferred champions, so it's not shocking. Uh, but it is a surprise pick for the side of Kakao Gaming, and we'll have to see how they can play against it. But as a
Revenants, yeah.
5v5, as a draft coming in, I think Kakao Gaming just have, a lot of options of, to play around. You have a lot of CC in your bot lane, you have a lot of dive coming in from your top side of the map, a consistent DPS carry in the mid lane as well, who's going to burn the HPs of the Malphite, of the Gwen, who are so short ranged. Of course, melee range champions. So Kakao Gaming just seems like they have the easier draft, and they do have multiple options on how to play it out. Whereas Revenants seem like they have drafted themselves into some sort of trouble. You have a lot of scaling, with the Gwen, with the Smolder, and it just remains to be seen whether they can reach that point where your Smolder has the 225 stacks, where Azayan on the Gwen has like a couple of items or more that he can be effective in these team fights.
Yeah, well, I'm just really surprised by this Shaco pick, because I mean it doesn't seem to fit their comp. What they needed was some kind of peel or some kind of utility for the disengage to keep the Smolder alive. But now you're up against like a Nocturne, a Leona, like a Jax. This is going to be a very difficult game for Potato Monster. Especially when they start to group around objectives and as it goes into like those mid-game team fights. So questionable draft at the side of Revenants. I'm not sure what the thought process was behind picking the Shaco. Maybe it could just be super annoying in general. Like Shaco doesn't necessarily even have to lane. He can just go set up boxes, just ruin other people's lanes before the actual start of the game. So let's see if they can try to make this Shaco pick actually work. But yeah, as you said, Kakao Gaming with a very strong draft. They seem to have the team fight nailed. They seem to have the dive as well, with the Jax and the Nocturne, the Leona as well. They seem to have very good scaling on their side as well. So, I mean, if I was looking at the draft, I would definitely say that Kakao Gaming has the advantage. But yeah, I am seriously confused as to why they would pick something like a Shaco with the composition that they have. It would. What do you think their thought process might be behind this for Bob picking? Do you think it's just the comfort option, or do you just feel like he's confident enough to lock in against these players?
I think it's just the comfort factor coming in for the side of Bob. I think he just loves playing that champion, and if you love playing a champion, you should definitely try it out in these matches. So it is a high stake matchup, and it could go for either side. But as you said, Kakao Gaming have the split push as well with the Nocturne and Jax. You can always kill the Malphite in the side lane. So just you need a very simple draft when these sort of top sides meet each other, and I do feel like Kakao Gaming have the upper hand in this one. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of Smolder in the bot lane. At least I think it's a good champion in the mid lane in certain matchups, but it just takes too much time to scale, and you don't get that sort of time, especially in our region where the matches are so fast paced and you see so many bloodbaths happening almost exclusively in every game. So it is that sort of a champion in a stalemate kind of a game, a very slow paced game. You can maybe make it work, but in this scenario I question it highly. But of course, Potato Monster does play a really good Smolder, so he will either shut us up, or we will look like that we predicted the series and how it would go.
Yeah, it's all up to the player. But like I said, this is a Smolder who is basically on his lonesome. He's not going to get any support from his still any peel. When a Nocturne dives in, the best thing you can hope for is there's a Shaco box just on top of the Nocturne to try to dissuade the gank. But this all going to depend on how they set up these plays. And you're looking at a Smolder that wants to reach 225 stacks, and you're looking at a team that can just single-handedly run over a game with just a few kills on the side of Kakao Gaming. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. And I mean, I still think miracles can happen. I think that Revenants might actually need a miracle. I might have to eat my words later, Kaka, but let's see how this goes. I think a lot is going to depend on how this early game is played out, because these are two teams that are probably looking to try to just capitalize on this early aggression, like you said, because these are champions like Shaco can just be so annoying early. Like, you're not going to see the ganks coming, you're not going to see the rogues coming. There's going to be there's going to be Jack in the boxes when the jungle is just trying to come in for a lane gang. Like, it's going to be very fun to see, and I'm really excited on how this is going to go down.
It can work in a solo queue game, but when the teams are so coordinated, especially top 2-3 teams, as we had said earlier, it can be a bit difficult to play. I would have much preferred if Bob had picked up his Rel or the Blitzcrank or Nautilus. Like, he plays a lot of engaged champions, right? And that would have been just much better. Even the Brom could have come out in the third pick itself. And
Brom was actually banned, I believe.
It was banned in the second ban phase, right? So
in the second
I think it could have been picked earlier. So that's what I feel. But again, maybe we'll be eating our words when the game actually starts and Potato Monster is just on a killing spree or something like that. But for now, we will jump into the game. And this is game one between Gaming and Revenants. Of course, I believe one of these two teams will be our second best team after SATUL, and the other one will be comfortably third. So a very close matchup, can go either way. Just based on draft, though, I do feel like Kakao have the edge. As we look at the runes and everything else goes for the Ash. Spellbook for Love 2 on the Leona right there. It is becoming quite famous now, as people are realizing that it's actually quite good on supports.
OP.
You can TP when there's a dive happening. Yeah, exactly. And just shuffling through all these summoner spells, I think that can be very interesting. And for Bob, he's gonna run the exhaust and ignite, so a lot of lane power coming in from his side. Let's see if he can make it work.
Yeah, and also to highlight the spellbook factor, just having that double smite when it comes down to having objective control just makes it so much easier for them to play around objectives. And just in case, teams are probably going to forget that the Leona actually has a smite, so they might be like, oh, he smited the Scuttle Crab, so now we can get this for free. But then Leona ends up stealing, and as we talk about that, we go to a traditional pause, but immediately unpause.
That was just
nothing
a
fancy, just
Yeah, Spellbook actually is pretty interesting. I think I saw Keria pull that one out in one of the games, use the smite to steal one of these objectives. So it is going to be quite a lot of fun to see if he can actually use it properly.
All right. And, I mean, even in terms of how the laning is going, no one's really taking too many risks. Level 2 power spike hit there in the mid lane, which is that able to get a chunk off the way.
Yeah, W visibly, struggling, I would say, a bit against the Xerath, but the Xerath can just be so annoying in the laning phase, especially with the Q and W combo coming in for him. It can be quite frustrating to play against.
Yeah, and of course the Hui is going to struggle in the early because the Xerath is just going to be able to just poke him down for free. Hui not being relatively that good in the early game as compared to a champion like Xerath. But so far, things are looking pretty good on the side of Revenant. They seem to have been playing a bit more aggressively, even though there's no suspected goalies to be saying. Oh, and a fight breaks out actually. Ignite is going down on Unseen Blade, and he is feared, and he doesn't have flash. He's going to be taken down here. And first blood picked up by the Leon. I'm not sure that's where they wanted it to go. Last cone by the Nocturne is able to get him to safety, and no one else dies. Thumbs up being given by Love 2, and first blood for Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, a very weird passing actually from the side of the Unseen Blade right there. And the flash was quite susceptible as well, honestly. Trying to get away. His Vortex is going to find Bob right there, who does not have Exhaust or Ignite. So unfortunately, he can't do much after stopping the recall. But yeah, I mean, advantage Kakao right now. Love to, unfortunately, picks up the kill. But I don't think they'll be too mad about that. As W gets a nice combo down in the mid lane, he will be looking to back as soon as this wave pushes. Copy, again, trading very effectively towards the top side. 5CS up. But Charan does have, 2 pots to have for himself, so I think he's going to be fine in this one. But yeah, advantage Kakao, and let's see if they can make the Xerath pay even more because he does not have the flash anymore, and now he is a sitting duck in the mid lane. Of course, one of the most immobile mages in the mid lane, and if they can just land the Fear of the Nocturne, I think it's a free kill. every time the Nocturne wants to visit.
Yeah, and looking at the fact that he doesn't have summoners this early into the game, and this is a champion that ideally wants to just keep pushing waves, recalling, getting those items, having a tempo advantage. But this is going to just cut him short by doing this. And even in the top lane, you can see that Malphite does seem to be struggling a little bit, has elected to go for the Arcane Comet, which I'm not sure might have been a good option. Something like maybe a Grass would have probably been a little bit better, I would feel, into the Jax matchup. But pretty good trade back there, actually.
Yeah, I think Comet's fine. Charan just needs to play a bit careful, needs to hit those level 2 or 3 Qs and then just, really start spamming it. So I think it's fine.
Yeah.
For now, yeah, it does look like he is struggling a bit, but that's down to Copy just trying to fight again and again. And Charan has to burn his flash after the end of a very one-sided trade, again coming in from the side of Copy. So he needs to save his Q every time the Jax uses the counter-strike, so you can run back and dodge that spell. But whenever that doesn't happen, as we see the dive coming in actually towards the top side, Copy taking a lot of damage, so he won't be able to lane anymore. He has to go back and reset, as we see Love 2 and Vortex starting this dragon out, but Azan is there lurking around, watching these two tank the dragon and take the damage while he's going to just reset the dragon right there. And I don't think that's a good decision actually from the side of Kakao.
I feel like they might actually get this dragon unless there's going to be a steal attempt. It doesn't look like it. Oh, wait. Ooh, spy secured by the Nocturne, but now the fight ensues, and we will see Leona is going to go in with the Zenith Blade and immediately bursting down the Gwen. Vortex able to pick up the kill, Unseen Blade casting his ultimate. The comets are raining down, but that's the end of it. Potato Monster actually able to take the Ashe at the end of that, and also probably going to get a double kill here as well. So I think that's like a 2-for-3 trade that's eventually going to be happening here, as W just seems to be running away, wants to give the kill to Bob. Yep.
Yeah, actually, it's a 1-for-3 trade coming in for the side of Revenants, who are going to secure the feats of warfare for now, and we'll be keeping an eye on that. The dragon, unfortunately, for the side of Revenants, was picked up by Vortex, but they end up paying a heavy price for it. 3 kills to 1. And it did not seem like a good call, especially after you take so much damage and the Hextech dragon just deals that much more damage in the early game. So not the best call coming in. Of course, they do pay for it, as Charan Reddy again taking a very heavy trade towards the top side. Copy again getting the better of it. And of course, this will start to favor this, the side of Malphite once he gets that first item, maybe the Bramble Vest, maybe the plated steel caps, and then he can actually sustain in that lane. But for now, Copy having a really good time, 15 CS up ahead at 7 minutes, and he's freezing the lane as well. So this Malphite is in need of his jungler right now. And the jungler actually is farming his Raptors, as you can see. Gwen, not the best champion to gank, as the unstoppable force is used to get out from the side of Charan Reddy. And we can see the pings coming in. Vortex wants to hit that level 6 as soon as possible and then try to pick up those grubs.
Yep, and also he's going to get some plates here for winning that trade, burning the unstoppable force as well. Or maybe he just goes straight for the grubs, but might opt in for just getting a plate for all the trouble that he took in completely actually dominating this lane. That's 2 plates already picked up, and grubs have been started, and it does look like it's going to go uncontested unless we see Isian try to maybe come and try to take one of them away, but I don't think he wants to give them another kill, so maybe just giving this up would be the best call to make in this position.
Yeah, and this is where I think the draft can be a factor, right? Like Azan cannot really enter, as the paranoia comes in from the side of Vortex. He's going to go in to the Gwen, double uses his ultimate onto the Zereth, going to get a lot of chunk that does have the flash, so maybe he can get out of that situation. Yes, he does. You could see Charan was moving around as well. No harm, no foul for the side of Kakao Gaming right there, as they are able to get out of a very sticky situation after picking up all 3 grubs. So that's going to be 2 objectives for them. And we were talking about it in the Champ Select. How do Revenants actually do anything? Since they have so many scaling champions, the Gwen needs a few items, the Smolder needs his tags, the Zereth so immobile that if you overstep, you are almost certainly dead. and thus we can see the sort of objective control that
and the flash coming
Kakao
in.
Gaming have.
Right, so yeah, sorry, Kakao, go ahead.
Actually. Yeah, and in the top side, actually, as you call it, the flash did come from the side of Copy, overestimating his damage onto the Malphite, who again now has the plated steel caps completed, so he can just use his Q and run off from that trade. Of course, 33 years behind, but I think that's just down to Copy and how well he plays the Jax.
Yeah, and also he picked up a cull. Like, he has a cull, which means he's just going to have that extra bit of oomph when it does stick and give him even more gold to become an absolute menace. But as the team fight breaks out and Mum is called down, Love 2 is stuck between Rock and a hard place, but the Rock is able to cancel all low HP bars. Jason is running for his life. Unseen Blade has to scatter to the winds. Bobby's able to go invisible, but he's going to leave his support, his AD carry out to die. Double kill to the Nocturne, and things just are going from bad to worse, I think, for the side of Revenants.
They definitely are, and the paranoia comes in as well. The W from W is going to find the Xerath, so that's going to be a solo kill, and now that's I believe a 3-0 for the side of Kakao, as they're going to pick up a few plates as well. And beautiful arrow to start off the fight from Sam, connects onto the smolder, so he's a sitting duck, can't really do much. And the pathing from the side of the Unseen Blade, again, not the best. He finds himself in melee range, and these champions can just dive you once you misstep as the Xerath. And we talked about it again. We keep repeating the same thing, but it's not the power point for the side of Revenants, as Copy goes in onto Charan. But guess who's here? It's Zion with the Gwen. He is going to maybe trade this kill right here, as Copy did trade his life for the Malphite. So I think he will be very happy with that trade.
Indeed, I mean, he was able to get 1-for-1 there. I think that Malphite was playing a little bit disrespectfully. He used his full combo. He had no business sticking around. Could have left Gwen to try to take that, but ends up paying the price. So 1-for-1, he found the Jax. I'll take those. And he also has a sizable CS advantage, 20 at the moment. And Kakao Gaming now with more than or almost a 2,000 goal differential at just 11 minutes into this game. Unseen Blade being hit by the Spiraling Despair. And are you going to see any more follow-up? No, but he's able to just make him back away from the tower.
Yeah, I think that was a misstep from the side of Love 2. I do feel he could have gone in on that engage. For sure, the Xerath would have died. Leona had the flash as well available to her in case she needed to get out. So I think that's a missed opportunity from the side of Kakao, as they are going to start their third objective of the map, as Copy looks at Azine taking the blue buff, and Azine might be in trouble here, has the ghost if he wants to get away, but the counter strike comes in, and W is going to pick up that kill for himself. A victory on both the sides of the map. They save their junglers' camps. Meanwhile, he secures the dragon for the team. So really well played again from the side of Kakao.
Yeah, and they just seem to be reading Revenants like a book. Like, they know exactly what they're going to be doing before they're even doing it. Because you can see the way look at the ward line that they have placed. This is a very aggressive ward line that they're placing, so they can always be the first to the play. And I'm still looking to see how this Shaco is going to impact basically anything. It just looks like this champion has just maybe picked up one kill, but apart from that, hasn't really shown much of anything. So, guys, things are just looking kind of bad right now for Revenants.
Yeah, they really are, and I agree with you. The Shaco picks not looking the best 13 minutes into the game. Of course, that can change anytime he gets a really nice jack on the box. As Sam is essentially solo laning right now. Copy once again goes in onto Charan, and Charan just going to trade the same amount of HP as the Jax did in damage right there. First items have started to come in for these champions now. You can see the Stride Breaker picked up for Nocturne, the Nasher stood for the Gwen, Luden's Tempest picked up for the Xerath. Merc Treads were made for the side of W, so his first item is delayed by a bit, but I don't think he's going to mind that too much. Essence Reaver for the Smolder, and Ash with the Yuntal's Wild Arrows, as she again is sitting alone in this bot side of the map. And I think that is where you can see how inefficient the Shaco can be, and the Smolder as well, because the Ash sitting at half HP should realistically be very diveable for the side of Revenants, but they don't have the sort of champions that are going to do that. And so Ash can just farm very freely in the bot side.
Yeah, and also you can see that Shaco is just hovering anyway. They're trying to maybe threaten a dive on this Ash, but she seems to have recalled. Is going to come back with her Berserker Greaves as well. And this might actually be a turret down though, as a result of that.
Yeah,
but you can see the collapse is coming in.
Like
Arrow Curse connect, and it's followed up by the Nocturne ultimate, and the Smolder is having to flash away, but the flash followed by Vortex RH, plus the Stride Breaker is able to help him secure the kill, and he's now on a killing spree. Bob is not looking like he's long for this world as he gets taken down by Sam, who's able to pick up the other kill, and immediately they are punished for overstaying and trying to take that turret. So we'll see any retaliation. And in fact, the first turret is taken by the side of Kakao Gaming, and now Ezian is caught in the wrong place, tries to get a return kill, but it's not going to do any good. Unseen Blade casting his ultimate at melee range of these champions. I'm not sure that's what you want to do. And Vortex now on a rampage, and they just seem to be absolutely destroying Revenants. Just 50 minutes into the game.
Kakao is running away with this game, and how the bot turret seemed to be Revenants, but unfortunately they were not able to pick that one up, and the collapse comes in from the side of Kakao. They are able to secure 4 kills for themselves, secure the bottom first turret, as well as they will also secure the feats of strength for themselves. And yeah, what a turnaround for them. The early game was not looking the best, especially when the Vortex had been caught out, but after that I think it has just been all Kakao, and you can see the scores, the shutdown bounties that have come in as well. 450 for the Nocturne, who's having a really good game, is always at the right place at the right time, and props to Love too as well. He has been roaming quite a lot, and he is such a menace on the map as well that you can't really do too much against him. Sam again proving why his Ash should be respected. Have seen that one banned previously from the likes of SATUL as well, so I think that should have maybe been looked at as the Rift Herald is going to get started. And I really don't think Revenants have the tools to mount a comeback or even contest for these objectives anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to come in, but they're coming in through a choke point. It's already too late. The Herald has been picked up by the side of Kakao Gaming, and they're just going to try to maybe use this to try to barrel down this mid lane turret and set up for this next dragon that will be... they will definitely be looking to try to secure for themselves. They're already true dragons up to 0. They have all 3 white grubs, and as the game is paused, let's just quickly take a recap of everything that's been happening. So, almost a 5,000 goal lead. Actually, it is a 5,000 goal lead next to a 5,000 goal lead in favor of Kakao Gaming. And yeah, like we kind of predicted this was going to happen if either one of these teams were to get like a bit of an early game advantage, especially if it's going to be Kakao Gaming. They're just going to take over the game. And I'm not sure with the draft that Revenants have that they're going to be able to really do much, except maybe go back to the drawing board and say no more Shaco. Let's take. There's so many better options out there. Yeah. So maybe they were just like, you know what? Let's just have a little fun. I mean, it's still the early stages of the tournament. We can still afford to play around a little bit, have some fun. But if I were them, like every victory does count. So it does help because this is of course going to be you're fighting for a spot at the playoffs. So I mean, this is a fantastic opportunity for either team. But yeah, I mean, what do you feel like if there even is an option to come back? I feel like it's only going to be an Elder Dragon. That's probably the only avenue they have left in this game now.
Yeah, or the other dragon that they have, the 225 stacks Smolder maybe can come in, but yeah. I don't think that's going to happen. And it's not just down to the Shaco, right? As we see a fight happening actually, Copy fighting 3 versus 1. Ooh. Let's see if he can secure. Not really, as I'm going to pick that kill up, but my god, that was too close to comfort. Oh my god, the enchanted arrow is going to find the Gwen right there. So that's going to be a 1-for-1. And now the enemy jungler is dead. And the dragon is going to get picked up again for the side of Kakao. And again, as I was saying, like it's not even just down to the Shaco, right? The other lanes are not doing their job as well. You can't pick 3 losing lanes. And then, such a high scaling farming jungler and expect to get to the late game. I don't think that's going to happen. and we can clearly see that happening in action, as well as Kakao Gaming now do have 6,000 goal lead for themselves. And what a beautiful enchanted arrow that was from the side of Sam, securing the kill onto Ezine on the Gwen. I mean, almost made it look like a super mega death rocket kill coming in for the side of Ash, and that was just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, 360 no scope. Sam just saying Sam should be named Snam the Sniper after that play, because that was actually beautiful to watch. The damage was just enough, and it was able to actually pick that up. So, like you said, this is a champion, a player whose Ash needs to be respected, and is now showing why he's just so good on a champion. And Ash has historically just been one of those AD carries that, when you're playing the front to back combo, and especially with these globals that they have the Hui for a snipe, they have the Nocturne Paranoia, they have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so they can always choose to press the go button whenever they want to. So being the proactive team, always being first to the play, is going to benefit a team like this. And as the Herald comes barreling down the mid lane, Shelly is able to pick up the start for them. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to fall right on top of the Smolder. I'm not sure if Nocturne wants to go that deep. Mom is called down and he is going to die. Unstoppable Force being used and the fight continues. The clone is being taken down, but the Xerath ultimate is landing. But they're just going to stop at this point. That's one kill picked up for the side of Revenant, as I believe the Nocturne was baited in a little bit too deep there in under the tower, and is killed as a result of that.
Yeah, 100%. A big shutdown bounty picked up as well for the side of Revenants right there. So they're going to close the gap in terms of gold a little bit. But again, I don't think that's going to make a lot of difference right now. As you can already see, 3 pushing lanes for the side of Kakao. They have all of the real estate on the map right now as the Atakan spawns. And rightly so, Kakao Gaming going to go back, reset, pick up their items, refresh the wards, and come in for this Atakan once again. They still have, all the control towards the blue side jungle of Revenant. So even stepping inside the fog of war is going to be quite risky for the side of Revenants. Kakao just have full authority. Of course, one misstep right there, but they did blow the cleanse from the side of Potato Monster. They did blow the ghost. As we see W actually casting his ultimate and dealing a lot of damage towards Bob of all the people. So I don't think that's the target you should have in mind, as the ultimate also pops up. But they will take it for now. We do see Vortex on the opposite side of the map. I think he needs to run towards this bot side and start making his moves onto the Atakan.
Yeah, and I think the idea behind that was, I guess this was Hui just button mashing, and he's just trying to maybe one-shot Bob there to just see how much damage he is going to be doing. But he's at least able to take the Shaco off, away from that side of the map, which means that it's going to be even more risky for this Shaco to even try to come and set up some type of vision to try to contest this Atakan, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So I think the idea was right there by Hui, to just try to chunk down the enemy support before they start on the objective. But it just looks like things are just going to get even more worse for the side of Revenant as this game goes on, because we're looking at a Jax who's almost completed his second item also. I'm not sure if it's going to be Witsend or Terminus.
It is the Witsend,
yeah, so Witsend that he's probably going to go for. So he's already sitting on the tier 3 boot now, and Hui is also going to be picking up, I believe, his third item also very soon. So if it was up to me, and if I was the side of Revenants, I'd just probably try to turtle this, slow it down, wait for an Elder fight, try to set up some vision around it, try to contest, and try to maybe make that the way back into the game. But right now, I don't think they're in a position to even step up, like you said, to contest objectives because of the control that Kakao Gaming have on the map, especially on the bottom side of the map with their vision set up before they even started the objective.
Yeah, I mean, they could try to turtle this game up, but that would mean they have to give up on all these objectives that are spawning and have been, getting picked up from the side of Kakao Gaming. The Atakan just spawned. The Soul is going to come in a few minutes' time, and then the Baron. So you can't really keep on giving up these objectives, but they have drafted themselves into trouble, as we spoke right from the champ select itself. And that is showing especially really hard now that the mid game is here. We would like to know how many stacks actually the Smolder has, so we'll ask the production for that. But for now, yeah, 2 items for the Nocturne, 2 items almost for the Jax completed. The Hue as well, Blackfire Torch and Leandries as Love 2 actually goes in onto Bob, has to burn his flash. The Enchanted Arrow comes in. You can see the Paranoia come in as well. Let's see where that ends up being. And the top side, Ezion and Malphite punishing Copy again for overextending, but it will all come at a cost of 2 kills in the bot side and the Artakan for the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yep, I mean, they were able to get something back there, which is okay. But yeah, ideally, Jax was just playing a little bit disrespectful, especially when all 4 the rest of his team are on the other side of the map. He's basically playing weak side there, and it was a bit way too forward, and he was punished for that. But I don't think Malphite's even going to get a turret out of this. They're not going to. They get 1 kill, but that's about all they are going to be getting from that exchange. But I do see a world where this Smolder, like when I was talking about turtling, what I meant was just try to funnel as much resources into the Smolder, get him as many stacks as possible, because at this stage of the game, he is probably the only avenue that they have left into even trying to mount a comeback in this game. So as we go into yet another pause, I still feel like there is a small window of opportunity that Revenants would have to try to maybe mount a comeback, but it's so slim. It's so slim, in fact, that I think even if you look through a telescope, you probably would not be able to visibly see this chance of a comeback.
Yeah, 100%. And even if you give all these resources to the Smolder, again, I think it's just such a squishy champion, right? Especially with the Jax coming in, with the Nocturne, the Leona as well. You have a lot of lockdown coming in. And if the cleanse is down, you're essentially just going to die to all these diving champions, right? So it is going to be pretty hard, but I do agree that is their only hope. I would say Ezion as well on the Gwen can do some damage, has 2 items completed, the Rift Maker, the Natural Suit. So maybe he can be, the bailout that they need right now, but it looks highly unlikely, especially with the goal lead, especially with how many objectives Kakao has picked up. And the team comms as well, and the team fights, the players as well, just making a lot of difference with the snipes coming in from Sam, so he's looking at top of his game as well. So it is going to be hard, and if I am Revenants, I am already thinking about the second game, honestly, and seeing what we can do, in terms of draft. Yeah, sure, you can delay this game by 10 minutes more, but I don't think that's going to change the outcome of this one at all.
Yeah, and we're not meaning to be biased, guys, but like when you look at the draft, like we were talking about this from the start of the game, like you're looking at a draft that wants to ideally just stick together, group up around objectives, poke down champions. Ashe has good poke, Wei has good poke, and they can just control objectives. And then you're looking at a team that has like this super all-in potential with like a Malphite and like this weird Shaco support out of nowhere, just the jack in the box. But yeah, like it's more comfort. It's comfort versus just like a proper team composition. That's what I feel like has been the story of this game so far, and I hope it's not going to be the story of the series. I do want to see Revenants. They do have good players. They're also a top 4 team, like you said, Kaka. So they should perhaps start just thinking about what they're going to do in terms of fixing their draft in the second game. And yeah, the Smolder first pick, all right. I mean, okay, I can see how it could go into, but then they follow up with the Gwen as well, so there's too much scaling then. And also then where's the peel? Like there's a Nocturne in the game. Like you need to keep your AD carry safe, and Shaco is not the pick to play. Maybe a Karma, a Janna, a Lulu. Like I think Lulu was banned, but there's so many other champions that could have been like. And you also said he plays champions like engaged champions like Nautilus, like Rel, like even Blitzcrank. Like those would have all been better options than Shaco. So not trying to flame here, not trying to be a hater, but like you're looking at a tournament where there's so much on the line. Maybe you want to consider playing more, not selfishly, but focusing on your team, focusing on the game plan that you'll be executing in the game, about your draft and things like that. But I mean, yeah, like let's see if it is even going to come down to an Elder fight. Maybe not with the way things are going, but who knows? I mean, if they do actually manage to pull off and win an Elder fight, that might just turn the game around, and suddenly Smolder has 225 stacks, and there's a world where that could happen. Like, it's not impossible, but very slim.
It's not impossible. It's very highly unlikely for sure. And to the point, I think if you're gonna experiment in a series, I think it has to come down to game one. So they tried it. It hasn't worked as of now, but we are still at only 22 minutes in as the paranoia comes in onto the Gwen. Again, not going to do too much right there. It's just a fight to secure real estate towards this bottom side of the map. As you can see, the soul, the Chemtech dragon has already spawned as well. So let's see if Revenants can sort of contest this. I like how heavily Xerath is poking them. A beautiful unstoppable force comes in. W is going to connect his ultimate onto 3 people, and look at the damage that has done. Ash going to pick up 1, going to pick up 2 kills now. The flash comes out from the side of Potato Monster as he thinks that he is going to run into safety, but not. But Sam picks up the triple kill, and they're just going to leave the Shaco and Xerath alone in their lonesome as they turn their eyes towards this dragon. Dragon Soul, the Chemtech Dragon Soul now picked up for the side of Kakao Gaming, and all the advantages now towards their side. And I do think Revenants, that was their best shot at winning a team fight. A lot of poke did come in, a beautiful Malphite engage, but they just lack so much damage. As of now in this comp, you can see not even the second item completed for the side of Xerath right now. And unfortunately, I think that was the game-deciding team fight for the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, and I mean, the fight was so scuffed. Like, there was just so many different calls happening at the same time. A very scattered fight on the side of Revenants. Like, they were not really focusing on the single target burst that they were trying to do. And instead, you give Ash even a little bit of uptime, she is going to take control of the fight. And Sam right now comfortably sitting on 3 items, including a more of Malmortius, just to prevent that extra magic damage that's going to be coming through from all these AP heavy champions. Very good pickup, I have to say, to just keep him alive even longer. But yeah, you're looking at now 46,000 to 38,000 gold. It's an absolute 4 dragons to 0, including the soul on the side of Kakao Gaming. Now Baron is going to be spawning on the map in just a few seconds. And if anything, I feel like this is going to be the final call, the final team fight, or the final chance that the Revenants are going to have to maybe try to do something. Because right now, things are not looking good, and it's not going to get... And Paranoia drops down immediately. And this is a nearsighted Gwen who might get taken down, but Gwen is immune. Enshot a Crystal Arrow connecting on Unseen Blade, but he seems to be able to walk away. They leave the Shaco there, but the Shock clone rather to die. But here comes the Xerath ultimate. Sam does manage to find Bob in this exchange, able to pick up the kill as well. And now with the low HP bars on the Nocturne, I don't think they're going to be able to take this dragon. But on the other side of the map, Copy in the meantime. Wait, are they going to go for this? I think that's a little bit int, no?
No, I think they should be able to pick this one up quite cleanly, I think. Never mind, actually, they are going to step back right now as the Ash and the Nocturne are really low right there. So they do get the information from the side of Revenants that the Baron has not been started. Well, it was started, but they're not going to finish it at least. But again, yet another kill going in for the side of Kakao Gaming. Bob overstepping his boundaries, thinking he had enough damage with the Ignite to kill the Ash, but Sam just turning it around beautifully. Of course, has 3 items completed, so he is looking really solid in this one. And we can see the goal lead now almost 10,000, well, more than 10,000 for the side of Kakao as they turn their eyes towards this Baron now.
Yeah, and right now they're just looking at so much control, and this is almost a 10,000 gold lead. At just 26 minutes into the game, the windows of possibility seem to be closing down for the side of Revenants. They have perhaps one last team fight left in them before the final nails in the coffin will be laid out. But you can see Kakao are not really looking to rush things. They're okay with taking their time, setting up their lanes for success, making sure all 3 lanes are pushed out before they start grouping around this Baron and starting the Baron dance. And if they just cast... If Hui at this point This is a level 9 Shaco. If he gets caught to one-way combo,
Yeah.
I'm guessing what happened 15 minutes ago, this time is going to be a dead Shaco instead. So
Yeah.
so I'm not sure if they even want to try to set up vision, man. Like, you're not going to survive walking into this.
Yeah, he's setting up a lot of these jacks in the boxes, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. I don't really think Kakao Gaming need the Baron to end this game. They just need some sort of team fight to pull out Revenants from their base. And that's exactly what's going to happen is Copy again trading very heavily onto Charan. Takes him out to half health right there as they're going to again uh, you know uh, switch the aggro off from the Baron. The clone has died from the side of Bobworth, who is still sitting there. The enchanted crystal arrow actually going to connect onto the Xerath as the W was used from the side of Gwen, and that was really unfortunate for their side. Kakao Gaming going to pick up 3 kills for themselves, and we might be looking at the end of the game right here.
Yeah, and I think that W was so satisfied with the turn of that fight that he decided, yep, I'm just gonna hit Alt F4, shut down my keyboard, and walk away. My team got this; they don't need me. Uh, but yeah, I mean that's just when Xerath did not get to play League of Legends. Gwen was immune; he tried, but remember, Gwen's immune is not a wind wall, people. He cannot counter projectiles. Yeah. And even though he was able to avoid that, he left his Xerath out to die. Baron has been picked up at 28 minutes into the game, and this is looking like they're just going to go spend all their gold, go back, and try to end this game on this final push.
Yeah, I think
or maybe even Drake Elder.
The game now. If they want to, if they really want to, I don't think they need the Elder Dragon anymore. I do think Revenants now lack the sort of wave clear they need to kill these Baron minions off, especially with the poke and the sort of engage that Kakao Gaming do have available for them. Again, Xerath very unlucky to get hit by that arrow. I mean,
Yeah.
but that was his fault. He could have used the flash to get out of that situation. Unfortunately, was not able to do so. As we see another pause coming in, unfortunately, but hopefully these will stop pretty soon. As we look at one final push coming in, or maybe the Elder Dragon take, as you said, from the side of Kakao.
I mean, if like I can do whatever I can. Like the entire map belongs to me, and anyone who even decides to try to even step forward to contest anything at this point. So, like I said, they don't even need the Elder to win this game. They're just gonna make sure that their lanes are kind of set up in a way that they have all 3 lanes kind of pushing in. You can see Jax moving towards the mid lane to make sure that lane's pushing in, as well as already set up the push on the top side of the map. You can see that Revenants have kind of grouped up as 5, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to drop right on top of the Smolder. Is he going to be able to survive this? He actually is, and Notra is going to be taken down, but a shutdown coming through, and actually, I'm not sure if Smolder wants to be in this fight anymore as the fight goes down, and the ultimate is also thrown by the Xerath, but this is Hoppy on a level 17 Jax just diving. He doesn't care, and leaves Sam out to finish the job. Sam is legendary on this match. 10, 1, and 8, and this would be the end of the game, Kaka.
Yeah, I think that's the end of the game as well. And as you said, Pareto Monster gets the kill onto the Nocturne, but the Ignite from the side of Love 2 is enough to pick him up. Copy again joins the team fight in the last second possible, is able to dive the Xerath between 3 people and under the turret, and still able to get the kill onto him. And that is going to be the end of game 1. Now Gaming looking dominant so far from start to finish. I don't think there were any doubts that they were going to take this one.
Yep, and this is like more than a 15,000. This is technically a 15,000 goal lead at 31 minutes into the game, and an absolute. I wouldn't really call it an absolute stomp, despite being a very solo queue kind of draft that Revenants had. They were still able to at least get some things back. So not really, I would say, but
All right, guys. It seems like Hades is lacking a fair bit, but yeah, this was a very one-sided affair coming out from the side of Kakao. Revenant again, to their own fault. I think the draft could have been much better than what they let out. But I think that can change in game two. Of course, it is a three-game series. If it gets to that best of three, so Revenants can go back to the drawing board and hope and see if they can change a few things. But for now, Kakao Gaming going to claim the victory in this game one with a beautiful draft. And honestly, they played out of their minds as well. Perfect macro coming in. And of course, the objective control again, just picking up every damn objective in this one. So a pretty one-sided game to start off this series. And we'll be hoping that things change come the second game.
Yeah, and I mean, the reason why I said that, maybe Revenants 2-1 is because I like to support the underdogs, and I do believe they were the underdogs coming into this matchup. But yeah, I mean, the Shaco pick again, like, it's just going back to just this, how this one little pick would affect everything. And but as you said, Kakao Gaming came up with a very good draft. They had a very good game plan. They had I would say, the comp that they picked was actually just really good. They had a very good composition. That could basically just take control of games from even the first minute onwards. You give a champion like Hui and Ashe just a few kills, and they're just instead, like, you give that, like, an Ashe a little bit of uptime, and then she's just going to just run over the enemy team. Yes, they do have a Malphite. Yes, they do have a Gwen. They do have Xerath, these kind of poke heavy, like AP heavy champions, but she itemized perfectly into it as well. So just talk to me about the stats here, because yeah, this looks like it does look like a stomp from my perspective, Kaka.
Yeah, it is a stomp, right? You look at the all the zeros coming in from the side of Revenant, so they essentially did not pick up any objectives at all in this game. Zero turret, zero drakes, zero everything. And for the side of Kakao Gaming, again, looking very pretty right there. 8 turrets, 4 dragons. The soul was picked up for their side. The Baron, the Rift Herald, the Void Grubs, the Yatakan. So a very, very one-sided affair in this game one, and I think it was expected as well right from the draft. And again, we'll be hoping that things change as we look at the MVP and look at the smile on this guy's face right now. 10-1-8 on the Ashe, coming in with some really clutch arrows to set up the fights. Also a few snipes as well, especially the one onto the Gwen towards the bottom turret. So very well deserved for the side of Sam. Piloting his Ashe, and again, that champion needs to be respected a bit more when it's Sam who's playing it.
Yeah, and Sam just proving why he is MVP. 10-1-8 on this champion, 700 damage per minute. I mean, not too really bothered about this CS per minute, but just showing that he is a player to be feared if given avenue on a champion like Ashe, who just has so much control of the game. They have the button at any time, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Nocturne Paranoia. And that's literally from 3 screens away. They have someone jumping on top of your, like, immobile Xerath or a Smolder that has no peel or no cleanse or even a flash, and that's just instantly dead. Except for that one time where I think Nocturne got a little bit taxied. He took an Uber to the bottom of the tower and was killed there. But other than that, it was basically rinse and repeat over and over again. Yeah. But let's see what they go back to the drawing board. Hopefully, they're not going to try any funny shit, actually try to match the draft, or at least try to outdraft the enemy team, because you can see that there were so many champions that were comfort, whereas some of the really strong champions in the current meta were just still left open, and this is Fearless Draft, so we might get to see some fancy, maybe some TFs, we might see some Ys, Aries, Talias. Really interesting to see how our region try to play according to this.
Yeah,
and
100%. Go on.
So we are going to be actually going into a short break, guys, but stay tuned because Game 2 is coming right out. Kakao Gaming versus Revenants. Don't go anywhere.
go up to the top, won't stop. Gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Right, guys, welcome back to Legends Ascend South Asia. We are in a quite a fascinating series right now. Kakao Gaming versus Revenants. It's 1-0 Kakao for now, but things could change very quickly as we have seen in previous series as well. But for now, it looks like Kakao Gaming have figured out what Revenants are going to do and how to go about it. Of course, the draft difference we did speak about earlier in game one as well. So I think that is something that Revenants can look at to change.
Yeah, and in this matchup, like I think especially in best of three Skaka, that it's very important that these teams kind of take the momentum that they can get by winning the first game, because having that mental edge is always going to benefit any team that's going into a best of three. So which is why I was a little confused with why they would draft something like a Shako. But now is there a chance for Revenants to try to mount a comeback here? And if I were them, I'd just take the mental reset and look towards drafting better this time. And Shen has been taken off the board already by the side of Kakao Gaming, Lulu being the answer on the side of Revenants, but not much has changed so far. Viego also being taken off the board. And let's see if there's going to be any types of changes. Kled, so far, things looking exactly like they were in the first game in terms of bans.
Yeah, I don't think there will be too many changes happening. The Tristan again gets banned. The same 3 bans for the side of Kakao Gaming as in game 1. Revenants as well, 2 out of 3 for now. Let's see if they ban out the J4 here to deny it, from the hands of Vortex on the other side, who did have a pretty good game on the Nocturne himself as well. But never mind, the Nidalee yet again is going to get banned. And now we await the first pick. As you can see, the mid laners have switched. The Dead Corporal comes in place of W in this one. So that's spelling even more trouble for the side of Revenants and for Kakao Gaming. The Jax, however, I don't think you can pick that, buddy. You did that in the last game, so
it's just teasing us. Picks up the Crocodile instead.
But the Renekton
blinded Renekton
does come in, and again, first pick Renekton. So they just don't really care about what Charan Reddy has to show for himself. Of course, the Malphite was picked up in the last game. Now he does have the Ornn if he wants to pick it. He does have the Mordekaiser as well if he's leaning towards that champion. So we'll wait and see. And it looks like the Ornn will come in actually for the side of Charan. And this maybe Azine decides to deny the Jarvan himself and pick that one up. His beloved Kayn still open if he wants to go for that, or even an AD carry pickup as we saw in the last game for Potato Monster could come in.
Yeah, and they're going to opt with the Sivir here. So this is also one of those champions, just infinite wave player, very good in the late game, and just a very solid champion overall, especially in teamfight compositions. Having those extra Ornn items in the late stages of the game is definitely going to benefit the side of Revenants so far. But let's see what the answer is going to be. This is an immobile champion, so Jarvan would be actually a really good pickup here. But you can also see why is an option that's available. But are they going to answer with a Lucian Nami or a Lucian Braum?
Or the Milio. That could come in as well. Lucian really pairs up well with that champion. The Alistair can really go into the Sivir because you can't really dodge out on the Headbutt Pulverize combo. But okay, they're just messing around with us for a bit right now. So we'll just wait for them to lock in the champion. But I do expect it to be either one of Lucian or, Milio or the Nami. And there you go. It does get locked in. I was hoping that they would pick up these sort of champions, honestly, to punish the Sivir's range in the laning phase. and that's exactly what has happened. And it looks like Bob will be picking up his champion right now. Could be the Blitzcrank, could be one of these sort of engage champions, but I don't think they need any more engage. Right here, you have the speed boost coming in from the Sivir. You do have the on horn as well. As the Blitz gets logged in, again, one of Bob's trademark champions. I think he looks really well when he plays that champion. I don't think I have seen him miss too many hooks, and that's the bread and butter for any Blitzcrank player out there. So that is going to get locked in as we jump into the second pick ban phase. Now let's see if the J4 still sees the ban phase, and it looks like the Elise actually is going to get banned instead.
Yeah, Elise, and the response is a Cassiope taken in the mid lane. They should maybe try to pinch down this mid lane champion pool because there's so many power picks open. Ari is left open, Talia is left open, and these are champions that can have just even Twisted Fate, who's just so strong in the current patch. I'm not sure if the mid laner of Kakao Gaming even plays these types of champions, but having a strong champion like that might actually help them with like a global ultimate. So let's see how they round out. Azir instead actually being taken off the board, so they're respecting Dead's Azir here in mid lane. And what will the final ban be on the side of Kakao Gaming? Maybe try to look to pinch the champion pool in the mid lane more. Lissandra, okay.
Yeah, and that Lissandra ban actually, sort of indicates that a Z could be upon us as well if Dead Corporal wants to pick that up for himself. Of course, would be leaning quite heavily towards the AD side, so they would need an AP jungler. Again, that could happen, of course. I don't expect it to happen, but
Syndra.
Yeah, the Syndra actually comes in for the side of Unseen Blade. Does favor that champion quite a lot. Actually played against him in one of the solo queue games. Not his best game, but he was doing quite well for himself in the other games that he has played. So a good pickup for them. Great control mage, lots of damage coming in. The scatter from the weak as well, and the Silas is the answer. And I absolutely love that. A good matchup into the Syndra for those who know how to play the matchup. More importantly, you do have the On ultimate, the Blitzcrank ultimate as well, the Sivir ultimate. So all of these really beautiful ultimates coming in. And again, following suit with the dive heavy comp that they have for themselves, the Pantheon comes in.
They go with Pantheon instead.
Unfortunately, yeah, they did switch it last second. But again, it's the same sort of a champion, Pantheon. A lot of CC can jump onto the backline quite easily. Lots of objective control. And I just believe that Pantheon is just very strong at this point. You make that Sundered Sky, and you always deal a lot of damage with the healing as well. Yeah, and the Wukong comes in. You did say it is one of those champions that is doing quite well in the meta. So the champs have been logged in for both these sides. Again, almost identical in terms of what they want to do. Lots of dive, lots of CC, hyper AD carry for one side, and Lucian Milio, who can really dominate the lane on the other. So a really close call. I would say it's a 50-50 when it comes to the draft. And this is well and truly anyone's game.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, they hovered the J4 and ended up locking in the Pantheon, which is always going to be in the back of Revenant Game's mind if this is going to go into a third game. But I feel like Jarvan would have been a better option because Syndra and Sivir both don't seem to really have any mobility. If their flashes are down, they're basically just left for dead. But Pantheon also able to just be a slightly lesser version, just the only difference being there's no Cataclysm, but that global ultimate is always a threat. And also the dive potential with champions like Silas, with Pantheon, with Emilio to back them up and get them to safety will always prove to be useful for the side of Kakao Gaming. So they seem to have drafted just very strong, early to mid game, a very lane focused kind of draft, because I do see the Silas versus Syndra matchup being, as it is a skill matchup, any good Syndra player would know to try to always save the scatter the weak for when the dash comes through the first part of the Silas E. Whereas if it's down, Silas just has can jump on top of a Syndra, and if Syndra is positioning even slightly off, could spell the end, especially with a strong jungler like Pantheon being there to back him up in these exchanges.
Yeah, 100%. I do believe the skirmishes, can favor Kakao Gaming, especially because of the CC that they have for themselves, especially pre-level 6, when the Wukong does not really have a lot of CC in his kit except for his ultimate. So that could be a little tricky. We do expect, Dead Corporal to play very aggressive as he always does, no matter what role he's playing in. And on his, favorite Silas as well in this matchup, I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
And in the top side as well, a slightly favorable matchup for the side of Copy, but again, if the On can get ahead, can have his way against the Renekton. But Copy, again, feeling very comfortable picking that champion first. Maybe a sort of denial as well from the side of Charan Reddy right there. But should be fine in
Perhaps.
isolation in the 1v1. And Kakao Gaming do have a slightly, early game oriented team comp coming in as compared to Revenants, who do have the On, the Wukong, Sivir Syndra, all of these champions who scale really beautifully into the late game. So they have their work cut out for them. They just need to survive till they get like 3-4 items around 30-35 minutes marker, and then they will be favored to win the game. But before that, Kakao Gaming is going to have a lot of agency, especially on the back of such an aggressive laning setup from all of the champions, the Renekton, the Silas, the Lucian Milio as well. All of these champions that do win the lane quite heavily. So they are going to have a lot of agency in the early game, and it's up to Revenants to not fall for these bloodbaths and skirmishes that they are going to be up against.
Yeah, and like you're looking at champions that want to kind of sit back and scale on the side of Revenants. Like you have a Syndra who hits her power spike on like the second item, essentially. But if given avenue, if given a few extra kills, can just become such a threat. Like especially if they play around like objectives and objective control with good scatter of the weeks, can just keep teams from disengaging or just picking and single target burst damage that they have is also going to be like detrimental with how they play out these fights. So like you said, the agency is on the side of Kakao Gaming, especially with this dominant, lane heavy draft that they seem to have gone through. And even in team fights, you have a Milio to just provide backup, to just add that extra layer of safety, just in case, things start to look south in team fights. And it's going to be up to Revenants actually to like maybe try to survive this early game. Like you said, not fall for the traps, not play the game on the terms of a Kakao Gaming, because there's a certain style that Kakao Gaming are looking to play. And let's see if Revenants actually have the means of try to not get lured into fights that are not in their favor. They might have to bleed out a little bit in the early game, but if they are able to keep even going into the mid game, let's say maybe 20 minutes, even in terms of gold and objectives, then they might actually have a chance of winning this game, especially with the On and Sivir at full items. Like, good luck trying to kill the front line that they have. So a lot is going to depend on this early game, Kakao.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I like what Kakao Gaming do have for themselves in this game. They are this sort of, very explosive team, very explosive players as well. Highly mechanical players, of course, but they are a very early to mid-game centered team. And they are picking to their strengths now, picking these champions that do want to make this heavy impact in the early game. So I really love that for them, that they have, finally acknowledged their strength and are going to play towards it. So it does, ring some alarm bells for me, at least, if I'm sitting on the opposite side. But again, as you said, the scaling is on the Revenant's favor. The Sivir will outscale the Lucian. The On will outscale the Renekton. The same for Syndra and Wukong as well. So it is really up to them to make it beyond that 30-minute marker. But again, they will have to... they can't just sit back and give up everything as well. So it is going to be quite tricky for them. And we will be jumping into the game shortly, and we will find out how it works around for the side of Revenants, who are, of course, 1-0 down in this series, and they can't really afford to lose one more game, because that would mean that they lose all 3 points in this matchup, and their quest to get that first slot, maybe the second slot, will be, taking a turn for the worse if that happens.
Yeah, so if I was them, I would probably try to keep a level head. And like I said, they can't just bleed out everything in the early game. But instead, what they should try to focus on is to play the other side of the map. Like, that the top side is favored for the side of Kakao Gaming. So If I were them, I would be looking to maybe try to just give up the grubs, take a dragon instead, try to set up some dives on this, Lucian and Milio, play towards their bot side of the map, because obviously the polarity that they're facing on the top side for Kakao Gaming is something that they would, instead of looking to try to match that, they should maybe try to just use the numbers, maybe play the map a little bit better. So it's going to come down to a lot of macro, a lot of decision making, how they're going to be setting up around this, how they're looking to maybe make aggressive or proactive plays rather. I feel like it's going to favor the team. Kakao Gaming definitely favored in the first, like at least the first 20 minutes of the game. I definitely give the edge to Kakao Gaming, but it's all going to be on Revenants. So the pressure is on. The stakes are really high because, like you said, 3 points. You don't want to lose that. You don't want to try to, you want to try to keep that second seed. So let's see if they can try to keep their nerves together, stay steady, and just survive the onslaught that I feel like Kakao Gaming. I feel like Kakao Gaming are riding right now on a good momentum. They're confident. They know that they have the advantage. They know that Revenants are under pressure, so they're going to bring a very brutal, bloody early game. And let's see if Revenants are able to try to not get just caught into like just sucker punching each other like 5 minutes into the game, or these level 1 shenanigans that we will see. This is a blitz we're talking about. There is a blitz in the game, so we will be most likely seeing some level 1 shenanigans. Always a fan of that. But who do you actually favor? Like, what are your predictions for this match, Kaka?
I at the start of the series, I thought it would be a 2-0 for Kakao. I think game 1 has, made it even more. Has just solidified it even more for me that Kakao will be taking map 2 as well. And now I look at their draft, and that does play to their strength as well. And as you said, Revenant can't get sucked up in these, early game shenanigans coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming. But we have seen better teams, fall for it. So it wouldn't be a surprise if that happens as we finally load into the Rift right now. Not anything that stands out in terms of runes or summoner spells for either side, as we do see 5-man strong for both the teams actually running towards the mid side of the map, and one team does have the blitzcrank, and they're just going to walk towards the opposite ends right now. So I don't think, unfortunately, that we are going to see any sort of first blood or any hooks connecting as of now, but of course that could change later on.
Yeah, but you can see the smart thing that Kakao Gaming are doing is they know that they're going to get invaded on. So what are they doing? They're invading the top side of the map and setting up traps here. But now let's see if Revenants are sussing this out. We don't see any pings going down either. Okay, now we do see some pings. They have spotted Silas. So they know that there's probably vision set up around their red side of the jungle. But not nothing too off the book. Nothing exciting happened. It's just that both teams seem to have a plan in mind. And for the side of Revenants, it's just to throw a blind hook into the bush, and hopefully there's going to be somebody there. But I think the caliber of team that Kakao Gaming is would have already known that this was something that's going to happen. So kind of saw that coming. A good trade there.
Yeah, I think they would have been. Yeah, I think they would have been expecting some sort of early game shenanigan coming in from the side of Revenants as well. Bob does have the Ignite for himself, so an almost certain kill if they were able to pick up any sort of hooks there, but unfortunately for them that's not going to happen. Small trade in the mid lane, no harm no foul again for either side. Dead Corporal should be fine as of now, but Silas does spike quite heavily at level 2 and 3 when he has access to his Kingslayer, the Abscom and Abduct as well. So he will be looking at these sort of trades as well. Meanwhile, towards the top side, Sharon Reddy actually gets level 2, uses the Bellows Breath onto the Renekton and procs his Undying, Grasp of the Undying. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, as you said, the dash comes in immediately. The Scatter of the Weak is there to push the Silas away, who has still not leveled up his W right here, so he can't really look for any sort of killing trades. As we see Wukong actually walking towards the mid side, so he smells the blood in the waters right there. Dead Corporal, of course, sitting at half HP, and Azan just lurking in case something happens.
Yeah, but he's just gonna go back to the full clear. Nothing too much to see, but like I said at the start, like, you know, good Syndra knows that the scatter of the week is essentially going to stop the engage that's going to come from the Sylas. So we'll look to use her range and try to poke the Sylas down, not make his life a little bit easy. But that would favor the Syndra in the long term, I would feel, if she continues to play this way.
Yeah, but we do see some sort of CS difference coming in, right? So even if the Unseen Blade is poking the Silas around, he's still up in CS. So, you know, it's not the end of the world for him as well. Actually, he is in the advantage as towards the bot side, of course. Love2 and Sam. I think we sort of expected that. The hook comes in. Dead Corporal goes lethal right now. So he's really taking a lot of poke. And towards the top side, Churn Ready now having a much better time than he did in game one. Copy actually going to tank that turret shot. And in the mid lane as well, Dead Corporal almost dying. So almost a disaster for both the solo lanes. And I really love your expressions right there. That's exactly how we are all feeling. Vortex going to cancel the Syndra's recall for a bit. TPs will be used for both the solo laners from the side of Kakao. And they end up surviving just barely in both the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, very close trades there. Like, you know, I guess this is just the players knowing the limits of their champions really well. Like, you could see the Silas wasn't panic flashing or anything. And you could see that, the hook just goes wide there, but a very good trade onto Potato Monster there by Sam as we speak about that. But now they try to just maybe push this lane out, get a good recall. Teleports are mashed in the top lane, but the CS being almost dead even, so no advantages per se. Both champions, like both players rather, just knowing the limits of the champions well, probably have played this matchup many times before in the past. So, yeah, but now as the first dragon is going to spawn on the map, this is where we're going to see if these early game shenanigans that we were talking, Kakao Gaming, talking about trying to... a very good scatter of the week. Abscon outducked by Dead Corporal there in the mid lane.
Yeah, and gets a lot of damage done right there. Is 10 CS up as well. Meanwhile, in the top side, I think Renekton will struggle a bit now. The Bramble West has been picked up for on, so he's just going to farm up in peace and scale up. Something that we did miss, I think, earlier on, or at least we didn't speak about, was how both the scuttles were picked up for the side of Vortex, as we did see Azan was lurking around in the middle lane, so he falls off the pace, and now the dragon has been started. Again, the same dragon coming in, the I forgot the name. Yeah, the Hextech Dragon. Actually, thanks for helping out there. Comes out, and it is going to be picked up very early actually for the side of Vortex. So he is putting a lot of priority on that one as he keeps on picking up. Dead Corporal burns his flash actually to go on to the Unseen Blade, who uses his ultimate, chunks him down. But look who's here. It's Bob with the Blitzcrank, flashes in. And somehow, never mind, actually, Vortex flashes in with his Q, connects that one. Of course, low health target, so that's going to crit. And first blood picked up for, by Vortex and Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I could see how the Silas, as soon as he flashed, he tried to flash E, but the response was really good, so he missed. But he was not able to burst down the Syndra, who was able to survive. But Syndra made the mistake of actually turning and coming back, trying to get the kill back on the Silas, and then the flash, a Q from Vortex, was able to secure that, so he was able to snipe that down really well. So I think overall they'll be very happy with the outcome of that. First blood picked up by a Pantheon who was already ahead, having picked up 2 scuttles, and now he's going to pick up his 3rd scuttle plus the dragon to their side. Definitely putting them in a bit of a lead right now, about 800 gold to be precise, in the favor of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, and Syndra does not have the flash as well now, so the Pantheon can just look to ultimate towards this mid side whenever he wants to. Of course, has the point click stun. Of course, has the Silas as well backing him up. Should he need to, as Lucian gets hooked actually, but the turret aggro isn't there. Heal gets burned from the side of Love2, and Sam will be able to walk away with his life. That was pretty close, but unfortunately for the side of Revenants, the turret was not targeting the Lucian.
It was not, and also I'm not sure if the R was a misclick by the Sivir. maybe he just got a little excited, but I noticed he didn't have enough mana to actually land like a boomerang blade to try to maybe assassinate the Lucian there. But good attempt anyway.
Just lacking damage. Yeah.
But we're talking about CS leads and a sizable CS lead for the Lucian, actually 74 to 59, almost 14 CS ahead. Oh, but hold my thought, because right now we have a Wukong who has engaged and is being counter-engaged upon. The burst is enough from Unseen Blade from his ultimate, but now we can see Isian just limping away. Is he going to survive? Yes, he is.
Barely.
So a return kill there. Revenants able to actually pick up the kill on the Silas, and more importantly, the kill goes on to Unseen Blade, who on the Syndra is now sitting like almost even in CS and now has a kill to her name. Will put her a little bit more in a better position. So, but in the meantime, you can also see that the response on the side of KKG is to start the grubs, and I'm not sure that's who you wanted to hook over there, Bob. Pull the crocodile into you, but due to how the play went out, the grubs will be picked up by the side of Kakao Gaming, seeing as Wukong is nowhere in the vicinity, is just taking his red buff. We'll have to give that up. But overall, White Grubs has been picked up now on the side of Kakao Gaming, which will put them a little bit more in a favorable position in this early to mid game that they would look to. So yeah, things are looking quite even with just a slight edge, Kaka, for Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, quite even now. Barely any goal difference, 600-700. But so far, a very close encounter in the mid lane. As you said early on, Dead Corporal does end up losing his life. Looks like he's going to make the Proto Belt for himself. The Blackfire Torch looks like the choice of item as well for the Unseen Blade on the Syndra. Meanwhile, towards the top side, again on, if you are just like 5-6 CS behind against the Renekton, I think you will take that any day of the week, as he is still keeping the wave towards himself, so not really in trouble at all. We do see both the junglers actually lurking around and following the same pathing towards the bot scuttle grab, as I'm going to secure that one. Heavy trade again towards the top side of the map. Charan Reddy really finding a lot of joy in this matchup so far. As the Pantheon ult comes in, the scatter of the week is not there, and barely the Syndra survives, but now Azan's here. Vortex misses his flash Q, and Dead Corporal might end up dying as well, and that's exactly what's going to happen. A 2-for-0 for the side of Revenants. The on-horn now comes in. Copy has used his ultimate as well, now has to flash away, or he was going to get solo kill right there. So a lot of action happening towards the mid and top side of the map, and Revenants coming out ahead in both these skirmishes.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, the level of patience on Unseen Blade in that fight, he knew his limits. Like, even with such low HP, he played that out perfectly. But now as the fight breaks out, you can see that Dead Corporal is under a lot of siege here. Takes a lot of damage, but the flash forward by the Ornn into the knockup does miss. But now the fight continues. Charan Reddy has taken down the Silas, and the fight continues. Lucian has to burn the barrier, but he's able to stay alive. But now Ornn is going to perhaps be the sacrificial lamb, but he's able to land the knockup. Vortex able to survive with just a slither of HP, and the fight still continues.
I am not sure what the rest of the team was doing right there. Charan Reddy did so much damage, connected the 2-man knockup as well. Just needed some sort of follow, but it wasn't there, as the hook is going to connect now. The Unseen Blade goes on a killing spree. The Scatter of the Week comes in, stun is loved too. The ultimate going to finish off the Lucian as he flashes away from trouble, and that's going to be another kill. Azan is able to kill Copy, and that's going to be almost a 4-for-0 for the side of Revenants, as they should be able to pick up this second dragon. And Dead Corporal now has spawned. Let's see if he decides to go in. I don't think that was a smart decision at all, as he's going to end up dying once again. I am not sure what the Silas had in his mind and what did he think was going to happen right there. Not sure. He ends up dying as soon as he spawns, and now Revenants having a commanding lead for themselves, especially on the Syndra. 5-1 and 3, 400 gold shutdown bounty for him. as we look at the action. Just take us through the whole thing now.
Right. So you could say this is the replay of Silas just saying, I'm going to get a pentakill, but I'm only level 8 and don't have a completed item yet. But looking at the previous fight, like the new one, everything that led up to that was that play around mid lane where Syndra was actually able to survive with a slither of HP. She knew the limits of her champions, was able to stick around, turn the fight in the favor of Revenants, and then as that snowballed into the dragon fight, you could see that they were staying grouped up. They used their timings perfectly on the ultimate. I think that the Syndra basically was the MVP in that team fight and everything leading up to that. So as we take stock of everything that has happened, and now we see Revenants with a 2,000 gold lead to their name, plus a dragon, 8 kills to 2. So yeah, I mean, this is already starting to look like not the best start that Kakao Gaming wanted, considering that is how their comp works.
Yeah, and that's going to be a solo kill towards the top side of the map. Sharan Reddy able to pick that one up, and as you said, right, it is a scaling comp for the side of Revenants, and now they are finding success in the early game as well. So they are set up for a really good game 2 right here, and it's up to Kakao to come back into this game. And so far, whatever they have thrown at Revenants has just not worked at all. The early game, 2 versus 2 was good. They did pick up the kill onto the Syndra, but after that, it has been a very one-sided traffic coming in from the side of Revenants.
Yeah, and now you're looking at a very fed Syndra with a 450 gold bounty, a 2-0 Wukong who is very quite easily on his way to his second item as well. It's going to be a Sunbed Sky. It's most likely going to be locked in here. And if I was the side of RVN, hold that thought, as Love 2 is going to get caught up and burst down by the unleashed force from the Syndra. The culling is there to tickle the back of the Blitzcrank, but he's fine. He's okay with taking those referral spawns on the map. But Revenants are now comfortably in a position to kind of run away with this game.
Yeah, another kill picked up for the Syndra, and they still have the late game assurance as well on the side of Potato Monster, who uses his ultimate. The Silas does not have the flash, is out of mana as well, so Potato Monster can choose to chase but decides not to. The Rift Herald is going to get started from the side of Revenants, and I don't see a way in which Kakao Gaming can contest this at all, as Vortex somehow survives all of that CC and burst coming in from the side of Revenants. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
just able to deflect a lot of damage right there. But, should have died. The Blitz hook should have connected right there. The Scatter of the Week was on, point. But again, they are going to pick up the Rift Herald for themselves. So they are still in a very commanding position. The Syndra is having the time of her life. And the Wukong Azine as well. Just right place, right time in most of these skirmishes. And that's exactly what happens when you do that as a jungler.
Yeah, and you can see that the lanes have kind of swapped, but you can see that Potato Monster and Bob are quite okay with just sitting in this bot lane. I'm not sure if that's what they want to do. Maybe get the reset now, look to move to the mid lane. But at the same time, you probably do not want to put your Syndra in a side lane where she's susceptible to ganks and getting dove. Maybe that's the idea that they had in mind. Ooh, hook just goes wide as the recall comes through for Vortex there. So let's see how these lane assignments go. I think they're just going to stick in the bot lane until they could try to maybe take this tower. It does make a lot of sense to keep the Syndra in the mid lane, considering that she's always vulnerable in the side lane. Yeah. Especially with like global ultimates like a Pantheon coming in. And she's also sitting on a shutdown. We probably want to invest some resources into keeping her safe.
Yeah, 100%. I think you just want to save your Syndra at this point, who does have 2 items completed. The Blackfire Torch, the Storm Surge, 10 stack on the Dark Seal, the Boots of Swiftness completed as well. So that is your carry at this point. The Dragon has spawned as we speak, and I do believe that this is going to be taken by the side of Revenants without contest of any sorts, as Vortex is lurking towards the top side of the map, but I don't believe they have enough damage actually to kill
Ornn is fine.
This tanky on right now. Exactly. Love 2 comes in as well. Again, I really think that's just a waste of time to try to even go for that dive, as the dragon has been started. Dead Corporal might look to steal it. Realistically, should not be able to. And there you go. Easily picked up, never in doubt. And Sam has to be careful here. One stun from the Syndra, and that's a dead Lucian. The Rift Herald is going to get popped in the mid lane. They want to secure the mid tier 1 turret that could provide a lot of vision and control for the side of Kakao, to the side of Revenants, excuse me, as the monkey is piloting the Rift Herald, and he's not the best driver, it seems like.
No, he was just like, I'm going to take this Uber back home. Just don't mind me, as the hook lands actually onto the red buff, and they're probably going to pick this up. Smite it away by the Wukong there. And yeah, but like let's talk about Kakao, how Kakao Gaming kind of have this comp that has to operate in a certain way in order to succeed. And Revenants, like I said, with their backs against the wall, they knew how they needed to play out this early game. They didn't, fall for any of like the early game shenanigans. They survived the early game. They got kills on the important carries on their team, and they have essentially survived this early to mid game now, and they would definitely have the scaling advantage. So right now, as we look at Vortex joining this fight, an earlier barrier used by Sivir, but is she able to get away? I don't think so, as Vortex is able to pick up that kill, and a 465 gold shutdown does go into the pocket of the Pantheon, and now Blitz is under fire as well. Bob having to flash away. I'm not sure you're going to do that, buddy, because the spear is going to come through and secure the double kill. But the fight isn't over, as Wukong comes in, lands the Cyclone on top of Vortex, who has no more summoners, no more damage. His cooldowns and Unseen Blade is godlike, able to pick up that kill. And meanwhile, Sharan Reddy is keeping Copy occupied so that the teleports that he will not be able to join that fight as well. But overall, more kills picked up on the side of Revenants, who are now sitting on a gold lead of nearly 3,000, essentially 3,000. Going to be picking up this bot lane turret as well. Or no, they're just going to back it off, pick Atakan instead.
Yeah, I think that was a good trade for the side of Kakao. It really does depend on if they lose this Atakan or not, because then it would just be a pretty one-sided affair. But a big shutdown bounty picked up for the Pantheon, was able to secure the double kill for himself, but he needs to be, giving out these kills to the carries as well. Now you can already see the Silas falling so far behind the Syndra, who does have the 700 gold shutdown bounty, 2 items completed, 3 actually if you count the Magi's as well, that was picked up, 14 stacks on that one. Yeah, so a lot of control for the side of Revenants, but the goal lead still is not massive. Kakao Gaming can still come back, but Revenants are really set up, well for the late game that's going to come pretty soon. Once the Sivir has these 2-3 items picked up, she is going to be a menace as well in these team fights. You can already see 2 items for everyone else completed. The On, Wukong, Syndra, especially the On, man. He's just so tanky. I don't think he dies to any champion in the 1v1 anymore. And he's only going to get stronger with the ornaments that are going to come in for him and his teammates. So, worrying times for the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, and as we say that, Copy just goes in with the Dominus, and you can see that the ult has been cast by the Pantheon, but Wukong in the right place at the right time, able to turn this fight around with the Cyclone, and this is probably going to be a dead Ornn, yes, but the trade-off was that their Wukong is taken down as well. Sivir finally able to pick up her kill for herself, and a 4-0 Wukong also sitting on a 700 gold bounty. You can see Kakao Gaming are trying their hardest to try to make something happen, but they are being answered. Revenants are not sitting back and, letting them take control. But, Unseen Blade almost in danger zone there, but able to just land a lot of damage following that exchange.
Yeah, almost in danger. The stasis does come out for the side of Dead Corporal, so he's going to survive as well. The flash was burned from the side of Syndra, so I think Dead Corporal will be quite happy with how that trade has gone. The Zonia's just now picked up for the Silas as well. As more on items have now started to come in The first upgrade, I want to see who it went to. It went to the Syndra Storm Surge right there. So not the best item maybe to give it to, but
Yeah.
again, they just want to spike as fast as they can, so it's not a big problem. Tier 3 boots now completed for 3 of the 5 champions from the side of Revenants, as they are still in a quite healthy lead of 3000 gold. And it looks like Sam will have to pull the rabbit out of the hat to win this one for his team, because I don't see anyone else that can carry this game. Vortex has had a good game so far, is doing pretty well on the Pantheon, but he is not the champion.
Huge
that
fight is
can
actually
carry the
breaking
game,
out
and
now.
Jettfire gets popped, and let's see how it goes. Vortex again able to connect the stun. Potato Monster just burns down, is not even able to move at all in this fight. The hook comes in, it's on to the Renekton, who can just use his Ruthless Predator and just heal up very quickly. Pantheon going to ult behind the turret right now. They really have to kill the Syndra with the 700 gold shutdown bounty. Does not have the flash. That goes to Copy, and this is turning out to be quite a fight for the side of Kakao Gaming, as they are going to pick up 4 kills, losing out only 2 members, and it looks like the turret will be theirs as well.
Yeah, and this just goes to show the resilience. They knew the limits, and if I was the side of Revenants, I wouldn't be trying to defend that tier 1 turret. Just let it go. Like what's the point risking losing like all those shutdowns and just letting the goal kind of swing back in Kakao Gaming's favor over a tier 1 turret in the bot lane? Like, these types of decisions could lead to game-changing, moments. And right now, Kakao Gaming seem to actually be in a position to actually make a comeback in this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them on sort of the team fight that we just saw. Potato Monster just not having the best position in that team fight, was not able to do anything. Walks up to the Pantheon, is in sort of melee range, gets stunned, gets one-shotted by the Lucian, so I don't think he can afford to do that anymore, as we do see a huge gold advantage towards the side of the Lucian. Again, the goal lead is barely 500 now, so in the team fights, I don't think it's going to matter too much, as Azan still has the 700 gold shutdown bounty. Meanwhile, Kakao still looking, still hunting, still lurking for these kills. The TP was used by Dead Corporal towards the bot side of the map, so he's gonna set up there. Copy fishing for these targets, will not be able to find anyone, as the Atakan has been started. But remember, the Unseen Blade does have his ultimate up, and we could see another 5v5 breaking down towards the bot side of the river.
Ornhorn is probably going to come through now. They're in a good choke point. Renekton is standing in the front line. Pops his dominance, is trying to keep the entire lineup of Revenants away. But the flash coming, and the knockup is good. The culling is great as well as Unseen Blade able to take down the Renekton in this fight. But as it continues, you can see that the health bars are very low on the side of Revenants, but another knockup is able to get them the advantage in this, and they are able to take 3-0 in that fight. Okay.
Yeah, a 3-0. The Atakan was picked up by Kakao, but they are going to lose the Baron for it and the 3 kills as well. Copy, I think not the best position standing up so far, has completed. It looks like Zeke's himself, so you don't see that item too often. I would have loved it if he had gone for the Sterox Gauge instead, but again, just standing up too far. Dead Corporal as well steals the Blitzcrank ultimate, flashes and uses that, but again, not the sort of damage that he was expecting to deal right there. So it does not work out for him as well, as they both end up going down to the Syndra, who now has 20 stacks, has the Rabbidan's death cap completed as well on that champion. So he can essentially one-shot any of the champions that are coming in from the side of Kakao, who are now 4,000 gold behind. And now Revenants are going to go back, pick up the items, and come into siege these turrets and see how far they can extend this goal lead.
Yeah, and right now they would be very comfortable doing a 1-3-1 or at least a 1-4, because I don't think Syndra should be sitting in a side lane alone. If you think back like 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes into this game, or just 10 minutes into this game, when did the problem start? When Syndra went to the side lane instead of sticking in the mid lane. That is where things started to kind of go south for the side of Revenants, but they have kept a level head. they're kind of playing out the map a little bit slowly now. They don't want to like take too many unnecessary risks. They are in a commanding position, and right now, even though it doesn't really seem like a significant gold lead, Kaka, let me remind you that the Ornn items also have gold value that they add to the side of Revenants as well. So even though it looks kind of similar on paper, there is definitely an edge for the Revenants right now, who are 19 kills to 9, up like almost 5,000 gold here at this point of the game, are up 3 dragons to none, and as their soul seems to be spawning, we might just see another huge fight break out here.
Yeah, we could, and Revenants should not be losing a team fight anymore. As the melee of all the people is going to get hooked, the on-horn comes in, the flash knock onto Sam, he's going to go down as well. That will be comfortably soul picked up as Potato Monster. Not sure why he wanted to flash there to secure the kill, but it's fine. Dead Corporal as well in trouble. Meanwhile, towards the mid-side, Copy and Vortex is going to push out the lane right there. But again, it's just too little too late for these guys. They might pick up the second mid turret, but let's see if they end up losing their lives for it. The soul, as you said, is picked up for the side of Revenants with 3 Infernal Dragons. That's going to be another kill, as Vortex is going to ult out of a very difficult situation. But I think this is game done and dusted for the side of Revenants, and they have done beautifully well in this game. 25 stacks Magi onto the Syndra, the Death Cap completed, the Storm Surge, Blackfire Torch. So she is just so strong right now, and the hooks as well from the side of Bob have
combo
connected
and
so far. Yeah, exactly. Even after using the flash, he was not able to do anything. Another hook comes in after the scatter of the week. The Pantheon is going to actually survive for quite a long time.
No, she dies.
Does end up dying. Sam as well is going to die. Bob barely survives, so it could have been a 2 for 2. Instead, it's a 2 for 1. A big shutdown bounty picked up for the side of Sam, but just too little, too late at this point.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, it's good. Yeah, they're getting a little bit of gold back, but now you're looking at a team that is basically, they have hit their power spikes. This Wukong is 6-0 and 12 on this champion right now. He's on 3 items, has basically, this champion is not going to die. He doesn't have any tank items, but he basically is just not going to die at this point of the game. And Ornn, if you think that Wukong's not going to die, good luck killing the Ornn, who's also on 3 items now. And not forgetting the Sivir, who will be most likely taking her recall and completing her Last Whisper as well. And as we see a pause now, this has just gone into more than 12,000 gold differential for the side of Revenants, with Infernal Dragon Soul to their name as well, Kaka. So yeah, I think it's back to the drawing board for Kakao Gaming at this point. So it seems like I have been named Madness for the time being. That's okay. I will take the name Madness. Madness, shout out to you, my friend. You will be streaming the next game, of course. But Kaka, let's talk about how there was a game plan that Kakao Gaming needed to basically follow to perfection if they wanted to win this second match. And they were not really able to come through with it. And now you see the results of that. They have no chances in team fights. The Syndra can just pop the Milio with one combo. If any member just steps up a little bit too far, gets hooked, that's one member down. And then at that point onwards, you're looking at a Lucian. Even if Sam was to have 6 items, this is a short range carry and not a hyper carry on top of that. So it's going to be difficult to navigate fights, especially as a Lucian, when there's like a Syndra, there's like a Blitz, there's an Ornn, like there's just so much. So if I was side of Kakao Gaming, I'd probably go back to the drawing board and try to look to maybe pull out a few wild cards, like maybe a few hidden birds from the hat, or hidden bunnies from the hat. Who knows? But it's kind of looking like this game's already done and dusted for the side for Revenants. But it's good to see that they were able to pull it off.
It definitely is done and dusted, right from the draft. I think Kakao Gaming needed to get ahead in this one, but unfortunately they couldn't. Ezine was there, right place, right time most of the time, so he was able to soak in a lot of pressure coming in from the side of Vortex, and Syndra being the beneficiary of all the kills has been the defining factor in this game. Again, tons of wave clear, tons of damage as well. So and now we are into the late game, and Copy again not having the best performance as well on the Renekton, but it's not even his fault. I think the matchup is just not that great. The Renekton first pick again speaks about his confidence, but I just don't think it's a first pickable champion anyway. So maybe that's something they can look to change. But it was down to them to get the lead in the early game, and they weren't able to do so. And props to Revenants for standing tall in the early game. And now we are in the late game. The ornaments are here. The Sivir has scaled. The Syndra has scaled. Azan as well on the Wukong has the Death Stance, Trinity Force, Sundered Sky as well. So it's just looking really hard. On top of that, the Infernal Soul was picked up as well for the side of Revenant. So it's just a matter of time and formality for this game 2 to finish, and we will truly see who runs with the series in game 3.
Yeah, and now I'm thinking the draft again. It all came down to draft diff. The first game was like I don't know, like maybe this is just Revenants just BMing, saying that we're gonna drop a game on purpose and then we're gonna come back and just clean and then like reverse sweep you guys. Like maybe that's what they had in mind. I mean, don't take it from me. I'm just guessing that this is something that they might want to do. But it's at situations like this where I feel like the best teams, and these, like you said, in your eyes are the top 4 teams. But now I believe we're going to be jumping back onto the Rift. And that being said, let's see on how Vortex is just going to be killed.
And it looks like we're going to see another pause. So that is just unfortunate as we keep getting these pauses. But just looking at the items really quickly, Wukong does have, the BF sword picked up, the components for the Guardian Angel. So he's going to be just fine as well in these sort of team fight. It is about the one team fight right now, as Vortex did end up dying right there. And if Revenants can clean up the team fight, I think they'll be able to close this game out quite easily. I don't think the Lucian has the damage needed to, burst the front line anymore, especially the On, who has more than 3 items, the ornaments completed for himself. So, again, a very uphill battle that I don't believe Kakao can win at this point, but stranger things have happened. We can't really rule them out completely till the Nexus has exploded. It's going to be very, very hard.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like it's like a 0.001% chance that they're actually able to win. And I don't think that Revenants are in a position that they're going to throw the game either. Like, we just saw Pantheon just get obliterated off the map. One hook is all it's going to take. And as we go back into the game, we might also see Renekton dying here as well to the Unseen Blade. The power of the Storm Surge coming through. But now, Potato Monster actually being put in trouble there and killed. So I guess they're going to try to base race? No, they're going to look
I don't think that's going to happen at all. Should be, tier 2 turret picked up. So still advantage for the side of Revenants, as Potato Monster again getting caught towards the mid side of the map. Again, not been his best game, but he will be grateful that his team has stepped up all other 4 members so far. So he can still get that another chance. But the Syndra is going back now, is going to pick up the Banshee that has been completed, 25 stack Magi. So should be picking up the Elixir of Sorcery right there. Again, at her peak, 6-packed. Even the Wukong again has picked up the Guardian Angel. So, it's just about picking up that Baron that's going to spawn in another minute or so, and just, looking to end the game.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to give props where props are due. You looked at a team that's kind of Revenants, kind of having to play from behind, having lost the first game. The pressure was on them. They had to survive this early game, this very strong early game draft by Kakao Gaming, and they did just that. They didn't fall for the shenanigans. They didn't get baited into fights that weren't on at least even terms for them. And now they're sitting in a super, super comfortable position to just take this Baron and end this game. But knowing them, they're probably going to try to maybe pick someone off. If I was the side of Kakao Gaming, I'd probably just throw Pantheon ult in there blind and try to get a steal, but not throw any other members. But here we go. Teleport comes in from the Renekton, and this is going to be the final fight. And as I say that, that was indeed the attempt that Vortex was trying to make. He's able to flash over the wall, but is being followed by Ezen, and he's going to be taken down. But as that happens, Ezen is godlike, but now the rest of the fight continues to break out. Wait, we do see Love 2 actually keeping everybody alive in this fight as well. But that is soon to be put to the test as this Wukong is running amok, a monkey doing monkey things, taking down this fight. Double kill to the Ornn, and even though the carries die on the side of Revenants, don't forget the big beefy boy in the top lane, Sharan ready, and Ezian taking control and basically just able to clean up the fight there. But more importantly, that was a very close fight, Kaka.
Yeah. That was too close to comfort for the side of Revenants, as they did end up losing both the AD, both the carries essentially, while Azine was chasing Vortex towards the top side of the map. I think he will learn that he cannot afford to do that, and he needs to save his carries right there. It was a very close fight, but as you said, the beefy boy up in the top side, there is no threat towards him. He is just so tanky right now that he can stand between 5 people and survive for quite a while. So it is really hard for the side of Kakao, but it's going to depend on this dragon take. I feel like should they decide to fight for it, they do have the Baron buff available for themselves, and they can just keep pushing these 3 lanes. It looks like they want to fight for it, they want to start it up, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, they're going to walk in through the mid lane here, so they will be walking into the Blitz, they will be walking into the Ornn, and now the fight is going to break through. Scan of the Weak lands, and that's an immediate dead Corporal. He's able to save the Zhonya's to keep himself alive, but the Ornn is able to get a 4-man knockup, and the Scan of the Weak is able to burst Vortex down. I'm not sure, Copy, you are in the wrong place, my friend. Zhonya's goes through. Double kill for the Syndra. Unseen Blade is now on 16 kills, and for a double kill for the Wukong as well. 10-0 on this champion, and the fight is now officially over. Dead Corporal somehow able to miraculously survive and escape, but to watch the Elder Dragon go down. But he might actually pick up a kill on Unseen Blade here. No. He actually is able to, but that's okay. What's done is done and dusted. This is one Sylas against the world, and we have seen this before. Sylas did try multiple times to go into 5 people. Let's see if his final attempt is going to come into fruition. I don't think so. The game is over.
Yeah, it looks like it is over right there, as the Unseen Blade did walk into trouble, but I don't think it's going to matter too much, as Dead Corporal might end up dying, is able to survive. The Pantheon ult comes in. They are all just focusing the Nexus right now, but can they end the game? Actually, no, exactly. That's not going to happen. And now let's see if Kakao Gaming can end this game.
What is happening? What's happening? I'm having a K-Drill moment, guys. Sorry. Like, what? What just happened?
Yes. Somehow Kakao have won this team fight 5-0. And just like that, the Baron buff's gone, the Dragon, the Elder Drake buff is gone as well. And it's looking like anyone's game again.
I still think that they haven't been able to. They have to push out against, like, I think the death timers are not long enough for them to actually end the game. They might be able to get an inhibitor at least from this push, but I still think with the soul, with the Infernal Soul that Revenants have, and also the Ornn items, and the fact that there are still a couple of more item slots that haven't been fully filled out, that still have the advantage, but they weren't able to end the game, and Kakao Gaming showing that they still are not going to go down without a fight. So, I mean, kudos to them. They were able. I would like to actually see a replay of that final push, the attempted final push from the side of Revenants, if possible, so we can actually see what the little details were that we might have missed. Because it looked like at one point that they were going to end the game, but then suddenly, out of nowhere, I call it a Cassacres. I guess they were able to just turn it around. I called the game before it was actually over, but then, yeah, I guess I'm sorry, Revenants. I kind of Cassacres you guys. Not gonna do that again.
Yeah, I'm not sure who won the game as well. I think it may have. I don't think the game has ended at all, right? It could still go either way. So you did kind of curse it, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's going to win after that. The goal lead does not really matter anymore. So many shutdowns have been picked up for either sides, and just questioning whether if Kakao Gaming can actually pull off this miracle.
Yeah, it's very hard though. If you look realistically, this is a team that has kind of outscaled you, and if they're just able to keep it cool, keep it calm, push 3 lanes, able to kind of just just play the map, just play the macro game cleanly at this point, they should be able to take this instead of just trying to just 5-man end the game like what they did.
Yeah, but that
So
seems
maybe
like the call
Revenants should come.
for them. Yeah, it looked like the call for them. Again, they do have, the comp advantage, but still somehow Kakao Gaming is finding ways back into the game. Just being able to survive not only the Infernal Soul, but the Elder Dragon and the Baron buff as well. Just speaks volumes about what sort of caliber of these, the team that they are,
These teams.
still being able to survive. So I wouldn't put it past them to win this game too. It is very, highly unlikely that it might happen, but it's just looking like anyone's game as of now.
Yeah, I mean, it's still anyone's game. If I had to give an advantage to a side, just based on team composition, itemization, and game state, I would give it to Revenants. But that is what I mean. That yeah, it's still anyone's game, and it's going to be up to Revenants to basically try to just calm down. Okay, yes, you might have gotten aced, but you didn't lose the game. You might have to give up a couple of objectives now.
Yeah,
but that's fine. As long as you can still take control, because all they technically need at this point is one pick. If they pick one champion off the side of Revenants, it's going to be so hard for them to try to mount a comeback. Like, example, if you take out Emilio, if you take away the Emilio, it's going to be very difficult for him to keep the rest of his team alive. But we are going to go into a short break, but don't go anywhere because this game can still go in any direction, guys. Stay tuned. We will be back with you in just a minute.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm moving in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Live deep. They let it, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We went until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. Gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Right, guys,
Ladies
welcome
and
back. We
gentlemen,
are
we
back
are
after the short break. And yeah, let's see who has won the game actually and what has happened so far, as we will be jumping into the game pretty shortly, I feel like. And again, anyone's game, Hades.
Anyone's game, Favoration, Revenants. And now we are back into the game. Let's take inventory of what's gone down, Kakao. So we are 37 minutes into the game right now. Revenants are sitting at 78,000 gold to 70,000, so essentially an 8,000, almost 9,000 gold lead still in their favor, plus the Ornn items that they have. They do have an Infernal Soul as well, and this is a composition that if they were to just pick one target up, that target is going to immediately get burst down. It doesn't matter who it is. Maybe the Renekton's a bit on the tanky side now, has actually picked up the Strike's Gauge as well, so a little bit more survivability. And as we enter the hyper late stages of this game, I feel like it's Revenant's game to lose at this point, Kakao.
It 100% is their game to lose, and let's see if that ends up happening as well. We have seen some sort of comeback from the side of Kakao, but I don't think that's sustainable at all. You press tab, you see the items that have come in now, Infinity Age upgraded. As well for the Sivir, so they have lost most of their avenues to win this game. Dead Corporal will steal the Ornn ultimate. Let's see if he can make that, put that to a good use right there. But again, the Infernal Soul, being on Revenant side, I think it's just too much to deal with for the side of Kakao. On items as well, a 6-item Wukong, a 6-item Syndra. So it's just very hard now for the side of Kakao Gaming to come back, and it looks like Revenants are waiting for the Baron to come up. They are going to pick up that objective as soon as it has spawned, and that hopefully should be the beginning of the end, at least for the side of Revenants.
Yeah, and I mean, they should be looking to try to play around the mid lane. They need to keep this mid lane pushed in. They need to make sure their side lanes are also pushing in if they are to take this Baron in a way that's comfortable for them. Because with all these items, the Wukong and the Sivir, they will be able to DPS this Baron down in just a couple of seconds. So they need to play patient. I feel like the macro is going to be very clutch in situations like this. They do have now Baron has spawned, and they do have quite a big sizable. But wait, hold my thought. As Asian actually goes in alone, the Ornn is able to land on Poppy. He's able to pop his dominance. Stay alive? No, but the strike is not enough to keep him alive. And as you can see, Wartek is trying to get down on top of Potato Monster, but Sam is actually able to assassinate him. The Guardian Angel does go down. Sam is on a killing spree, but the rest of his team are falling. Love Team is going to fall. The Wukong is still alive, able to pick up the double kill, and that is going to be Bob taking up Vortex for a clean ace. No, Lucian is still alive. Lucian is still alive.
Yeah, but I don't think he can do too much now. The Wukong on Blitzcrank all being up. The poor Lucian should not at least be able to hold this on his own. No turrets, available for him to stand behind, and it's just a formality at this point now. Revenant's picking up a huge fight, and it's just the champion difference right now. It doesn't even matter how good or bad your team fights are. The turrets are up, but they're going to go down pretty soon. As Sam is being chased by the Blitzcrank, he will deal a lot of damage. He's able to take him out, but look at both these tanks. They don't even care. Yeah, they don't care if the Lucian's hitting them. They really do not. They're just going to hit the Nexus. Yeah, all right, we'll just, end your misery right there. But that is going to be game 2 picked up for the side of Revenants. And what a game and what a series we have on our hands now. It's anyone's game now in the third game is going to be the defining factor. And yeah, really well played for the side of Revenants.
Yeah, and the instant replay, I would like to actually see the last fight actually instead of them ending the game here. But you could see that the plan was to try to kill the Sivir, and maybe, but like then you can okay, you kill the Sivir, great. But what about the Syndra? What about the Ornn? What about the Wukong? So yeah, draft diff coming into play, and the Revenants able to take game 2 in this best of 3 series. And like you said, Kakao, what a series it has been. I still feel like maybe I might have massacred this into becoming the game slightly longer than it should have been. I'm going to try to maybe not do that again. But lessons to be learned over here for us as well. But such a good performance, such a great performance by Revenants. Able to, have a comfortable draft, able to play the game according to their terms. They were not falling for the baits. They weren't falling for the early game shenanigans. They kept a level head. They were able to secure the objectives, get their carries ahead, and ultimately take this second game and bring us into the third and final game of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, a lot of good questions asked from the side of Kakao, but Revenants had all the answers for themselves. As we look at the scorecard right here, 40 to 22 kills, in favor of Revenants right there. Almost, more than 10,000 goal lead at the end of the game. You can see the Dragons, 4 picked up for the side of Revenants. The Elder Dragon, 2 Barons, 1 Rift Herald, all for the side of Revenants. The Grubs were picked up for Kakao Gaming and the Atakan as well, but that came at a cost as well. So all in all, Revenants coming back really strongly after what was a very demoralizing and a very one-sided game 1 in favor of Kakao Gaming. And we look at the MVP, honestly could have gone to anyone, but I think Azan deserves it. In such a bloodbath of a game, he only died once. 13, 1 and 20, a KDA of 43 on this monkey, almost more than 1,000 damage done, 6.9 CS per minute, almost 22,000 gold for himself as he picks up the MVP for game 2. Shout out to the Unseen Blade as well. I think he had a phenomenal game as well, but I think Wukong was the difference maker in this game.
Yes, indeed. I mean, like you said, it could go to anybody on the team, but when it came down to push comes to shove, this Wukong as the jungler did carry his team through some pretty unwinnable fights. Syndra, shout out to Unseen Blade, also did really good. There were some instances that things were super clutch, but either ways, GG's well played to Revenants. We're going to go into a short break, and we will be back with game 3. Guys, if you haven't tuned in yet, tune in, tell your friends. Things are going to get heated up in game 3.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Live deep. The letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. All time. I'm going in. Got me like, all grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Live deep. not finished. I just needed me a minute. Still in attention, Lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome if you just tuned in to the Legends Ascend South Asian tournament organized by Fragnation. I'm your caster Hades alongside Kakao, and we are into Game 3 in a best of 3 series, which is Revenants versus Kakao Gaming. And the first game was quite one-sided in favor of Kakao Gaming. The second game, there was a lot of back and forth, but Revenants able to mount a good comeback with a very strong draft. And Monkey just going absolutely crazy in team fights. And now we are going to be jumping into game number 3. Kakao, I cannot wait to see what these teams have cooking for us in the draft.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to watch, honestly. That second game did go, it was quite a lengthy game, but I don't think it was ever in doubt who was going to win it. Once we saw the Syndra getting a lot of kills, the Wukong as well wreaking havoc towards the backline. So Revenants might have stalled the game a bit more than they would have hoped for, but regardless, I think securing the victory against Kakao, it's no easy feat, and they were able to do so. And now the defining game 3, which will decide who picks up the 2 points now, as both the sides have picked up a point each. Again, these are the second best team, you can call it second, third in no particular order in the tournament. So of course we expected a close series, and that's exactly what we have gotten. I'm not sure who's going to take this one. The draft will of course play a significant role, as in the second game there was a lot of early game champions for the side of Kakao Gaming, and rightly so, Revenants were able to survive the onslaught and scale into the late game beautifully. But let's see what these guys have for us in this game 3 as the draft phase comes in. Hades, let's look at what has changed now. I don't think at least the banning phase should be any different.
Yeah, I think that they're going to stick with the same 3 bans, but I would like to see Revenants take away the Jarvan, because that is definitely going to be the direction that I feel Kakao Gaming will be looking for in this third match, because they did hover it in the last one before changing to the Pantheon in the last second. But I think the first rotation of bans will remain the same. What's going to be interesting is what Kakao Gaming are going to be picking, because now they're back on blue side, and they do have their main mid laner. They have Dead in the mid lane, and let's see if they do draft one of these type of a hyper aggressive early game comps like they did last time, or if this is going to be a slightly more balanced out draft from the side of Kakao Gaming. But so far, yes, the same 3 bans on the side of both teams. Yet to be determined if there's going to be any differences last second on the side of Revenants.
Could be right. Now Vortex isn't playing, and I think the Nidalee ban was directed towards him, so Revenants might decide to change something here. We do see the roster change now, and the Azir is going to get banned. So W now back in the mid lane. Dead Corporal goes to the jungle, copy towards the top side of the map. I really hope this is not going to be a first pick top lane right now. Just pick up a priority jungle. It looks like the Caitlyn is going to come in. So that is Sam's one of the most favored champions. And on top of that, it's also a denial from the side of Potato Monster, who now I think will be falling back to his Kaisa or something else that we have not seen him play essentially. So let's see what happens there. But I really like this first pick coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, it's a very safe pick. Seems to scale well, but a good answer there. Both with the MF able to just have that team fight impacting ultimate, whereas Caitlyn would definitely have the early game advantage in terms of just having the range. But let's see if they want to round this up by picking their jungler here. A lot of strong options open, like picks like Nocturne are open.
Could be the Rel as well.
Jarvan is open. I would probably pick jungle here if I were them. That would be the safe bet. Oh, instead they choose to pick the Witcher for the mid lane. Okay.
Yeah, so that's again a denial from the side of W, who would have preferred to pick the Victor since the Azir is gone, the Hue is gone, a couple of other champions as well. So Victor seems like what Revenants want to deny
Oh,
from the side of W, but he's going to pick up the Annie instead for the mid lane. Don't see a lot of it. I believe it's a really strong champion. It's a very simple champion to play as well. So really like that pickup coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming. And this should be the Jarvan actually that we have been speaking about for quite a while. Dead Corporal as well, plays the Sejuani and these other things. But yeah, it looks like the Karma will come in. So they just want to bully out this bottom lane from the side of Revenants.
Yeah, and like I'm just talking like Annie is currently undefeated at MSI, so she's actually just really broken. And we've seen this matchup like the Annie into the Victor and Victor into the Annie, so it's gonna be a pretty like even laning phase. I believe that both mages scale really well, but like you said, the rel lock-in is going to be the option that they're gonna go for. But again, I still feel like you're looking at immobile carries on the side of Revenants, so Jarvan would be a perfect ban for Revenants now, because it was Howard last time. You don't want to give a champion that combos really well with like Annie's and also with Caitlyn traps. Being stuck inside a Cataclysm would suck. Just lands those free headshots for nothing. Instead, they take away the Poppy, which is a good ban considering that Poppy is known as a good counter into the rel. And also just any champions that have any dashes, like Poppy can just negate it. Also turn fights in their favor with the ultimate knocking people away. Let's see what the answer is going to be on the side of Kakao Gaming. They banned the Kayn. Okay, so that's a targeted ban, I do believe.
100%, yeah. Azan does play a lot of Kayn. I think I spoke about it in first game as well. The Poppy bans actually, it does indicate to me at least that the Revenants don't, want to play against that champion, obviously. But the Diana could be coming in for the side of Azan, and for the side of Kakao Gaming. Dead Corporal does play a really mean Poppy. Honestly, I have seen it quite a bit. And he just performs quite well on that champion. So again, it's a targeted ban, but it's also a ban and a champion that you don't want to play against.
So I think this Trundle ban is implying that they want to pick a Maokai here. Ideally, Maokai Trundle is one of those champions that kind of counters these very tanky junglers, Sejuani's, Maokai's, and Mumu's. But in the current meta, with what they have, they definitely need strong frontline. And like you called it, the Diana being a comfort on Ezen is actually able to pick that. But the double the AP mid jungle, not essentially, it would be easier for Deadcore and maybe Copy to itemize into like buying like early mercs would definitely be helpful into this matchup. But Sam actually, Deadcore actually started picking up the Xin Zhao, which would definitely help their early game chances. Very strong champion in the early to mid stages of the game, can single-handedly just take over and help snowball, and they round out their draft by locking in the Cassante for copying the top lane. What do you think about this Cassante pick into the draft that they have? I think it's a fairly good pick.
Yeah, I think this late into the series, I think it's an excellent pickup. Again, you are playing against two AP champions, so his itemization becomes quite easy to do so, as the Mundo looks like will be coming in for the side of Charan Reddy. We have seen the push Mundo going around, being viral, but in a competitive series, I'm not a big fan. Again, he deals AP damage as well, can do AD damage as well, honestly, with his E that you max out first, I believe, and the Titanic Hydra as well. So the comps have been logged in for both the teams. I do prefer Kakao Gaming's comp in this one. They do have a lot of range, a lot of engage, a lot of damage. More importantly, they have the Cassante to tank out the pressure that's going to come in from the side of Revenants. And for Revenants, it's the Diana I'm not a big fan of in the jungle in this situation, at least. Maybe if you pair it up with the Yone, the Yasuo, then it makes a lot more sense when you are the sole AP bruiser sort of damage coming in. So I do prefer what Kakao Gaming have gotten for themselves, but I said the same in game 2 and look what happened, right?
Yeah, but the difference between that draft and this draft, Kaka, is that Kakao Gaming have actually drafted these are champions that excel really well in the mid game. they if they continue to just maintain a good lead, if they're able to get a lead and keep tempo, they are definitely going to have an advantage even going into the late game, because Annie essentially can one shot like this misfortune if the positioning isn't, like, if they aren't too careful. And like you said, I feel like they could have picked in like maybe an AD jungler. Maybe, I feel like a Jarvan would have been perfect, because like Annie is basically a sitting duck. She doesn't have like any type of movement abilities to kind of dash away. Is also good against Xin Zhao because you can just simply not fight the Xin Zhao. You can just flag and drag away and refuse to take the fight. But also the big beefy boys in the top lane. Mundo is also one of those notorious champions where if you've just left unchecked and just reaches like a full build or even just 3 items, just becomes completely unkillable. But yeah, I still do think the draft does favor Kakao Gaming, seeing as if they're able to keep their carries alive, having Karma Shields is going to help, for the disengage, just, to keep this Caitlyn extra safe. And also don't forget that a lot of people tend to forget that late game Xin Zhao, that ultimate can just prevent so much of damage from falling through within that circle. So it still could be anyone's game. I do give a slight draft edge to the side of Kakao Gaming. But I do see a world where the team fight potential of Revenants and also their scaling with the Victor and the Mundo just might become quite problematic in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, 100%. I think that could happen for sure. But again, Kakao Gaming do have the answers themselves. The Cassante is not a slouch either, is going to get very tanky come the late game. Should be able to tank out the Diana and Victor easily once he gets his MR item. So that is going to be a big problem. And we have seen these Cassantes, just taking over the games on their own. So it is sort of a strong draft as well for Kakao. And it's all going to depend on the early game. Last game we saw the early game champions coming out for the side of Kakao Gaming, but Zion had all the answers with the Wukong being in the right place towards the mid side of the map, getting kills for him and his mid laner. So it all depends on how these teams played out. Of course, the Revenants do have a lot of AP damage, and that could be a problem, especially facing against the Xin Zhao and the Cassante.
Yes, indeed. And also, I do want to highlight that Xin Zhao is one of those champions that just likes to get in your face, just constantly run into the enemy jungle, become just become a pain in the butt for Asian. And Diana is not a good pick against Xin Zhao. Like, Diana gets whooped. Even post level 6, this is a champion that essentially is also a champion that just wants to try to combo. So they've kind of built their comp around like this more like team fight oriented, try to land the Rel ultimate with the MFR. But it's also going to be interesting how Potato Monster is going to itemize, because how is he going to get through this beefy front line of this Cassante that's going to be just literally ignoring people and running right at you? Is he going to go the lethality build? Is he going to go with a more DPS heavy build that you sometimes see MFs go for and opt for? But I would personally like to see a more DPS heavy build rather than a lethality build from the MF, because he's going to have to just keep himself alive and just be able to shred those tanks at the later stages of the game. So with Kraken Slayers and Lord Dominic's, maybe we'll be able to make some differences. But again, it all depends on how this early to mid game play out, because Kakao Gaming have drafted such a strong mid game that I feel like if Revenants start falling behind even just a little bit, it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of keep up the tempo and the pace of the game that Kakao Gaming are going to be bringing into this. So definitely favoration I would give the edge to them.
Yeah, I do feel like the Diana needs to get ahead as well to be relevant in this match, especially being up against the Xin Zhao that can skirmish so well, and paired up with a Karma. You love your life as a Xin Zhao if you have an enchanter support with you. You can just go in, get the shields, get the slows and everything, the knockups and whatnot, and you can be such a tanky champion. Of course, the usual build path is Titanic, Hydra, and its guys, so you are going towards that AD HP bruiser sort of a build that you are going to deal a lot of damage
Yes.
and soak up a lot of damage as well. So it could be hard for the Diana to play the game. Would have loved to see the J4. I think we both would have for sure. I think that would have been a really good team comp coming out from the side of Revenants, but they have chosen the Diana, and now it's up to Zion to perform yet again. Continue the sort of performance that he had in game 1 and take it over into this game 3 as well, because boy, they're going to need it to take down Kakao Gaming as we enter the third and final game of this series between Kakao Gaming and Revenants, and we'll wait and see who is going to grab the 2 points after this game has been done.
Yep, and we're not going to probably see any shenanigans in the early game. These are two teams that will probably agree to just handshake until it's time for objectives. I'll definitely give a little bit of an edge to the Diana in terms of clear speed. But these are essentially two junglers that will be looking to full clear and try to set up for some good ganks and to get the early snowball going for their teams. And looking at the rune setup, you can see that there's nothing, out of the ordinary, no unseen spellbook this time. W actually opting for the electrocute, which is going to definitely help him in these short trades against the Victor. But Victor also opting for a relatively safe option on the area here, so able to give that little bit of an extra shielding power to the Qs. But yeah, a lot is going to depend on this early game and who's going to be playing proactively. So yeah, we are up in game 3 as the minions hit the map.
Yeah, and as you said, I think it's down to both junglers as well. We'll be tracking them with very close eyes, as both of them have started towards the bot side of the map. Essentially down to them. Really wanted to see what the secondary runes were for the Unseen Blade, and it looks like he is running the bone plating, so should be fine in the laning phase. Charan Reddy already getting a huge chunk of damage onto Copy, who is going to deny the HP pickup. Block that did fall down for Charan Reddy right there. Just looking at the pathing right now, Dead Corporal getting his golems, and Diana now making her way towards the wolves.
Yep, and it looks like both are going to opt into a full clear, unless we might see any kind of shenanigans from the Zinzao, maybe pathing towards the bot side. But there is a ward to kind of see that coming in case that was the game plan that they were going to go ahead with. Even trading in the mid lane, CS seems to be quite even across the board as well. Obviously, the lane favoring Caitlyn in the bot lane. The Caitlyn Karma just being such a menace to deal with. So yeah, we will see the MF lane kind of struggle a little bit in this early game against the pressure that will be brought onto them by good trades though in the top lane as well. Charan Reddy not extending a bit too much. Might have to drop a few CS, but not much.
Yeah, and both the junglers are matching each other's pace as well now, going to do their last camp as Kasante uses his W, looks to go, and Charan Reddy just being very careful towards the top side of the map. Even trades throughout, except for the bot lane where Sam does have some sort of lead now. Copy taking a lot of damage there. And yeah, we expect that from Caitlyn and Karma, and that's exactly what's happening as Bob is going to take a headshot right there. Same for Potato Monster, who can't step back actually right now. Takes a lot of damage. Not sure how that has happened. He really should not be, but he thought better of it and ends up losing almost all of his HP bar to Sam, who is just letting these headshots go and is going to secure a plate for himself as well.
This is just the typical abusive Caitlyn lane, and also Potato Monster, I'm not sure if he really wanted to walk up just to take all that damage for free. You are not going to outtrade against Karma and a Caitlyn at this stage of the game, but the Unseen Blade in a little bit of trouble, is having to burn the flash and not respect. He could have taken the recall there, but instead breathes for another wave and has to pay with his flash.
Yeah, loses his flash right there, as you said, did greed for that extra wave, ends up paying for it, and how Fortunately for him, he's not going to go down just yet, but that does open a window of opportunity for W, for Dead Corporal, as the Annie does have the flash available, and it should be very easy for her to connect her stuff onto a very immobile Victor in the mid lane now. Meanwhile, Dead Corporal getting the respawn of his camps right now is going to reset after completing his golems and open towards the top side of the map. And in the bot lane, still Sam maintaining the same pressure, has the 10 CS advantage, as towards the top side, Sharan Reddy actually might end up going down, does not have the flash, uses his ghost, but too little too late, and Copy is able to pick up first blood for him.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is just... I feel a little bit disrespectful, but hold on, because we might see a dive come through, but dissuaded. Bob able to use his combo to try to stop his ADC from being dove there. This ward is going to spot out the Diana, so they do have information on where the Diana is. They know also where the Xin is. He's going to probably take his recall. Has picked up the Tunneler as well, and Cassante able to pick up actually first blood there, and a sizable CS lead. Yeah, and while that
another
happens,
solo kill coming in towards the mid side. So both the solo laners from the side of Kakao Gaming now coming up big. The flash was burned from the side of Unseen Blade, so he was being a little bit respectful when he steps up so far up against the, Annie, who has the summon Tibbers available, who has the fireball and her flash available. So that is going to be a very quick pickup for W as well. And now the lead has opened up for the side of Kakao Gaming. All three lanes are winning in CS, and the solo lane especially doing so well, getting solo kills for themselves.
Yes, indeed. And also, like, it's just knowing, like, greeting for that wave was the reason why Unseen Blade ended up dying. So there was an XP, obviously an XP advantage. He should have known that Annie was going to hit 6 before him, but instead chooses to step a bit too far forward, gets punished for it, and the lead and the lane's looking quite favorable for the side of Kakao Gaming in this crucial third game. And they're already sitting at, like, more than a 1,000 gold lead. 1,000 gold just at 6 minutes into the game, 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and that will open up the opportunity to do exactly this, as I was just going to say, to get the dragon early on. Dead Corporal, picks up the Tunneler, is pretty strong right now. Is going to pick up the dragon as well, and it shouldn't be of any contest whatsoever from the side of Revenants, and they are slowly falling behind. The grubs are going to spawn, so we might see some sort of skirmish for that, as Azan has hit his level 6, but W now zoning the Unseen Blade out of the lane, just bullying that Victor into submitting and losing these minions.
Indeed, and also, like, I really like how we just immediately, the moment you get an opportunity, drop the Tibbers down, force the recall, and continue to just have this extended lane advantage, which now puts Victor in a position to be dove. But at the same time, Dan is able to land a really good ultimate. Is he able to take down W? No! Dead Corporal able to keep his mid laner alive, and that is yet another kill going to the side of Kakao Gaming. And right now, Sharan Reddy, buddy, you are so low. You might just be in a diveable position as well, but now you can see that this pump coming into full effect in the early game for Kakao Gaming. Meanwhile, Cassante is able to use his ultimate, goes all out, and just is able to kill Sharan Reddy. Beautiful use of the ultimate there, and he's able to pick up yet another solo bolo in the top lane.
Yeah, and now Copy showing us why he is one of our best top laners in this tournament, picking up his second solo kill of the game in isolation. Of course, almost 30 CS up as well. He's going to pick up the plating as well. So he is having a great game so far. So is Sam, so is W as well. I mean, look at the CS numbers for all three of these guys. Yep. Almost 20 plus up on their counterpart. And that opens up the map completely for the side of Dead Corporal, as well, as he will be picking up the grubs right now. And realistically, there is no one stopping him from doing whatever he wants on the map.
Yeah, and also have to give a shout out to Love too as well. Had such a good impact on the Leona in the first game, and now just able to completely take over the bot lane in a favorable matchup for them. Is going to be very crucial in these mid-game team fights as well, with the shielding, with the disengage, and also the poke that the Karma can provide. Is able to be at the right place at the right time. Man.
Yeah, and we can already see a 3,000 goal lead for the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yep.
No turrets have fallen so far, but the platings in the bot side, 3 of those picked up by Sam. One towards the top side is Copy. Again, just ignores the wave completely, and he's going pretty ham onto Charan Reddy. And as you said, W, whenever he gets his ultimate, just drops it on the Victor's head right there and forces him to recall. And if he doesn't want to recall, he is in such a bad position, 30 CS down. If you stay up, the Xinjiao can come in, and the Annie herself has enough damage in the kit right now to finish off. So you're just, under constant pressure to take what's been given to you instead of farming out properly, and we can see that reflecting very well in the CS gap.
Not only in the CS gap, but just the damage overall, the tempo of the game is being played out perfectly right now by Kakao Gaming. They're even just invading the Bulls, but I'm not sure if Dead Corporal wants to do that, has to use his ultimate to disengage. But meanwhile, you can see that Potato Monster gets rooted under the tower and is almost taking a headshot to the face while it's in the top lane, also under pressure. So the pressure relentless from the side of Kakao Gaming. They know they have the early game advantage. They know they're so far ahead. And this might just be a turret taken down, but ultimate has been used to clear the wave. Rel had an opportunity there to go in, but does not. And the early barrier, I'm not sure if that is going to save you, my friend. They are caught between a rock and a hard place. But you can see a teleport is also being invested right now.
Yeah, and the Victor is answering the call as well, but I am not sure about this one for the side of Revenants. I still do think they might end up going down here, and he does have the flash available. The Victor steps up on the trap, and W has been caught, but Dead Corporal is there with his Crescent Slash, and he's going to go down to the Diana. That's going to be a big shutdown. 2 more TPs coming in. The Cassandra and Mundo are going to join as well. Kakao Gaming might have overstepped their welcome right there, but they will be able to secure the first turret of the game, and that will be, I'm sure, the feats as well secured for them. And I think they'll be very happy with the trade. Only a 2-for-1. Yeah, the shutdown goes towards the Diana, but she's going to struggle to get into the game anyway. And yeah, a very favorable trade for the side of Kakao Gaming.
Very favorable trade indeed, but now let's see if the answer is going to be the Dragon. Revenants seem to have started it up. They know that they have the positioning advantage and will be able to take that based on recall timers and just the way the game has been played out. Cassandra is going to try to stall a little bit, but is only going to stall out the inevitable. But the fight that breaks out, is it going to be an unstoppable Cassandra? Not for very long, as Unseen Blade is able to actually go in easy and having to flash away from the Xinjiao, who is untouched at the moment. Charan Reddy is able to just limp away. But now that just leaves Potato Monster in a very bad position. He's being chased down by the Annie, while Bob is also under fire. W able to kill Potato Monster, and he's going to pick up a double kill here, or instead Dead Corporal is going to pick that up. And even though the Dragon was picked up, a couple of kills go to the side of Kakao Gaming, but the fight isn't over. They're still threatening a dive here a little bit with Tibbers.
Yeah, and a huge fight breaks down in favor of Kakao. Of course, they lost the Dragon, but I don't think they'll be too mad about it, as they were able to pick up a few kills. The jungle camps as well for the side of Dead Corporal, as Zion runs towards his Raptors right there. Now 4 kills onto this Annie, who's looking so scary, and every time he drops the Tibbers, you just expect someone to die. Looking at the items very quickly, the Frozen Gauntlet, Iceborne Gauntlet, it's called, I think, completed for Cassante. The Sunlit Sky for the Xinjiao, Malignance, and it looks like the Liandries will come in as well soon for W on the Annie, who has been playing out of his mind in this one. The Yuntal's Wild Arrows for the Caitlyn, and on the other side as well, Liandries for the Diana, Blackfire Torch completed for the Victor, and Bloodthirster for the MF.
Yeah, and I'm actually glad that the Victor chose to go for the Blackfire Torch instead of the Rod of Ages, because that would just put him even more further behind in this lane against this Annie. But now we can see the lane, there has been a swap. We can see that the laners have dropped to the side now that one of the turrets have fallen. So the game state now is going to be a little less action until the next objective, which is probably going to be the dragon that's spawning in 3 minutes. But until then, a sizable gold lead right now for Kakao Gaming, who are sitting at roughly about 4,000 gold in their favor at only 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be the Rift Herald that comes in that has just spawned right now. So these guys will be turning their attention towards that, as the Diana looks like she might be in trouble right there. Does not have the flash, does not have the dash available as well to get out of this situation. W again coming in, drops the tippers, secures the kill for himself. Bob still finding his footing in this match. The bullet time is huge and it's going to zone out a lot of people from the side of Kakao Gaming, but it is going to be yet another 3 kills for the side of Kakao Gaming as they increase their control on this map. They're going to pick up the tier 2 turret as well towards the bot side of the map. And this is looking a very, very, bad for the side of Revenants, as they are now almost, it is one-sided. They're almost 6,000 gold down at 15 minutes.
And also, like, I think it all just comes down to the draft. Like, the Diana was not the pick for this because, I mean, I get it. It is a comfortable champion, but a Diana and a Victor with a Mundo in the top lane, like, how is this a strong top lane at all? Like, it doesn't make sense. The composition is supposed to function in a certain way. So, Kakao Gaming easily, like you called it, like, they definitely had the stronger draft coming into this and were definitely favored, but this has started to look like an absolute slaughter.
Yeah, it is a slaughter, right? Except for that one dragon that was picked up from the side of Revenants, albeit, trading a few kills for it. Revenants have not been able to, stamp their authority at all in this match. They are getting invaded left and right. The solo lanes have died. 1 versus 1. Caitlyn has just dominated her laning phase, securing so many turret plates and the first turret as well for herself. So, 3 winning lanes is obviously a formula to victory. But how often do you see that happening? But that's exactly what happened in this one. And now it looks like Kakao is just running away with this game, getting all these objectives. Copy as well, trading very heavily whenever he can onto Sharan Reddy, who can't really do much. Does have the Warbox completed now, so he can step back when he wants to get that HP back. But never mind, he's going to use his ultimate now. Zion is towards the top side of the map, but that Cassante is quite tanky. Might end up still going down actually, as Zion has to flash away from trouble right there, and that's just how strong the Cassante was.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. You just got the Diana's flash. There's a dragon alive on the map, and the junglers on the top side, so it's going to go uncontested to the side of KKG. And I love to inflicting a little bit of pain on them. But like you were saying, they're not just allowing Revenants to kind of stamp authority, they're just not giving them room to breathe. They are literally just being choked out of their own jungle. They're being constantly just pushed back to stand under their turrets, and even then they end up losing members. They can't walk into their jungle without a threat of just being... You have to face check an Annie, you have to face check a Xin Zhao, and you guys are severely behind in gold and experience. Right now, the gold diff and XP diff is just way too high, and this snowball is only going to get progressively worse as we're not even 20 minutes into the game, and we're looking at a gold lead of more than 5,000.
Yeah, and now you fail to see any sort of comeback happening from the side of Revenants. The dragon again picked up for the side of Kakao, so they are too short of getting the soul as well. Copy again gets poked, but I think he's just so far ahead now. He doesn't mind getting, briefcase to the face right there.
Not at all.
W as well going to pick up the Leandries for the Annie, so he's looking very strong. The black cleaver completed for the Xin Zhao, so the Mundo will not be the tankiest of the champions once the Xin has stacked up the Black Cleaver on him. Sam as well looking like he's going to complete his Mortal Reminder as second item. So again, negating the healing that is going to come out from the MF as well on the with the Bloodthirster as Zion again gets invaded, goes down. Just can't really do anything at this point. Anytime he goes for any of his camps, he is facing the Xin Zhao, and it's just unplayable for him so far. Still has the 2 items completed, but I don't think it's going to matter too much as the Atakan is spawning, and you can see the pings coming in from the side of Kakao. They want to secure that one as soon as possible, especially with the lead that they have. This should be uncontested. And at this point, any objective that Kakao puts their hands on, they end up getting it.
Indeed. And at this point in time, if you're Revenants, you're thinking about how do we try to stall this game out without giving up too much. And I'm just trying to think of like what is their way of coming back into this. They do have good team fight. They have press R buttons and hope that everybody dies. That is the only chance that I see that they would be able to try to even surmount even a little bit of a comeback. But then how are we going to do that against Karma Shields? How are we going to do that against the Xin Zhao Ultimate? How are we going to do that against the Cassante, who is more than happy to just walk into your carries and just be a threat? Overall, it's going to be so hard for Revenants to even think about coming back into this game. But all hope is not lost. We have seen stranger things, like you like to quote. And it might even go down to one of those like Elder Dragon fights, and it would be nice to see if that would be the case, but with the way things are going so far, it is not looking good for Revenants.
It really is not. Maybe I don't think this even goes to that Elder Drake marker, this might be game over in the next 5-10 minutes once the Baron has spawned as well. W going to find the stun onto Potato Monster, who is, I'm not too sure why he's so far up in this lane when the wave was coming to him, but that has been the sort of series from him in this one, and especially in this game, I think no one has stepped up from the side of Revenants as they are looking at another turret take coming in from the side of Kakao. They are all going to stack up towards the top side. The TP comes in from Victor to try to save the turret. That's exactly what they are going to do. But look at the pressure that Kakao Gaming have right now all over the map. Just so many wards have taken multiple turrets as well. The dragon is going to spawn as well, and it's just looking like a very slow and painful death for the side of Revenants.
Yeah, like you said, you called it a slow and painful death is what seems to be the case. They put poison in Revenant's tea, and Revenants are like, but we need to do something. We're thirsty. We need to drink something, but the water is poison. And that's exactly what the game state is right now for the side of Revenants. Weird that I thought about that analogy, considering there are no poison champions in this game. But now you can see that they are looking to try to contest this dragon. They have to walk into an Annie with a flash, with a Tiberius.
Yeah.
This is going to be very difficult. Instead, they're going to try to push out this mid lane.
I mean, they could do that. They could even try to secure the turret. Honestly, I think that should be the call. The Annie has the flash Tiberius, as you called it. So she is a big threat. And look at Copy not even allowing the rest of the squad to come in, but the flash Tiberius comes in. Potato Monster going to go down before casting. He did get some sort of damage from the bullet time, but it was not enough. A double kill picked up for the Xin Zhao, a double kill picked up for the Caitlyn as well, and that is going to be a clean ace coming in for the side of Kakao. And look here, the MF casts her bullet time and instantly gets stunned and knocked up and killed in that sequence, and that's it. She was no long for the world. And these are the sort of team fights that we are looking at any time the Annie has her flash available.
Yeah, and at 24 minutes into the game, you're already down a bottom inhibitor in essentially the longest lane of the map. And this is probably going to mean that not Caitlyn rather, but the MF is just going to have to stick in base and just continue clearing waves for the next 5 minutes of the game at least. But in this 5 minutes, we are looking at a Baron Nashor that is spawning in literally 30 seconds. And we're looking at a Kakao Gaming that is sitting on a 10,000, almost 10,000 gold lead. And you can see the items that have come through. 3 items completed on the Xin Zhao, the Black Cleaver, the Sundered Sky, the Death's Dance, as well as the upgraded Merc Treads as well. And Annie is probably sitting on a lot of gold right now, has completed her Malignance as well as the Leandri's Torment. And the damage just isn't there. You can just now see Unseen Blade is having to just opt into buying a Void Staff second because of how far behind they are in this game. And even though Mundo is relatively tanky, he hasn't hit level 16 yet, hasn't his third items, and right now it's a wallet dip, but as that happens, a fight breaks out in the jungle. We might see someone caught out here, but a good bullet time is cancelled immediately as Copy goes on all out on top of the MF, zones him out of the fight. W has slain Azane and the HP bars are falling. Revenants are falling. They're trying their best to survive, but the differential in gold experience is just too high. And ladies and gentlemen, that might be game.
Yeah, I think that should be game right there. Yeah, I mean, beautiful team fighting coming out from the side of Copy. It has to be said on the Cassante, taking the MF away and was able to finish her off as well. A 5-for-1, and that is going to be Kakao taking the series 2-1 in this game 3.
But it was expected. We knew that the draft was in their favor. We knew that if they played this early to mid game, I told you that their mid game is going to be so incredibly strong if they get an early game advantage, and that's exactly what they demonstrated. They never let their foot off the gas, Kaka, and it paid them dividends by just completely stomping this game 3. So as we go into the final bits of this game, like you said here, Annie on the patience, just waiting for the MF to cast the ultimate to immediately flash Tibber. She just walks through all of the damage that the Victor throws on them. And from that point onwards, the Victor doesn't have enough damage. The MF doesn't have an ultimate to deal enough damage. The front line's melting, and it's a little bit too late at this stage of the game. Even in this last fight, they tried their hardest to try to get something out of this. But as you could see, a beautiful ultimate there by Copies, able to drag Potato Monster completely out of that fight. Annie also somehow miraculously being able to survive for so long. You could see Charan really trying his hardest on Mundo, try to pick up Love 2 in that exchange, but they know it's too late, it's too late. And it was close. It was a really good second game. They played that out really well, and it was a deserving win. But Kakao Gaming establishing themselves as the more dominant team, heading further and deeper into this tournament, Kaka.
Yeah, a close series nonetheless. You know, props to Revenants as well for doing what they did in game 2. But Kakao Gaming just proving too strong for Revenants and showing us, and why they are the second best team in the region, only after SATUL, who have beaten Kakao, but there have been close series between them as well. So Kakao will be hoping maybe this is their time. And yeah, congratulations to them. I think they performed really well in this game 3. All 3 lanes winning their matchups. The jungler doing a great job as well. And that was just glorious to watch.
It was indeed glorious to watch, Kaka. And I also have to say, this is like, you're looking at growth here. Like this draft that they pulled, this is basically a top-level meta draft. Even the Caitlyn came out in the MSI series at the CFL playing against T1, where Dojo got a pentakill on the Caitlyn. So against T1. And so they were just demonstrating the Karma also being such a strong pick in the current meta, able to keep your entire team safe with that, the empowered shield that she has. So Draft Diff was the name of this series, I feel like. If you look at all 3 games. And I feel like if I was Revenants, I wouldn't be too discouraged. It's not the end of the road for them. They still can go back to the drawing board. They can correct the mistakes that they made. And if they are currently, just watching the last bit of this, and hey, Revenants, if you guys are watching, work on your draft a little bit. And I feel like you guys might have actually been able to make this a little bit more closer. Maybe a J4 in there might have just been what they needed to try to make this a bit more of a closer game. That's what I feel. But yeah, I'm not going to take anything away from the side of Kakao Gaming. They demonstrated that they are, like you said, the second best team in the region right now. And this is going to be a big confidence boost because they are drafting really well. They're picking meta. They're They're able to play around their strengths. They're able to identify their win conditions. And if they're in a commanding position in the early to mid game, they look like a team that can easily run away without even having to worry about the enemy team outscaling them. So props to them. And really looking forward to how these teams are both going to perform further into the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. And as you said, like complementing their drafts, I think Kakao Gaming have been notorious for changing their roles as well. The champion pickups, just picking what's comfortable for them. But they have shown us at the next level today, at least when it comes to the drafting phase. Yeah, second game was a bit unlucky that they fell behind. Could have been a different story if they had a better early game. But nonetheless, the game 1 and game 3 were pretty one-sided, I would say. Especially this game 3, where the Annie gets ahead, gets the solo kill, and then is able to snowball her lead effectively towards all areas of the map. Just opening up her jungler as well to do whatever he wants to do, invade whatever camps he wants to, and kill the Diana off. And as you said correctly, I think J4 would have made a lot of difference in this draft, especially in the skirmishes that had happened in the early game. So these are the points of improvement for Revenants, that they can try to expand their champion pool, and do better against one of these top teams. The Revenants, I don't think, will lose another series. They have already played SATUL. That was a 2-0. Unfortunately, they lost that matchup. Now against Kakao 2-1. But I don't think they should be losing to teams that are below them in the standings, which will come up very shortly as well. So we will be able to see who's actually on top right now. Below SATUL, as SATUL is 4 or 5-0 as it stands. A good series though. I was expecting a 2-0 coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming. You did say it could go to 3 games, but you did pick Revenants to take the series. But again, I am pleasantly surprised as to how. Yeah, and that's fine. But I'm glad this was a very close series. Could have gone either way, the first, second, third game. So I'm just happy to cast some great League of Legends, and this was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun, and I was glad we were able to get 3 games, albeit they were not as close as we had hoped for. But the takeaway is that we are seeing an evolution in the South Asian region with these teams. Now, one thing I actually wanted to talk with you, Kaka, is about how, when you're looking at Fearless Draft and you're looking at teams that have multiple members, including substitutes, this is where you can be a bit more flexible in the champ pool. You can bring in other players who might be better at certain power picks or certain champions that fit the draft, and make them play with the rest of the team to pull out victories, especially in a point system like this. So any teams that are thinking about, how it's great to be a 5-man unit and never change, but having some extra backup, having some extra players on your team who can, fill out certain roles and certain comps will prove useful in the long run as, we look to expand and grow as a region, because we are still in the early stages. I feel South Asia is still, of course, as a wildcard region, there is still so much chances for us to try to make it to Worlds at some point in time. Maybe it might not happen right away, but the dream is alive, and that's what's important. The community is alive, and I'm also, like you, grateful to be able to cast such great League of Legends within our region. And just walk me through these stats, because I just see yet another stomp if you really look at it.
Yeah, it was a one-sided game, so the stats are really one-sided as well. As we look at the MVP for this game 3 and W, you get solo kills, you become such a threat to the backline that the MF cannot even cast her ultimate in peace. You have to get the MVP. 6-3 and 12 on the Annie. You are expecting wonderful things from him from the start, and that's exactly what has happened. So deserved MVP for him right here. As we look at the head-to-head actually between the AD carries, and this was I think the pain point for the side of Revenants today, a mismatch, if I could say that. 21-7 and 23 for Sam versus 5-15 and 29 for Potato Monster. CS per minute, almost, there's not a lot of difference there, only of 1, but the damage there, 78.5k for Sam. Almost has a 10,000 goal lead as well throughout the series combined. So Sam performing really well, had a really great game 1 on Ashe, on the Caitlyn as well, showed up pretty big. as we look at the standings right now. SATUL Esports 5 wins, 0 losses, 15 points for them. Revenants, who just lost, unfortunately, 3 wins, so that was 9 points for them. Losses are 2, but they did take 1 game, so that gives them an extra point, and they sit at 10 points now. Kakao Gaming did lose their series against SATUL. So that's their only loss. End up winning today 6 points from 2 zeros, and this game will give them 2 points. So that is our top 3 for now. Suo Haters again have played 1 more game than Kakao Gaming right now, who are sitting at 4th, and we will be seeing, I think, Poro Patrol versus Jettfire's Dojo. Jettfire's Dojo versus RPG in our next matchup. So that is going to be a bottom of the table clash, and those are really exciting because anything can happen in that one.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm also, as a fellow Sri Lankan, keeping an eye on PNX Ascension. This is a team that at least some of the players on this team have withstood the test of time and have been playing for a very long time. So looking to see if they could try to maybe pull some upsets, take a couple of games, and try to break through into the top 4. But we are going to go right into a quick break, and that is all from me for today. I will catch you guys again tomorrow. Kaka, it's been a pleasure casting with you, mate. And guys, don't go anywhere because there's more leads coming your way.
nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm moving in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like woo. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, sorry about the delay. It's me, Madness, alongside Hades. This is League of Legends, Legends in South Asia. We are deep in to this round robin league stage that we have going on. We are in week 4, day 1, and Hades, you casted the previous series. Any lasting thoughts about that one?
Yeah, draft can make a huge diff in these best of threes, is what I think. Like 6 picks like Shaco come out, and like, yeah, I get it. It's fun. It's comfort. But hey, aren't you trying to play to win a spot at the LSP, like the wild card? So yeah, you should take every game seriously, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely you have to take every game seriously. And going into the matchup, it was Kakao slightly favored. We'll talk about that slightly later. At least for now, the second BL3 of today is going to be Jettfire's Dojo versus Precog Gaming. Both these teams have faced off before. Both these teams were in the qualifiers. They were in the second and third qualifier, respectively, qualifying through that to our Legends Ascent. Unfortunately, RPG is our bottom of the table right on that 9th spot. While Jettfire Dojo has started to pick up wins. As we head into draft 1 of game 1 over here, you can see we're all pretty much lined up. I don't think any substitutions also have come in. It's pretty much all the main players. I don't think we're going to see Black Venom for quite some time. It seems that he's preoccupied in other things. But talking about the draft, the Wukong gets banned out from Jettfire's Dojo. The Ari against Free by RPG. And I expect maybe a Yasuo ban might come in from them later.
Maybe, but I seem to not be seeing the same screen that you're seeing. I can see myself and you for some reason. Maybe a little bug. Let me see if I can get that corrected. But Matt, let's take it away for now.
Yeah, and then just continuing on, like you can see over here, the Jinx also gets banned out against Half-Blood. I think it might even be Ghost Knight that will be. He did play ADC last time that RPG was in the Rift, just filling in wherever he needs to. The Yone also banned out against Free. He does play a pretty mean Yone. I expect the Yasuo also to follow suit unless they want to change it up. Mage is very comfortable playing a lot of tanky tops like the Ornn, like the Cassandra. You can expect these kind of things throughout the series from this man. As we wait for Jettfire's Dojo for the last ban over here, it's going to be the Thresh that comes out. Ghost type does play a pretty mean Thresh. I don't see him missing too many hooks when it comes into the matchup, so that's a pretty smart move from there. And then the Nocturne ban against Prijinta, eliminating that Nocturne Oriana combo. Nocturne pretty much getting banned every single game, even during MSI as well. So that's something that most teams have, and it's otherwise a bit targeted. Other than that, it still looks pretty open. The Pantheon comes in as the first pick for the blue side, which is Jettfire's Dojo. That gets locked up. It can be flex top, can be flex jungle, can be flex support. I expect it could be going either into Prijinta or not genius with the jungle or the support role for them. As we see what RPG want to answer back over here, they're ticking down the clock. We do have Killer 9VD performing quite a bit now. In the beginning of this tournament was hiccuping quite for himself. The MF gets locked in. It's what Half-Blood did last time, and it is good for them. They did have a good combo for them, so it was pretty nice going out. We just saw an MF versus Rel in the last matchup, and they couldn't play that combo how they wanted to. Precognition is Shyvana has been left open. He's definitely going to be looking to lock that up. It's getting hovered. It's going to get locked in over here, and we get to see another MVP-like performance from this man in this team.
All right, I am back. And yeah, just looking through, you seem like these are players who know their champions. So Shyvana has been locked in alongside the MF. So we are going to be seeing like an AP Shyvana, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much that AP Shyvana coming out. He did pretty much carry his team on his back in the matchup that he played for him. And it's no surprise that the Jhin is going to get locked in for Jettfire. Given that there are 4 people in the team that used to main Jhin, given their names, pretty Jinta, Not Genius, Rook to D4, and even pre-displayed quite a bit. The Pyke comes in from Not Genius. Last time Jettfire's Dojo did play, Not Genius did phenomenally on the Pyke early lane. Albeit that time he was having he was having a singed ADC, but that's just things for the past that happened. The Nivea comes out. That's also a favorite from Clownshot. So there was maybe no doubt that this is coming out. He does play pretty mean Nivea. We don't get to see that much in the scene. That's why your sigh of exasperation about it. But what are your thoughts about the Nivea myth?
I love the champion. It's such an annoying champion to play against because once, you have to kill her twice, and then she has this wave clear for days, and also that wall is just such a pain in the bleep, man. So if this is a good Nvidia pillar, maybe let's see if Clown Shot can maybe take free into give me that free LP in terms of this 1 point on this first game. So going to be interesting. It's nice to see some like good old classic League of Legends where nobody really seems to give a bleep about the meta, and they're just picking comfort here. So like we're seeing Pikes, we're seeing Shyvanas, we're seeing Anivias. I love it already. We're back in season 4, boys. Let's go. Or season 3 rather.
Nautilus gets picked up for RPG. I don't understand the Milio ban coming for Jettfire Dojo. A Rel ban instead would have also been good for them, but they choose the Enchanter over there, or even using it as an MF on the opposite head. But a lot of CC going to be coming in with the Nautilus. The Cassante blind pick top side in the hands of Mage. Very importantly, RPG in the second round of banning did ban out the Ornn that he does love to play in. He's very comfortable, blind picking for himself, so it does limit some options for him. Do we get to see Free play the Lux again? This is when his champion pool gets whittled a bit, and you do see him playing these champions. He's the only one to have played in Legends Ascent so far, in the mid role at least. And last time he was on the Rift on Lux, he did actually steal the first Drake for his side.
Lux is one of those picks that you just cannot underestimate. She is a very strong champion across the board, provides some safety with her shielding, and also she just has tons of range, can snipe people down, has a very short cooldown on the ultimate, and also you're looking at a Pantheon and a Jhin who can basically start a fight from a mile away. So very good drafting, I feel like. Their champions seem to complement each other really well. But I'm looking at RPG's comp, and I see chaos. I mean, I just see a Yorick who's going to be I don't know how the matchup really goes, if it's Yorick favored or if it's Cassante favored. I feel like it all depends on how good the Cassante is at button mashing versus Yorick just doing Yorick things. But you said that before that this Shyvana has taken over games for his team. So let's see if he can bear the weight of maybe trying to take this game 1 after Jettfire Dojos, who I do believe is favored coming into this best of 3, right, Mandis?
Yeah, they are slightly favored up, especially that they have picked up wins quite recently. They have the momentum on the side. RPG, unfortunately, have not yet won an entire series in Legends Ascent. They picked up points here and there just from games they've dropped, like against the likes of Phoenix Ascension. That's one of the times they picked up the points. But they're also playing with subs coming in, because Ghost Snipe is traditionally the support player for the side of RPG. This time he's going to have to fill in because Black Venom is not available. So last time we did see him play a pretty mean MF, so look out for good MF ults bullet times coming in for him. Now Genius's spike is also something that has to be mentioned. Like you said, top side matchup, Cassante versus the Yorick is going to be a bit of skill between them, as well as, Yorick pretty much just going for the eternal split push or sending his maiden down lanes. And this is one of the few champions that we have seen Killer 9 BD perform pretty well in the past. He usually doesn't hold that well in lane against other, top laners in this tournament, but his Yorick was one of the times that he did seem like he had a, firm and equal footing against other tops.
Yeah, and I mean, it is a strong champion, even though it might have kind of fallen away in the current meta because of the nerfs that it received during Worlds. It was just such a strong, impactful top laner in Worlds, but now in the meta, it's kind of fallen short, and we're seeing more Cassante, because Cassante did get buffed in the last patch. And overall, I'm just looking at this comp, and I see definitely that Jettfire Dojos have all the tools to just... They can start a fight whenever they want to. Having a Jhin with a Pike invisible just coming and hooking and CCing you, holding you in place for a Lux snipe, and then a Pantheon just dropping on top of you. If you're like an MF without summoners or an Anivia without your passive, you guys are essentially sitting ducks. And even Yorick has no escape. Nautilus is all immobile champions except for the Shyvana, who has just one jump when she transforms. But otherwise, yeah, I'm seeing that. I mean, you never know. It's gonna be fun to see how this plays out, but I'm definitely favoring. I'm definitely favoring Jettfire Dojos in this draft.
I'm also slightly favoring them, just given how their draft has gone for them. The way that I've seen the Pike being handled in the hands of Non-Genius, he's pretty good. He's barely missed hooks. He got the initiations on, and he won lane last time bot side when he had a singed ADC when Brook D4 was playing that singed over there, and they did pretty well for themselves. I know it's a pretty funny thing, but they made it work. That was the only winning part of Jettfire Dojo in that matchup that they had against SC2L Esports, right? Against a pretty big team, and they still pretty managed that bot side very well in terms of how they managed it. They were, I think, at one point the bot side was a combined 11 for 4 or something like that, and most of, like 7 of those kills were in the hands of Not Genius with these ultimates that he was landing left, right, center, and the hooks and the opportunities that he was creating. But as you know, Pyke falls off a bit later side. He's not going to be that useful. His team has to back him up, and if they do actually come out on top here, it can be looking good. Last time we even seen Free experiment a bit with the Lee Sin mid. That did not work out for him. So now I'm happy to see him back on something that he's more comfortable on and where he can have more impact for his team, like the Lux.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about Pyke, you said would fall off at some point in the game, but this early to mid game is where it's going to shine, and the amount of damage that his team can provide to Pyke to just get resets with that ultimate is going to be so crucial. And that's why I feel like even though this is a bit of a like season 4, 5, 6 kind of draft that they have, it's super effective if your team is just gel well together. And we've seen time and time again that Jettfire Dojos is one of those teams that can even cause upsets against some of the best teams in the region. So a lot is going to be on the shoulders of RPG. But if there's anyone who can just be like, you know what, we've lost all these games, let's just have fun, let's play some good League of Legends, and let's just try to cause some upsets. I feel that's the mentality that they need to go in, not being too stressed or upset, but just have fun. And this is one of those games where I can actually afford to, say that you can actually afford to have some fun at this point, considering how far behind you are compared to the other teams.
Yeah, like when I talked to RPG before as well, just as a team, just talking to them, they are a group of friends who just get together. They play even side by side. They almost have like a LAN set up in their own home pretty much over there. So they're just having fun. They do customs late at night. So they're a bunch of players who know each other well. They just have to bring it out onto the Rift. Unfortunately, haven't had that best of a showing. Legends, and remind you, RPG were the third team in Qualifier 3 to qualify. So basically the last team to make it all the way to Legends, and while Jettfire Dojo made it through in Qualifier 2 for themselves. Like you said, they have upset quite a few teams. Again, Shuvo Haters picked up a series win, the 2-1 that it went over there, even when they had the substitute Riven Me again playing top side. Mage comes in for the last game, pretty much helps his team cement that for themselves. So JDJ is a team that can do it good. It might be a bit too late in the competition right now, given the kind of points that they have, but any wins right now is points. Any wins gives motivation for the future as well, because these are, budding teams in our region. And it's always good to have, a few wins under your belt heading into, future events as well.
Yeah, and it also plays to the confidence factor. You see, it's not often that you find just like groups of good friends that just come together and now they're representing their region and just learning from all the competition and in a continuously evolving scene in the South Asian region. So these are big opportunities, big chances for them to just get the hang of playing competitive. Maybe at some point they will understand that, hey, we're actually pretty good if we're able to, put some of these best teams in tough situations and have them just be like, what do we do about this singed? It's good. They're being innovative, they're being creative, they're not afraid to just experiment with their draft, they're feeling comfort. And because they don't have so much pressure in this tournament right now to perform, I feel is where they could actually just be comfortable playing in their shoes, playing their own style of League of Legends, and maybe just trying to cause some upsets against some of these better practiced, better favored teams. So I always love a good underdog story, so it would be nice if they could at least try to maybe take one game. But do you have any predictions, Mandus? Is it going to be the 2-0, or do you think that
yes,
RPG might be able to...
We come to the gambling side kind of section of it, of how we want to predict this matchup. Honestly, I do think it's going to go all 3 games between these teams because they're pretty much of equal standing. It's about how the momentum goes. But if I'm going to be pressed for an answer, I'm going to maybe say JDJ 2-1, just given that they have the momentum coming into this series. They have been performing pretty well right now in RPG. Unfortunately, still haven't notched a complete series win for themselves. They'll be looking to make a name. I think if RPG actually focuses of playing around Precognition, like he does go for really aggressiveness early on with the Shivana, he's going to power farm, but even then has a huge impact if they listen to the calls coming out for them from their captain pretty much over there. Actually, Kiran 9BT is the captain, but Precognition is the one that they rate as their best kind of player, and pretty much from their own words saying that if we follow him, we will actually do good things. He does get a pretty good lead for himself early on. So if they follow suit and follow that pattern and try to snowball it for themselves, I think they honestly have a very good chance coming into the series.
Yeah, and it all goes to show that, like, it's these little moments, these players who kind of stand up for their team, decide to take the role of shot caller, and like, yes, they do have a team captain, but they have one player that they put their faith in, put their trust in, put the eggs in the basket, as they would like to call it. But we are going to go into a quick short break, and we will be back with more League of Legends actions in just a bit.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. On grind. I'm going in. Got me like on grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top.
Guys, we are back with League of Legends in South Asia. Sorry about that slight delay. We had some connectivity issues. It's been Mendes alongside Hades, otherwise known as the Sri Lankan John Wick. And look at him, he's all opened up his head. He's looking the part as well. As we head into the game, we have missed a slight part of it, but I don't think much else has happened. Looking at Summoners, and Ignite was burned bot side, both TPs burned top. Now Genius burns his flash. It must have been like a flash, stun kind of move with his E, trying to go for a play like that. Killer 9BD and the top side against Mage is doing pretty well. Free against Clown Shot is up in CS, as is Rook to D4 against Ghost Knife. Unfortunately, we do have another pause in the game, but just taking a quick glance at that, it did seem we had a bit of early action bot side. Ignite was ticked off, Flash being burned from the pike, so it did look pretty nicely. But let's take a look at overall comp wise. Where do you see the strengths of each team going into this matchup?
I feel like the Anivia team actually has the advantage in the late game. Anivia is such a monster. That's exciting. It's unbelievable how much zone control she has in fights, and with that wall that can literally just block off an entire section. Like, good luck trying to contest dragons and barons in small choke points. And also you have Shyvana, who's literally going hawk twirl at you every few seconds. Is also going to be dealing a lot of damage to these squishy champions like Lux, Pike, Jin, quite squishy champions in general. So I think I give the late game scaling advantage to RPG, because Yorick as well.
Yeah, definitely about it. And Precog has been known to be very, detrimental to the opposition teams in that late fight. Killer 9BT just wailing away at Maze the Maiden, helping out as well. Name a better love couple in this game. But at the same time, Shyvana will pick up the Drake, rightly pointed out by you, Hades, and she's going to restart stacking up those Drakes for herself.
Yeah, and Shyvana, she loves dragons, because she is one herself. I mean, you can kind of look at it like cannibalism, but it's all for the greater good, Good trade there in the mid lane by the Anivia, able to just land all that poke on Lux for free. And just looking at this, the reason I laughed earlier is because, oh no, he just got bought under the turret, takes the turret hit, but, oh mage.
Ooh. Just barely gets out of that tricky situation for himself. Doesn't even burn his summoners. Thought he was in a good spot and pretty much limit tested himself in that opportunity. The hook comes out from the bike, barely missing out on 2BMF, who's doing a pretty nice time of firing, but unfortunately is 22 CS behind on her counterpart. Rook to D4, very well versed on the Jin champion. Now on the way come to thought maybe we can see something better coming from him. The hook this time does connect, but it's onto the Nautilus, pretty much just to annoy the subterranean person on that side. Now you can see Nautilus is also going for him. That's because Grubs will be coming up in 20 seconds. He's going to have the movement or the spacing advantage onto Nautilus, who still hasn't been making his move. You can see Shyvana is there on the top side of the map, and is still on the bot, so they're pretty much, I think, going to be giving up the Grubs. They're going to be giving up first Drake as well as 3 Grubs, so 2 jungle objectives pretty much getting secured by RPG early on.
Indeed, and also you can see that the roaming timer from the Nautilus was on point, as you called it. They're going to go for this Grub set. Pretty much is going to go uncontested at this point. And you can see that they have made sure to push out the lanes first before deciding to take that roam. So good macro play overall coming from the side of RPG. Seem to be a little bit behind in gold, but at this point is basically invisible. But you can already see this Yorick is starting to become a bit of a problem for Cassante.
Yeah, hook now lands from the Nautilus. It does connect. The target tree was locked up in place. He has to flash away from it. The wall comes in from the Nivea. Not Genius is trying to go for something, but they have left Preeti Jinta all alone. The jungler going to be playing for the sins of his team. Clownshot's going to pick up Not Genius on the side. That's a 2-for-0 for RPG after they pick up all 3 grubs. And I think JDJ had to be so much more careful. They were so behind in that roam timer, especially coming in from Not Genius. They won't make it in time. But Mage with a nice ultimate onto Killer 9B, push him underneath the turret, forces the flash out of the Yorick. But that's RPG 1 kill away from the Feats of Warfare. Mage is still not done onto Killer 9BD on the top side. The ult is still channeling away for him. But I think Kasane is going to lose it. It's a shovel to the face from the Yorick, who now claims the entire Feats of Warfare for his team. That's RPG off to an excellent start. The first streak, 3 grubs, first 3 kills. And oh boy, JDJ is in a bit of trouble early on.
Okay, this is where I have to say, Kasante, if he had gone for a Bramble West, he would have won that. Just saying.
He definitely would have if that Bramble would have come up. The wall comes in from Clownshot. He's trying to poke away onto Free. He has to be careful about how he does for these trades. He doesn't have TP to come back to the lane. Has to play pretty safely underneath his turret. He's trying to go for a recall right now. Clownshot will get the wave pushed in. Or actually, it's going to meet in the mid-side bot there. Precognition quite a bit up in terms of camps under Preeti Jinta, especially after the kill that delayed some of his jungle pathing. Now you can see Rook to D4 and Not Genius in the mid lane against Ghost Knife as well as Half-Blood. Half-Blood is walking forward, maybe looking for a hook. Nothing yet manifesting in that sense. Killer 9BD, like I said, he's so comfortable on this champion top side, knows his limits pretty well, and this is the best I've seen from this top laner and the captain of RPG so far in the tournament.
Is going to get Anivia is gonna have a Pantheon on top of her head in 3. Okay, she susses it out. She knew something was up.
Definitely, she has to be
looking
a
at
bit more
lanes,
aware about that. Yep.
yeah, but look at I was talking about who wins the Kasante into Yorick matchup. Yorick is just being such a menace right now. Oh, it's so difficult because Yorick, Kasante is one of those champions that needs to get up close and personal, but then it's a 2 versus 1. I favor the odds of the maiden waifu, as I like to call her. Waifu is just being waifu. Pyke is roaming towards the top side. Maybe they're trying to force something here. No.
They were honestly looking for it, but no, Yorick's in safe distance. Rook to D4. The curtains have been called. 2 shots, 3 shots land onto Ghost Knife. The last one, the 4th bullet, if it had connected, would have been the kill, but unfortunately not being connecting onto them. If she doesn't even burn flash in case of safety, but Killer 9BD has been on Mage's back the entire of this top lane half. The Maiden helping out quite a bit. Mage getting whittled away now. That's the Yorick with a 10 CS lead. Pantheon has to be a bit careful of where he's walking. A hook is waiting for him. He has backup in the wings. I don't think RPG is looking to make a move yet. Shyvana's Fury has been raged up. She does have the Dragon Form available to her. Hide on bush essentially coming out. A bit of bush camping coming out from those members. But unfortunately, nothing actually, getting done in that situation. Just some wards being cleared by Half-Bloods. The vision getting control claimed by RPG. Drake now getting started up by them. Let's see what actually happens. Pidgeotto might be looking to get into this fight. He does have to fight because if this goes down, that's going to be the feats of strength for RPG. They're just one epic monster away from it. The hook doesn't hit. Yes, as you said, they can't walk in. Shyvana goes over the wall with the ultimate. The ultimate comes in from the Nautilus, knocks up the Jin. Jin not getting locked up in place, but Not Genius might pay the price. He has to flash away. Jane has to be a bit careful. Preeti Jinta going to come in from the skies, but flashes away to just get out. It's looking like an iffy situation. I don't think RPG wants any of the smoke. The hook does land, the stun does connect. The ultimate comes out from Free, so does the W from the Jin. Locks up the Shyvana of the hook. Connects.
An angle here.
Rings down. It's Clown Shot that claims the kill for RPG.
Okay, and there absolute chaos on the bottom half of the map there, but again, RPG just coming out on top in these exchanges. Mage, I'm not sure if this is what you want to do, buddy. One more Q and you're dead. Yep. Rest in pepperonis.
Rest in pepperonis indeed. The flash a bit too late coming out from Mage. The auto had already, animation had started. It connects even past the flash, and that's Killer 9BD looking to pick up the first turret for himself. So RPG running pretty far away. We already have a 3k goal lead from this. Rook TD4 has to be a bit careful, but so does the Nivea. Gets locked in place. The W connects. Just so much CC chain here. Egg Nivea allowed for it, but he flashes away from the ultimate. The flash forward by Precognition with the Hawk 2 onto the Jin, claims the kill. Now Precognition has to be a bit careful. He is in a 2v1 situation. Cloudshot is close by the TP, now getting channeled by Killer 9BD coming into the mid side, but no, not even the Egg Nivea getting exhausted from Clownshot. Now the Demolish procs are coming in. Half-Blood is close by. Not GDS can just watch as these plates are getting devoured by this Yorick.
Yeah, and this is starting to look like the beginnings of a perfect game for RPG. I don't see... Oh my goodness, this Shyvana has 5 stacks on her Darksteel and has completed her Spirit Token.
Yep.
Yeah.
Has been completed. Rift Herald up in 30 seconds time. That's where RPG will have it on. They have complete domination of jungle objectives so far. Free just trying to clear some of that wave with his ultimate, but the Maiden will be coming in. This will be tier 2 probably going down if they walk up with the wave. Not there. Only just one minion with pretty much no HP left to its name. Not Genius may be looking for something. Spots out the pink ward. Will be neutralizing that. You can see Rook to D4 just going for his own recall as well. Trinity Force completed by the Yorick. The Collector completed by the MF. Going pretty much full lethality for herself. At least
he had
do
that,
a lot of damage in these team fights.
Yeah, he actually had that Triforce some time ago. So he's sitting on a sizable amount of gold as well. But now as the fight breaks out next to the Herald, it does look like Pantheon is not in a pretty position. He's probably going to get taken down here as the curtain call does come through. Hawk 2, and that is the kill picked up, and Precognition is on a killing spree. Hook is going to land on the pike. He's going to get slowed down, but almost double stun connecting there with the Lux, but they're able to prevent anyone more from dying. But this does mean that the Herald is going to go to the side of RPG. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Yorick is just doing Yorick things and just taking down a tower in Casante's face, and Casante can't do anything about it. He's
the
2
cage
levels
is
down.
not coming in. Yeah, he is 2 levels down. He is pretty far behind. Rift Herald getting claimed by RPG, continuing the jungle dominance. They're 7-0 against Jettfire's Dojo right now. The goal lead has escalated to almost that 6k mark, and even last time in that fight, the wall didn't come out from Cloudshot properly, but they still managed to get the kill on Pretty Jinta. He was in a bit of a hard spot over there. He goes down. The curtain calls, not doing too much damage. -1 also comes in. It's a bit sad to watch, but they will be happy with how this game has been progressing for them. Already 2 Drakes to themselves, working maybe towards that soul point in the very close, near, proximate future. And JDJ have a very tough hill to climb at this point.
I'm not sure if that's a hill or are they looking to try to climb Mount Everest at this point. Oh, immediate flash reaction there by Ghostnut, who was actually able to keep himself alive. But that is a summoner down on this MF, who has now lost essentially both her summoners. So good catch there. Right now, if I was JDJ, I would just try to stall this game out. But hold that thought, because Shyvana is caught. She's able to buffer her ultimate to get out of the pike stun, and also gives him a farewell Hawk 2. And like, okay, yeah, cool story, bro. But yeah, very well played there. Being able to just use that mechanical. Oh, yeah, we see it again. This is what I laughed at the very start of the game. Casante channels the dash but bonks into the wall instead.
He's already done it a couple of times, to be honest. Yeah, he does have to. Cloudshot stun does connect, so does the hook. Pretty in a tough spot yet again because of the wall. He has to flash away. Killer 9BD looking for maybe any scraps that he can actually pick up at the end of this fight, but no, it's going to be JDJ backing out. They're going to be giving over soul point. They honestly can't go for much. Maybe we see an ultimate steal from Free. They do have a ward in it. I'm looking for the Lux ultimate. Here comes the hook. Here comes the ultimate, but no. In the end, just barely, Precognition ends up picking that up for his team. It looked like a very desperate situation. Almost did look like the steal was about to manifest for the side of JDJ, but no. Fortunately, RPG do manage that. They are now on Hextech Soul Point as well.
Indeed, and also you're looking at a gold lead of essentially 6,000, almost 7,500 gold. They have three grubs, 3 dragons sitting on soul point. They have 2 turrets to 0. They haven't given a single kill, so like I said, started to look like the makings of a perfect game for the side of RPJ. But hold that thought as the fight breaks in. The hook does land on the Pantheon, and in comes Recognition, but he's able to hawk to his way to victory. But this might be the reset the Pike was looking for. But Rook to D4 is able to side up with the second shot. Third shot is fired. Fourth shot is able to connect along with the root from Free. And also the hook, they're able to land a lot of damage, but Rook to D4 doesn't have the range to close in on the gap and finish any of this. So I might have cast the curse sit there. I said perfect game, and then someone dies. I did this last game as well. I should probably not say anything.
It does seem a bit of caster curse, but yes, finally 1 kill on the books for JDJ after a bit of a scrappy fight essentially over there. It did look like Precog just got pretty much chain CC'd in point. Killer 9 has to be a bit careful. Precog are very behind in camps in terms of CS numbers. Shivan at 164 to the 97 of Pantheon. That's almost an entire 64 CS lead, almost the 70 mark coming in as well. Bot side, at least Jin has a 50 CS lead on the MF as they're looking for roams. But RPG, this domination of jungle objectives is maybe proving too much for JDG right now. The Rift Herald channel top side gonna crash against this tier 2. Atakan gonna be coming up pretty soon. The ultimate from the Lux maybe to deny the Rift Herald from getting a second charge, and that's exactly what it does. It ends up dying over there, but there's a tier 2 top side of JDJ that falls before Rift Herald can fall. Precog maybe looking to get something close. The hook from the Pike not going to be hitting this time. This time, Not Genius not playing the Pike to perfection that he wants. Precognition's recall gets interrupted. Not Genius is going to be coming into the fight, maybe looking for something. Clown Shot is close by. If he stuns land, it could be hard. A good bullet time could change how this entire matchup will look over here. Half-Blood rooted into place. Precognition comes into the fight. The wall forces Mage to flash over. Here comes the TP from Killer 9BD. He's coming in for the cleanup. Picks up onto the counterpart, the top side of JDJ. At the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1. The top of JDJ for the support of RPG.
Yep, and I mean, this looked like the starting of would be the eventual snowball effect, just being displayed right here. They're looking at a team that is just comfortably riding the lead and tempo advantage that they have. They were looking to try to reset, but I think JDJ didn't want to just let them recall for free. So they did able to take the fight. It was a 1-for-1 at the end of that. Mage went down, but still though, it is still RPG's game to lose at this point. Their comp is spiking super hard. Or they're going to be essentially completing 3 items very soon as well, I do believe. As we enter the later stages of this game, what do you think JDJ has to do to try to maybe come back in this? Because it's looking very, very not good for them right now.
They honestly can't get caught out the way they're getting caught out before these fights, but hold that thought. Killer 9BD
Like
gonna
this?
go on to free. The cage doesn't connect, but the flash is being forced away from the Lux. It's gonna be Not Genius, gonna be locked up on the other side. He uses the hook to throw the Nautilus backside. Mage comes in to provide some retreat for the side of the support of JDJ. Atakan has spawned top side. You can see objective bounties very well in effect for JDJ, given their 7k behind RPG at this point. JDJ don't want to give this uncontested. You can see them trying to walk up this and having a better time than they did at the Dragon Pit. Now the curtain call comes in. Half-Blood trying to block it as much as he can. He might be the most sacrificial lamb at the end of the day. The 4th bullet connects from the Jin. That's going to be the Nautilus down before most of this fight can break away. Now it's going to be RPG zoned away. Precognition does have the ultimate. Here comes the bullet time. It's smited away by the Pantheon, but there's a lot of damage being dealt. Precognition flashes away from the ult from the Pike, but it's Egnivia who's going to be turned into an omelet pretty soon. That's going to be the first death for Clown Shot. A shutdown going over to free, but Killer 9BD doing Yorick things in the bot side in the meantime.
Okay, but this was a good fight. JDJ actually won this fight. They were able to kill 2 members of RPG in that exchange, and they only lost an inhibitor turret. They didn't lose their inhibitor. They're able to even pick up a top turret as a consolation prize. Did the Atakan? Who did the Atakan actually go to? I kind of missed that. Oh, it's gone to JDJ. So yes,
yeah.
So JDJ actually showing signs of life in this first game in this best of 3. But Dragon has been started. Precognition is at half HP. And he's having to back away. He doesn't have his flash. Remember, he lost it in the fight. He's going to get stunned and knocked up. He's going to go back into the pit, and he's able to secure it with the smite. He's able to die, but still, that is a soul picked up on the side of RVJ, and they are not done. Another Hawk 2 is able to secure the double kill on the Pike as well, and then now they will march down the mid lane with a Hextech Soul. Wow.
Hextech Soul locked in for RPG. I said 3-0 in their favor. Rook to d4 can't do much at this point, is pretty far behind, but at least itemized wise is ahead of MF, is looking to build his own Infinity Edge right now after that collector as another pause comes in. But it's like I said, this Shyvana is a monster in most of these team fights. So much splash and AoE damage coming out from the E in her dragon form, is doing dividends being paid. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, so much damage coming in. And you can see that Jin is trying to do his best job, right? 4 out of the 5 kills for his side, but if he doesn't get the protection he needs, it could be hard. At least the Atakan fight went in their favor. It was good zoning by Mage against Precognition that forced him so far away. The bullet time comes in from the MF to try and whittle it down so that by the time Precognition comes in, they can maybe steal it. If they held it out maybe slightly more, it could have maybe been stolen by the Shyvana, but unfortunately for them, didn't go there, and that's one of the main jungle objectives that they could not actually pick up in this matchup. Everything else pretty much going their way. The only jungle objective JDJ could pick up is the Atakan. It could be a way back into the game with that added XP bar, but like you said, Hextech Soul picked up by RPG, looking pretty detrimental for JDJ as of now. And they always have to keep an eye on where this Yorick is going to be split pushing, and that's always going to be playing out in their heads.
Yeah, and on top of that, this is a Yorick who cannot be matched in the side lane anymore. He is basically 6 levels above not Genius right now against the support. So how are they going to stop this Yorick from just literally being in Cassante's face? Now Jin, Rook to d4, has almost completed 3 items now. Will be looking to complete his rapid fire cannon as well, which would put him at a pretty strong fight in the game. And ultimate being invested there, I'm not sure what that was for. Maybe to clear the wave. But as Dragon spawns on the map, we will see a lot more attention now onto that top half of the map, where right now we take stock of inventory. We can see that the Shyvana is already on 3 items if you kind of look at the Dark Seal plus the Seeker's Arm Guard that she has. If you look at the value of the 2 with the 10 stacks. So that's also Yorick, who is now quite comfortable sitting on a side lane, just doing his thing. And also an Anivia, who will be going back to, I'm guessing, a completed Seraph's Embrace at this point in the game when she does take her recall.
Yeah, maybe a Seraph's Embrace. I think she's maybe looking for even the Leandries as well, or something. She already has the Fated Ashes in her pocket, but Baron now on the cards for RPG. They have some vision to clear out. The pink ward will allow them to spot that ward. The Scuttle, the ward that it had become, JDG has images of what is happening around. Might be a hide on bush. Free might be getting caught out yet again. The binding does land, but the cage also by Killer 9. The W from the Jin doesn't connect. Free is just a sitting duck at that point. A free kill from the side of RPG. Pretty Jinta had come in to help him, but hook connects, locked up in place. Ghost Snipe is going to claim that for him. That's 2-0 in RPG's favor. They're going to turn their way over to the Baron right now. And JDG have to be very careful about where they're moving in the map, because no longer is there a rift for both teams. This is looking like the rift of RPG right now.
Yeah, they have complete control, and also it's just bad decision making. I'm not sure why Free was so pushed up when the entire enemy team literally showed around Baron a few seconds ago. They can collapse on you so quickly. It's just not basically. They basically threw the game at that point. They had a chance to come back, and I feel like they just threw at that point with that one simple positioning mistake that they made, not respecting the collapse that is going to come through from the side of RPG. And look at this Yorick. I mean, he's essentially playing against 4 people. He does not care right now, but maybe spoke too soon. He cannot survive against 4 people on top of him, and he dies. Maybe he could have saved the flash there. I'm not sure why he burned that, because he essentially knows he's dead at that point. And also now Precognition a little bit extended. He's okay. Just run away. I'm just a dragon. I'm just going to go Hawk 2 and run away. Save my KDA. Okay.
Yeah,
Doesn't
and
matter
I
if my
honestly
team
think
dies.
he screwed up quite a bit over there because if he just flashes off the wall at the correct time, it could be, something that he can survive. I think just hitting the Pantheon Ultos coming in over there. If the flash connects, unfortunately, he does fat finger it or just not at the right time, at the right place, because he doesn't even actually flash very far. It's just pretty much a 1 minion gap between where he has flashed, where he was standing before. So now at this point, you can see RPG keeping their dominance up. It just looks like they want to put the final nails in the coffin in this matchup at least. And prior to other predictions mostly coming to it with Jettfire Dojo slight favorites here, RPG with a very strong performance coming at the back of their star jungler.
Indeed, and this again goes to show that these are teams who are comfortable playing it. These are five friends who've been playing so much in League of Legends together. You can tell that they are so well. They're a good unit. They work well together as a five-man unit. They seem to be, following the short calls of their jungler at this point. Seems to be leading the charge. Oh, as the hook goes wide, but Mage might be caught out here. Shyvana is just jumping in, is forcing the flash out of the gen. A good Zunya is there to stop the engage. The curtain call comes down. First shot, second shot is connecting. Bullet time also matched out. And you can see HP bars are dropping pretty. JDJ is trying to run away. He's not going to survive. He's probably going to die here. Flash forward by Fragnation, able to pick up the double kill in that exchange. And already two members down. The others having to run away from this Baron empowered push coming their way. And RPG are knocking at the doors of the base and are looking to take, well, I guess an upset victory in this best of 3 series.
It is exactly looking like that. The bullet time was very much blocked a lot by the Pantheon, but it's looking very bad for the side of JDJ. Anivia goes egg form, egg Nivea on the tracks, but Rook to D4 is left as a city tuck on the side. No protection can come in for whatsoever. Mage is the only one left standing alongside Free, but Free can't also do much. Now Genius has also spawned back into the Rift, but a couple of more hits onto this Nexus, that will be it. Now Genius claims a consolation kill onto Half-Blood, but that's RPG heading into the second game of this series with a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 against Jettfire's Dojo.
And essentially an almost 10,000 goal lead to end that game out. It wasn't a perfect game, but they played it as if it was almost perfect. And looking back at this fight, great call on the engage. They know that their wallets are heavier. They know that their items are bigger. They know that they can win the fight on their terms, and that's exactly what they did. They pulled the trigger. They were able to follow up. This was a very disjointed fight by the side of JDJ. They simply do not have the damage. They do not have the items. And they definitely did not have the macro or the drafting to try to... I was super impressed with how they drafted, but they were not able to execute it to the level that RPG were able to execute their composition. And they basically just showed that they are a team that is to be on the lookout and can essentially, go quite far in future tournaments if they continue on this form that they are showing. So super excited for them. Very good, well played first game. But now we have a series on our hands if JDJ can actually come up with a win in game number 2.
Yeah, if they can come up with the goods in game number 2, could be quite a bit. I think, honestly, a bit of whiffed in the draft that you give so many comfort picks over to the side of RPG. You give Precognition his Shyvana, you give Clown Shot his Anivia, you give Killer 9BD his Yorick, and they're gonna run rampant exactly how they've done. Maybe not the kind of bans. I would have maybe liked the Shyvana ban over the Wukong ban, just given how Precognition plays Shyvana on a much higher level than what his Wukong kind of looks like, because he can't actually carry it that much for himself, and he does a pretty good job. As you can see in here, like, he is carried it quite a bit. There were 3 members on the side of JDJ that couldn't even register a kill for themselves. And like I said, for most of this game, maybe until you cast your curse them, it was a perfect game coming in for the side of RPG. They were looking so strong, and they continued that dominance. Only, blimp in the radar that came from the side of JDJ was that Atakan fight. As we take a look at the stats over here, Hades.
Yeah, and essentially a 10,000 goal lead here, 11 turrets to 2, 4 dragons to 0, and basically just a one-sided game. Like there were moments where JDJ kind of shone, but you can see from the stats they don't lie. But now is where I'm interested. They let them have their comfort picks. They let them have their power picks. But now is where we're gonna see if RPG have even more cards up their sleeves. Because this is where I feel like Jettfire Dojo now we don't have to deal with these champions anymore. now we can play a better composition, we can execute our game plan and try to reverse sweep in this best of 3. So yeah, super excited to see how it is going to go down. And as I say that, the man on your screen is the MVP on the Shyvana, 804, 800 damage per minute, all thanks to Hawk to a Girl. Also a massive CS differential in the jungle, just absolutely obliterating the Pantheon. And also with a goal differential of 13,982. Well deserved and also very well played. This is, I'm guessing, a champion that is going to be banned against this team, especially against this particular player in the tournament as things are going to progress, I feel.
Yeah, there's a reason most of the times people playing against RPG ban out the Shyvana, ban out the Anivia, because you can see what it happens if they get both those champions in the Rift. It maybe not have been a perfect game for RPG, but it was a perfect game for Precognition. He went deathless, 804, pretty good. And as I told you, even in the pre-draft, this man has the potential to carry on this Shyvana, and that's exactly what he did in this thing. But before, guys, we head into further action into that game 2, where we see who actually ends up getting this series, we're going to take a very short break.
stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tough. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Like yes.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends Ascent South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Hades. We are in the second BO3 of the day, and it looks like it is getting a bit spicy because, you know, the slight underdogs in this matchup are the ones who take game 1 away from Jettfire's draw. That's going to be RPG with a pretty dominating performance game 1 wise. A bit of a draft in their favor this time. We're predicting draft wise. Jettfire Dojo had a good draft, but unfortunately couldn't play around it.
Yeah, they weren't just able to play their game because RPG were just dominating the laning phase. They were winning out in almost every single lane. They were able to just, keep the snowball running. They were able to pick up the early dragons of Shyvana. But now, as we jump into this is where we see how things are going to go because their main champions are no longer playable. Fearless draft, thank you. And we see Wukong being taken away as well as an RA being taken away on the side of RPG.
Yes, and it's going to be the Jinx to follow suit from Jettfire's Dojo. It's going to still be the Yone from RPG's. Typhree's Yasuo is still open for the take, and we also do have a substitution. Not Genius is out, Riven Me again is in, and let's see if this change in lineup, slight change albeit, can maybe alter the fate of Jettfire's Dojo, maybe change their luck for the better as we continue on in the draft. Let's see if it's going to be still that same Nocturne ban from RPG, given that they're red side and they don't want just, the first pick Jettfire Dojo to pick it for them. The Annie ban comes out against Clown Shot now that his Anivia is unplayable for him. And yes, it's still going to be the Nocturne ban from RPG side. So Jettfire Dojo with a slight alteration towards the end of, the banning phase. But there it is. That is the champ we were talking about. The Yasuo getting locked instantly as the first pick for free.
Maybe take away some of those knockup potentials like the Nautilus, the Rakan, maybe pick the Xayah Rakan here. That's relatively proven to be. Oh, instead they're going to go with the Caitlyn. Seen some success in pro play also recently on MSI, and we'll be seeing that locked into the bot lane for RPG. Let's see how they're going to round out their draft. They're going to pick support or maybe pick jungler here. Try to deny some of the champions that combo really well with the Yasuo, like maybe even like taking away something like a Diana might be something they would look for. But at this stage of the draft, maybe just secure the bot lane for them. Oh, instead they're going to go with a Malzahar. Now this is a champion that does traditionally pretty well into Yasuo. You just need to push your wave, recall, play safe. You're under no threat as long as your passive is available, and also it's just very annoying to deal with for the Yasuo, especially because he likes to play around minions, and who else likes to play around minion waves? Malzahar. But an Ornn actually be picked up, so already starts of the knockups have begun. You would say the ornaments going to be very useful for Jettfire Dojo in the later stages of the game. And let's see how they want to round out their draft here with the third pick. They'll probably try to maybe pick support over here, would be, or even their ADC. Okay, the Sivir makes a lot of sense into the Caitlyn, because basically, as long as Spell Shield is up, you cannot ace in the hole a Sivir. Textbook League of Legends counter picking.
Definitely comes in. Revenant again does like to play the Shen as a support, because I think with the Ornn locked in, we do know that Mage probably is going top side. That's what I'm going to have the inklings on. The Gwen gets locked in, is a flex pick, can be going Killer 9, can be going Precognition side, but I think it's most likely going to be the jungler for RPG who's going to be piloting that champion as we head in to the second phase of banning over here. Let's see what they want to go for. It's going to be the Braum, always a very good support to ban out as well. Yes. And I think maybe they could even pick it up after seeing the Ornn coming in. It can block the Ornn.
Maybe an Alistar.
They lock in for themselves. Yeah, maybe an Alistar pan as well. You want to get those knockup champions out of the way, but I still think that Riven again is still, no matter what, going to be playing that Shen as support. This is just what I think is going to happen. The Melio ban yet follows suit from game one. I think you could ban maybe something like the Karma against the Caitlyn, the Morgana as well. These are the kind of pair-ups that you want to go for. Maybe not essentially always the Melio.
Karma is actually a really good ban right now. And also, yes, you can see they've taken away the Diana, which is good because it prevents the combo, and they need AP damage as well. So just taking that away, and Gwen having been picked up one of the strongest AP junglers that they currently have in the meta. But this is where we might even see some creativity in terms of the draft for Jettfire Dojo. But like you said, they might pick a Shen over here as well. They're taking out the Leona to prevent that, extra engage potential. Leona traditionally is just such a good pick against Sivir because you only have one spell shield, and yeah, it's good drafting so far by both teams. They seem to identify what they are trying to do. But let's see what the fourth pick here is going to be. They would probably try to potentially pick their support now. And yeah, Rel, to add some extra CC into this comp that they have, is also very good. Rel just traditionally also very good with Caitlyn, especially playing around bushes, especially if Caitlyn's know how to just use their range advantage, stay in the bush to proc those headshots more frequently. And let's see what the answer is going to be. We might see an Alistar, because Alistar works really well into Rel. And J4 adding yet another knockup into this Yasuo comp that they have drafted for themselves. So Jarvan being a good pickup, no surprises there. It had to be either that or a Sejuani. Perhaps in the jungle, Varus.
He gets locked in? I think this might be Mage playing Ornn support and Varus going top side, and they're just, screwing around with it. But maybe even the Varus comes in support wise, does pretty well. Have your stuns, have your slows. Epoch Varus comes in pretty on the books. So that's a bit of a curveball being thrown by Jettfire's Dojo at the last pick of the draft for themselves. This is the point, like you said, now these teams don't have that much to lose. There's a lot you can do that you can move around with. And the Rek'Sai picked up by RPG. I think Precognition has played this once before in this tournament, and it's yet to be seen what else he can bring out over here. These are, like, the last two picks of this draft were completely, I think, a bit unexpected over here, Hades.
Unexpected is the right call, because a Varus top, oh my god, that's going to be so annoying. Like, who are they going to send into the top lane? Because it's going to be Gwen, and Gwen is definitely going to struggle against a Varus in the early stages of the game. Like, it's if you've played against a Varus top that knows what they're doing, it is one of the most toxic things that you could ever play against. It's even more toxic than Teemo. I swear, it's actually true. But now I'm just looking. I did say that there's room for some funky picks to come out for the side of Jettfire Dojo, and they did exactly that. They're opting with this double AD carry, essentially triple AD carry combo with the Yasuo. They have no AP damage whatsoever, which would make itemizing a little bit easier for the side of RPG. They just need to, stack some armor and they should be fine. But looking at the overall team composition, this is very strong team fight on the side of Jettfire Dojo. They have incredibly strong team fight, very good scaling. And RPG, they just seem to have such a solid early to mid to late game draft because they're covered from all sides in terms of scaling, because Malzahar is essentially really good in the early to mid games, especially in the mid game. And also the Rek'Sai are the damage from the early game that the Rek'Sai can bring to the table, especially with the Hail of Blades that has been buffed in the recent patches, is also going to be very interesting to see. But now that I haven't seen Rek'Sai in so long, that now that they don't have what is the item that allowed you to kind of teleport onto a unit, the assassin item?
Prowler's Claw?
Prowler's Claw. Now that they don't have a Prowler's Claw anymore, it's going to be interesting to see how Precognition is going to play. Maybe he's going for a Conqueror setup to be a bit more tanky, provide a bit more frontline as well. But overall, I really can't give an advantage in draft to either of these teams. It's entirely going to depend how they play the map, how the team fights are going to play out, and which team is going to have kind of an impactful early to mid game goal lead and playing around early objectives.
Yeah, and I think this is RPG is one of the few teams that do like to do this, and what they have done is that lane swap. Killer 9BT will be going mid with the Malzahar. He was playing top last time with that Yorick, was pretty good on that. Clown Shot instead will be heading top side, and this is something that they've talked about before. This is maybe one of their strengths, that they can switch their tops and their mid as much as they want to, and that's exactly what goes on here. If Caitlyn on the bot side does well with the rel, as you said, uses the range, can be really done well for her. Other than that, it might be slight errors coming in from Jettfire Dojo's side. Like you said, they do have good knockups, they do have a good comp, but they did have a good comp last game as well. If you don't play according to it, if you give too many kills early on, it can be very bad for your side. As you can see that the side of RPG just snowballed out of proportion. The Shyvana got so far ahead. Now with something like a Rek'Sai that is so strong mid to early game, this is something that Precognition definitely shines on, as his playstyle is based around that.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm looking at RPG's comp, and I see that if they are able to even go even in gold heading into the late game, that would kind of put them in a favorable position to try to win the series. But they definitely need to execute on their, have a similar game plan, get their carries fed, get this carry jungle like a Rek'Sai, a couple of early kills, and she's off to the races. And let's see if this Yasuo comp can match that, because they still do have some form of disengage with the Sivir. With the Sivir ultimate, they have the go button whenever they want to. So if they just catch somebody just slightly out of position, they can just all in on the single target, burst them down, and then have that numbers advantage around objectives. So a lot is going to depend on how they play out these fights. But I always love casting Yasuo games and Yasuo drafts, and this is typical textbook League of Legends, and it's very interesting to see some of these picks outside of the meta, especially with these bottom 4 teams battling it out. So yeah, it's gonna be super interesting. I'm so excited.
Yeah, Free was a bit pissed last time when he played against STL Esports because they took the Yasuo away from him. Nero picked that up for himself, and he didn't get to play that champion. But now, let's see what he does pretty much on his main, that he's had most of his hours practice on, how, exciting it can be from him, how much creativity he can go, especially with so much knockups in his comp, with the Jarvan flag and drag, with the Ornhorn coming in. Not much that you can block it from the side of RPG. They have to be a bit careful. Last time we found Jettfire Dojo a bit lacking in terms of spacing and positioning on the map. Hopefully it doesn't happen this time, because this time they're the ones who have to go for the picks. They're the ones who have to try and isolate fights early on before objectives are pretty much a 180 of what RPG was doing to them in game 1. So hopefully they can manage it for themselves. Otherwise it looks like RPG's on the route for maybe locking up their first series win in Legends Ascend as of now.
Yeah, and they seem to have a composition that can actually pull it off. And more than just the team fight potential, I think it's going to be up to JDJ to keep calm in high pressure situations and layer their CC. Because if they just go to use all of the knockups all at the same time, and then Yasuo presses R, there's no more follow-up damage, and their comp is just gonna fall to pieces. So it's gonna be up to JDJ's carries to basically step up now. I'm looking at the Sivir, I'm looking at the Yasuo. Please don't be that Yasuo who's either 10-0 or 0-10. Have like a balanced out game. Give us some exciting League of Legends. Because in South Asian region or in any region, you are always aware if someone locks in Yasuo, it's either a 0-10 or a 10-0. And there is no middle ground here. But who do you actually favor, Madness, going into this in terms of draft, in terms of win conditions? Who do you see having an edge going into this second game? Forgetting aside the fact that they are currently one up on the other team. Let's say that they were 0-0 right now. Who would you favor coming into this matchup?
I would say a lot of the comfort picks of RPG went out the window. I think Rexa is something else that, Precognition has in his tank that he does like to play. But honestly, Jettfire Dojo, if they play around this comp pretty good, it could be nice. The only problem is they're lacking complete AP, like you mentioned before. There is no AP in their comp, and just pretty much for that factor alone, I'm going to give slight favorite to the side of RPG, especially the kind of prowess they've already shown in the Rift. And I think slight edge advantage going into this series for the Bangladeshi boys against Jettfire's Dojo. And maybe let's see if this change up in the roster with Revenants again coming in, not Genius sitting out. Let's see if this switch up pays out for them.
Yeah, and also I do see a world where this virus can actually build AP into this comp, because AP virus is actually quite underrated, especially if you have the more DPS kind of build, like the dot build, like with Leandries and like these tank killing items, the R, the E, and even the blight stacks with the Q could potentially just prove useful, but doesn't seem to be the case as I have a look at the summoners that suppress the attack wars. Oh my god, that's going to be so annoying to play against. If I think actually since Malzahar they can teleport, if Malzahar matches the Varus, might actually be more favorable, because Gwen can hold her own against a Yasuo.
Can seem like that exactly. Let's see if the Lasso comes in. As of yet, it's Clownshot still topside, Malzahar in the mid. We have an orange support, something I have not said in quite some time, or maybe I've never pretty much said in all of my casting days right here. But let's see what they have cooking up. Right now, just pretty much defensive stances across the map for JDG as well as RPG. JDG just warding out their own bushes over here on this side. Precognition spots at the ward, gets 2 hits on it, doesn't end up finishing it off. Like you said, now this is a press the attack Varus top side for Rivimi again. I'm honestly wondering how he'll do, because I've never seen him play these kind of champions. I've seen him play the Shen, maybe some knockups as well, but the Varus is completely out of the book compared to what I've seen of this player's portfolio in Legends Ascent so far. And now Mage is going to be playing support, that be it an orange support of all things. Let's see how much they can fare in the bot side against the range of the Caitlyn. Free starting it off pretty nicely over, and already you can see Clownshot getting a bit bullied by Varus with the added range that he has. He's pushing it so pretty far ahead. Clownshot has to keep his distance, just stay in XP range and just farm up at the meantime.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm a Varus with press the attack, I would not let that Gwen walk up at all. Even if I have to make her burn summoners, I would potentially just try to do that, but this fight is potentially going to get more and more difficult if this Varus is able to just continue getting a advantage like this. But I would have liked to actually see the Ornn going into the top lane and putting Varus on support, because that would make Zerel's life very difficult. Because a poke AP Varus as a support, or even a lethality Varus support, can just be so annoying to deal with, especially as like a melee support like Rel.
Definitely, and given that Mage is playing support right now, we have to watch out for his roam time, because we did see Naughtiness last time fail a bit towards the grubs earlier on. That kind of snowballed for RPG's side, given that Nautilus had a very good roam timer of his own. Meantime, over here, the Sun connects the lance from Rel, landing on to Mage. He takes a Q also from the Caitlyn. Just look at the zoning Rivenry doing against Clownshot over here. Clownshot only has 5 CS. He's going for the trades and instead of trying to pick CS. And Rivenry again sees Precognition coming from behind, flashes forward with the Q, lands onto the Gwen, but the Ignite is sticking away. The last third shot eats to the barrier, allows the Ignite to get the kill. So it's a 1-for-1 trade with JDJ stop getting the first blood. And now you can see on the bot side over here, Mage is trying to go in, flashes forward, the exhaust getting used from Half-Bloods to protect his own ADC. Rook to D4 has to be careful. Pretty Jinta's around the corner, the flag and drag is ready, the lance comes out from Half-Bloods, he's locked up in place, had flash maybe to dodge it, but did not anticipate Jarvan coming from the side. And now you can see it is a favorite for JDG, 1 kill away from the feats of war. Free taking away, has to be careful, using a lot of minion damage. And you can see top side, Clownshot now tries to get a bit of revenge against Riven again. Chop go the scissors. Precognition battling against Preeti Jinta, and this is pretty much become an all-out brawl across the map. Already at the 4-minute mark, we already have 3 kills. Now Preeti Jinta, you're not going to get this scuttle for free. Precognition is right around it. He smites it away. Preeti Jinta ends up going down. He doesn't get the scuttle, ends up giving his life, and pretty much causes Mage to also go down. If this lance connects, it could be bad news for the Ornn. That's going to be RPG claiming the feats of warfare and pretty much a reverse sweep of those last 2 kills for themselves. It's not even 5 minutes. We have 5 kills, 2 kills already going to the Rex side, who has that early advantage. Early game side, getting a bit too greedy, trying to take the scuttle for himself. And you can see top side, Varus CS, 29 CS just to the 11 of Gwen. Maybe I would like some more zoning from Riven again, prevent Gwen from even getting any XP at the end of the day. Try and keep some zoning of that variety. Caitlyn versus Sivir on the bot side. Sivir is 10 CS up. Yas against the Malzahar is always trying to go and get more CS up, just given how his kit and spells are. Drake now on the map, 5 minutes into the game, we are pretty deep here. Free is level 5, so is Killer 9BD. Let's see how well he adjusts to the mid role. Mind you, he was playing top Yorick last game, and Mage was the top laner for JDJ. He's now in the support role while Riven is playing that top Varus for himself. Sivir's come back to lane with a Cull. We'll be looking to get some more HP, start getting more gold in our pocket. Precognition is trying to catch Riven again. The Q lands, the flash for the knock-up onto this Varus. He doesn't have flash. That's going to be the red buff ticking away. And Preeti Jinta had come in with a flag and arm, now being forced to burn his own flash to get out of this exchange. That's a dead Varus, and that's the 3rd kill for the Rek'Sai in around 6 minutes. It's pretty much a kill every 2 minutes for this early aggression that Precognition has been showing. And already JDJ falling fairly bit behind. 500 gold lead for RPG at this mark, but it's also due to a lot of CS leads coming in the favor of JDJ side that's equalizing that gold difference. Ornn's come back to the bot side with a Bramble Vest. He is looking to maybe cause the Caitlyn to hurt her own self just to the grievous wounds and the damage that it does apply. This pretty much might look like another Precognition 1v9 game, especially after his performance on Shyvana. Nice spell shield coming out from Sivir to get some HP back from the lance being used and stunned by the Rel. And as you can see, game slightly has slowed down, but there was so much action to unpack in those first 7 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of fights breaking out all around the map. Both teams, refusing to back down. And you can see that there is, even though RPG have 2 kills in favor of their team, the gold is almost dead even at 6 minutes into the game. But the first dragon has been started as we move into this play. Let's see if RPG want to try to contest, and that's going to be a no. Doesn't look like there's going to be any kind of contest, but will we see it all in here? The ultimate does miss from Gwen. Clownshot is just taking so much damage, but he's able to stay alive and get the kill. Clownshot, even though he missed so many of his ultimate procs, he was able to somehow take the 1v1. I guess Varus was not expecting the sudden all-in and just caught him completely off guard there. So this just puts Gwen in a very, very good position in this game.
It does put him in a very good position. If we also could swap the Caitlyn and Rel, that would be very lovely. Thank you, Observer. At the end of the day, you can see it's pretty matched up. Sivir has a CS lead, so does the Varus on the Gwen. Gwen gets her revenge with the solo bolo for herself. Is 2-1, and this is where the Gwen gets a bit deadly against the Varus. The Varus doesn't keep his spacing right, if he doesn't keep his kiting right, and he looks to be going for the Dash Sleuth first item as well. Maybe just even the Ginsu's Rage Blade. but let's see what else is in store in this matchup. Free still hasn't been that much of impact, just getting his farm up. The knockups are ready. Mage still not hit his level 6. The Ornhorn not available. And the problem with playing the Ornn as the support, you're going to get those ornaments so much later into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, if I'm on the side of RPG, I'm quite happy with just being in this position. Like, going even at in the early game always just will benefit the team, and that is eventually just going to outscale you. The Gwen is definitely going to outscale, and Varus without summoners is just a sitting duck. So is probably just going to get run over at some point. But it's going to be Jettfire Dojo's game to lose because they know that they are literally on their last-ditch effort to try to make a comeback and turn this into a closer series. But they're just getting zoned away from the grubs as I say that. And that's going to be 2 grubbies. They were able to get 2, but RPG able to take the 3rd one and not give it for free.
That is good, but that's JDJ picking up the first streak. First 2 grubs as well. Only 1, but hold the thought. Clown shot going in onto Riven again. Challenges ultimate has to flash away from the last proc of Clown Shot's ult over there. Just gets away with that, but now it's a flashless Varus. Like you said, a bit of a sitting duck. Here comes the flag and draft. Lands squarely into the face of Clown Shot. Cataclysm to lock him up in place. The kill gets claimed by Preeti Jinta. The bot side, you can see Half-Blood is going forward. The spell sheet not available to Rook to Weaver. Eats that stun, but he's a bit safe after that. Mage can't get the knockup. Was looking for a bit more effort. But you can see both bot laners have picked up a BSO. That gives a bit of spike in their damage that they will be dealing. But a bit of an overstay by Clown Shot. Top side, and he pays up. But hold this Precognition now catching out onto Riven B again. The guy, the top side of JDJ now caught lacking and pays the price of 4th kill for this Rek'Sai, and he's looking to definitely snowball. On the bot side, Ornhorn being called, just channel forward on to both the Caitlyn and the Rel, but the Q from Severe connects, picks up the kill. Ornn sacrifices his life. That's a support for the ADC, and it's a Half-Blood picking up the kill onto the Ornn, so they're definitely going to take that trade for the side of JDJ.
Oh, they're going to take it all day, and I was just really sad to see how Varus didn't get the kill there in the top side. Would have helped him a little bit in that matchup. But now we can see Yasuo is under just so much. This is Rek'Sai is running away with this game at this point in time. This is a champion that wants to snowball, that wants to get in your face and just burst you down, and is doing just that.
Is exactly looking to do just that for himself. And it's now at the point 8 kills for RPG to the 4 of JDJ. Goal difference 1k in favor of RPG, but they're very far behind in terms of jungle objectives for them. Bot side, a good duo coming in. Rook to D4 already has 2 kills locked up. Clownshot maybe looking in for Riven again. Does go in to dodge the E from the 2 blight stacks that Riven again had put onto him. Dodges the Q with the dash as well, so doesn't take much damage in those trades. Still pretty much a 20 CS lead for this Varus top side. Has his Nashor's Tooth completed as well. Mid side, you can see Yasuo still lacking. Still doesn't have the Bork as well. Does have Berserk Keep, so does have some damage in there. The Blackfire Torch completed for the Malzahar. The Stridebreaker completed for the Rek'Sai. The Sunder Sky completed for the Jarvan. At least in jungle objective term wise, both junglers are on equal pathing. Drake gonna be coming up in 20 seconds. We can maybe see a fight break out before that.
Yeah, and now just looking at JDJ, this is the point where they want to be kind of grouped up, but hold that thought because Mage seems to be caught up here, taking a lot of damage, is not going to be able to survive. Not sure what that flash was there by the Rel, but he's able to force out the flash from Rook to D4, who also has to just flash away just to get out of a sticky situation, but this does mean that the prize is going to be the dragon that's going to be picked up by RPG, who now are sitting at a, well, not much of a goal lead, but still in a favorable position to take control of this game.
As well as that, they're going to be looking to pick up the Drake for themselves. They're battling it out. Preeti Jinta's close by, maybe even looking for steal, because this would lock in all 3 epic monsters for their side. He's going to come in with the flag and drag, but no, gets minded away by Precognition. The knockup comes in. The Cataclysm 2-man onto Ghost Snipe, onto Killer 9BD, but the ultimate, the scream from the Rex side locks him in. Malzahar going to lock in, suppress the Yasuo. Not much can be done. The Ornhorn was coming in, but it was a bit too late to save his mid lane. And so 2 kills picked up for the Caitlyn and going on forward. Clown shot again onto Review again. Plus, this time he doesn't have the flash. The ignite taking away, but the ultimate from this Varus does hit squarely into Clownshot's face, prevents the death of the top laner of JDJ.
So basically, both top laners trading on ultimates over there, just trying to chunk the other one out, get a little bit of a tempo advantage. But it's pretty good to see that Revenants again has, despite being down by 3 kills, is seeming to keep up his items fight, but it's not going to get any easier at this point because RPG is a team that this is exactly the type of game that they want. They want chaos, they want team fights, they want objective control, and they are playing the game to their strengths. Their draft favors it, the way they're going to continue snowballing into the late game favors it, and now as the top platings do fall, will we see a collapse on the top side? Yes, we do.
Dragon Drag does connect onto the Gwent, had tried to go in vulnerable, but unfortunately might not survive as the E from the Varus ends up claiming the kill. The 3-man top side going in fruition, but they're going to lose first turret for the side of RPG at the end of the day out of all of that. So they get a kill top side. JDJ even pick up the turret over here. Now, this is looking like them trying to fight back. Still a 2k gold lead for RPG. The Varus looking pretty good right now, but let's see how effective it can be later on. It's going full AP, it looks like, especially now that he has the Sorcerer Boots completed. So let's see how much poke this Varus can do before most team fights break out later on.
Yeah, and also you're looking at Yasuo, who is 0-2. Yes, he's not even close on CS, but he hasn't even completed his first item, so right now, if I was RPG, I would double down on just playing more aggressive on this map and look into further push the lead that they already have. Whenever they have their ultimates available, whenever Malza's R is up, that is when they need to be hitting that go button. Find that first target, burst them down, group up, and take more objectives. That is the type of gameplay that they need in order to accelerate this lead that they have right now.
RPG really want to deny JDJ from getting the entire feats of strength by preventing them getting this Rift Herald. Their positioning right, their mage is just standstill, seems to have gone AFK, and that's exactly what has happened. Would the final shot from the Caitlyn? No, the ultimate doesn't get the kill. Mage reconnects just in time to create the distance for himself. Wow. A bit of an unfortunate connection issue for the top laner, or actually the support right now for JDJ side, and this is going to allow them to maybe pick up Rift Herald. You can see J4 trying to walk up over here. Might be going into a bit of bush gameplay. He's going to get locked up. The ultimate comes in for the Malzahar. Ultimate from the Rel. That's a very dead J4. And this is pretty much RPG picking up the Rift Herald without any consequences. They might lose half bloods. The E from downtown connects from Review again. Nice snipe coming from him. He does channel his barrier, but he gets wiped out before the Ornhorn can maybe help him survive that fight.
No, but again, they have traded jungle and top laner for essentially a support, so if I was RPG, I'm happy with that. I took the Herald, and Jarvan just, I'm not sure he wanted to be the one face checking over there. Oh, Mage! What was that? That was pretty cool. Oh, he tried. Good attempt, I had to give them that. He essentially stopped the first bonk of Shelly. And Shelly was like, no, I got another one coming. But yeah, that was interesting. I haven't seen that interaction before. But now look at the dragon timer. 40 seconds on this ocean dragon, and it does look like RPG are making their way towards the bottom quadrant of this map and set up for the dragon. That should technically be fought for if I was JDJ. It's still a relatively close in terms of gold, so I would look to take fights if I were them. Don't give any objectives up for free. And this is going to be their way back into this game. They need to just try to win these small trades or just play the macro in a similar kind of fashion where they're just not giving up too much and playing the teamfight combat a bit. Hold the talk, as Ruin again does seem to be in a little bit of trouble, does get suppressed by the Malta ultimate. He's going to get collapsed on by the full combo and is just taken down. He is just an 80 carry, AP carry with 6 deaths, and building more AP, but Yeah.
I think JDJ have to give up this Drake, and this would signify the feats of strength for RPG. Whoever picked up the next jungle objective would have got that for themselves, and that slight error from the side of Revenants again costs JDJ to give over the feats of strength. Rel's still going to go in. Clown Shot going to lock up onto Mage, try to give some damage out. They're going to chase. They don't have a tier 1 to fall back to, and Clown Shot will chunk quite a bit of HP away from the Ornn. Here comes the Flag and Drag from Prizinda to try and block the ultimate from the Caitlyn, but Ornn does survive. Feats of strength picked up with that Drake from the side of RPG. The tier 2 ends up falling down. Rook to d4 might be in a bit of a bad spot. The flash forward by Precognition doesn't lock him up. The Rel ultimate followed by the flash. They're just going pretty ham on to Rook to d4, and they don't even manage to get him. That could be a very dead Precognition, and that's exactly what it is. A huge shutdown going over to the Varus. He picks up another kill, a double kill for the top laner, and this was a very big overstep by RPG.
Come on, guys, don't throw the game. Now that was just straight up in. Like, they ran it down so hard. Like, once, yeah, they got the summoners from the Simmer. Be happy with that. Don't chase past, like, tier 3 turrets at 19 minutes into the game. Like, okay, you get caught up in the hype, but you guys are giving an avenue to JDJ to come back in a game where you guys were having a commanding lead. And now, if you look at the gold, it's, well, it's not really that much of a difference, just about 2,000 in favor of RPG, but it's, again, it's their game to lose, and with plays like that, they just might give JDJ avenue to actually come back in this game.
And there was such a huge bounty that was on Rek'Sai's head that he just pretty much freely gave over to Rook to that Driven Me again, and he's going to take that any day of the week. And like you said, goal difference now has been narrowed down just to that 2k margin. 14 kills for RPG to the 8 kills of JDJ. Objective-wise, JDJ have the 2 grubs, have the mountain Drake, RPG have the cloud, have the ocean, so they are 1 Drake up in advantage. They had picked up the Rift Herald that they had used mid-side, as you saw that interesting interaction. It's been 20 minutes, so that means Atakan is now in the Rift, and you can see Half-Blood's putting nice wards down, getting his spacing around. Ghost Knight has to be a bit careful. He doesn't want to get knocked up by Mage. He does exactly get that punish for him, but he's probably going to walk around, maybe group up with his team. Clown Shot does have his TP. He's going to go to the top side of the map. Free doesn't have it, so he should be looking to maybe position himself more towards where the side of his team should be fighting. Atakan up for grabs. Jinda wants to grab the red buff before it. Let's see if this could be a rinse and repeat and maybe try and catch out the Varus.
Pretty Jinta is on vision, or is that like a spectator bug?
Oh, that's a spectator bug.
Yeah, that's a spectator bug. Because I was wondering, like, how do they have vision there? There's no words. But anyways, as Atakan is now essentially on the map, we are going to see a 1v1 in the top side, and I don't know if Yasuo actually wins these. But at the same time, a bot side breaks. So the Ornn is summoned, but the second half of it is not cancelled. But now the top lane fight continues, and Free almost able to try to get a knockup, was not even able to land his last breath. I mean, has Yasuo pressed R even once this game? But anyways, the knockup comes through the Flag and Dragon, the Cataclysm combo, but Recognition has framed Pretty Jinta, is exhausted, but goes in for a double knockup on the Ornn as well as on Rook to D4. Rook to D4 are able to survive, but not for long as a double kill. Triple kill picked up along with the Atakan, and RPG have essentially put the final nail in the coffin for their team, and their consolation prize is this Atakan.
Yeah, that's an ace, a clean ace coming out from RPG. I think Free had to play a bit more careful that side, just bait out Clown Shot too much. The Ornn comes in too early. I don't understand this flag and drive by Preeti Jinta. You're diving in 2 men into a 4-man group over there. You can see it over here in the replay. Here he comes in. He's left alone. His team's not even close by in this fight. Nice Rel ultimate. Locks up most member. Precognition with his own ultimate. Claims the life of the opposition jungler. A double knockup coming in for the Rek'Sai. He claims Mage. He doesn't even want to let Ghost Knight pick up that kill. He wants that 3rd kill from him. So that's a triple kill coming in for the Rek'Sai. The queen of the jungle. Now Free might be in a very tough spot, and he looks like he's gonna get caught out. The Q3 does connect, and his R was on cooldown at that point, mind you, so a bit of a problem with that. But Pretty Jinta is gonna burn away. Rek'Sai is gonna end up going down for his 2nd time this game, and he's gonna be Riven again, and again picking up the shutdown. A double kill for him, but the ace in the hole from Caitlyn claims the kill onto the top lane of JDG. That's a 4-man wipe for only 1 being lost for RPG. Or 2 being lost for RPG.
Yeah, and now that's 6,000 gold in favor of RPG, who just fought that last fight fantastically. Like I said, I'm not sure why Pretty Jinta was so far forward when his team was so far back. He took the engage, he saw an angle, but he didn't. There was no follow up. There was no Yasuo flying in. There was no on horn. The second part of the on horn was cancelled, I think. And while all of that happened, now you can see that RPG are cruising towards 2-0 upset in this best of 3. I mean, again, I don't want to jinx it. I'm not going to try to castle curse this, but I'm just saying, looking at the state of the game right now, RPG, it's their game to lose.
It is honestly, you put it very well said over there. 6k goal lead from the boys from Bangladesh. They're looking to pick up their third Drake. The side of JDJ can't honestly answer this. The TP from Killer 9B to go topside protects his own turret. Ornhorn going to be coming in, but that's a Malzahar with the spell sheet. Honestly, don't know what you were trying to do. Maybe get the spell sheet out because Jarvan's coming up. But Driven Me again is going to get caught out over here. He is not having the best of time at the end over here. He has more skills for his team, but his team can't do anything for him. Topside objective bounty, the tier 1 for RPG falls down. There's some more gold in the pocket of JDJ. And they've narrowed down the gold lead maybe to now a 5k margin. It's still pretty much at the 6k and it's pretty looking hard. This is what I was talking about, JDJ's positioning mid to late game. They honestly look a bit lost sometimes.
Yeah, and like, what is Ruben Me again doing there? Like, why is he on that side of the map? Why is he walking into Prugs? And meanwhile, Pretty Jinta is doing essentially the same thing. He's gonna go in alone and die. And then, meanwhile, Clown Shot is keeping everybody occupied in the front line. Good ultimate there by Half-Blood, able to pull the Ornn back into Ghost Snipe, who's able to pick up yet another kill and is dominating on this Caitlyn. The exhaust goes down, the knockups come through. Are we going to see a Yasuo moment? No, we are not. We're going to see a dead Yasuo, a dead inhibitor. 4 people dead. Reven Me again comes back alive only to die yet again. And let's see if Rook to D4 is at least able to thwart this push and stop this game from ending while Killer 90 in the mid lane goes ahead. And he doesn't want to join the fight. He knows his team is doing fantastic by themselves. He's picking up yet another turret for himself, and perhaps the inhibitor along with that as well. Take our base, take the kitchen sink with us, take my wife, take my family, take my fortune, take everything you want. This game looks pretty wrapped to me.
It does look pretty wrapped, and I think this is another good performance by Precognition. Pretty Jinta, not much answer coming from his side. Free with the Yasuo has been quite lacking. Like you said, we've not seen any good Yasuos, albeit maybe even any in that sense, because we haven't seen him have much impact on the Rift whatsoever. Mage going to be walking near Precognition, spots out that this red buff is being taken away. The smite is available by Precognition. He's going to use it just in case for safety. But it's going to get away at the end of the day. Baron is up, and I think RPG are looking to pick this one up right after Baron Day. Here comes a flag and drag. Connects. It doesn't connect. I don't understand why Preeti Jinta keeps on trying to go for these plays. His team is not there to back him up.
Yeah, I think just like maybe an error in communication. Maybe the boys are not on the same page. They're under so much pressure right now. And the goal is starting to look a lot more insurmountable than it was just 3 minutes ago. A madness.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that right now at this point. Yep. No, go ahead.
Yes,
go ahead.
Yes, continue. It's just not looking at all good for the side of JDJ. They are against a team that's on against Soul Point for Ocean Soul, have Atakan. The Baron's open for taking one misstep from JDJ will pretty much cost them their life in this series.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to probably cost a lot more than just their lives, because right now you're looking at a 10,000 gold lead, essentially. Almost 10,000 gold lead for the side of RPG. But do remember that there is a point where even the Rek'Sai is going to kind of fall off. But still, this is a almost 3-item top laner in the Gwen here. But you can see a collapse coming through. Now, Pretty Jinta understood the assignment. EQ backwards, not forward.
Yes, now he actually understands. We don't use the flag and drag to go in when our team is not close, but we're going to use it to make our own escapes. Mage is trying to clear up as much vision as he can, but Half-Blood is there to answer it. The sword does connect. Preeti Jinta might be getting caught out of it. The flying dragon is interrupted by the Rel ultimate at the end of the double flash being burned by Mage, by the Jarvan, and that Rek'Sai Scream is enough to signal the battle cry for RPG going into this fight. They've already lost 2 members on the side of JDJ. The TP coming in for free, but it's a little bit too late in this fight. A bit of low HP bars for RPG, but this looks like a pretty free Baron, unless they want to maybe go back in for the fight. That's what exactly they're trying to look. Plus might have the Hex Flash to go over the wall. Recall's coming in. The Baron looks to be taken, but no. Instead, they're just going to get a reset and maybe head towards that Soul Drake coming up in 20 seconds' time.
Yeah, look at played safe, not going to take too many risks, because if you leave uptime on this double 80 AP carry comp that JDJ have, if their front line is just able to survive a little bit longer, they might actually be able to, win a team fight, because despite what happened, they were still able to, keep their carries alive despite losing their front line. But now you're looking at an ocean soul literally staring down their faces and their bases, and probably generations as well, considering that RPG has been taking whatever they want off the map at will at this stage of the game. And we might just see one last attempt at a team fight here for this Baron. And let's see how this goes.
The double stun comes in for the Rel. The ultimate comes in from him as well, locks it up. The Malzahar ultimate, just the icing on the cake. Preeti Jinta once again goes in, without pretty much any follow-up. Now finally we see an ultimate from the Yasuo, gets flashed away by Precognition. Free taking down to the burn damage. Triple kill comes in for Clownshot. It's going to be Ghost Snipe cleaning it out with the ace. Now it looks like RPG going to run it down mid-side. This is looking like a GG and the first win, series win for RPG in Legends Ascent.
Yes, indeed, and like the boys of Bangladesh coming up clutch, taking a 2-0 upset. This was an underdog story, and I was supporting them as the underdogs, but I thought it would be like a 2-1. But instead, they proved me wrong. They take the 2-0 in a pretty dominant fashion. They had it from the get-go. They had the draft diff. They had the composition. Well, I wouldn't really say draft diff, but just overall better League of Legends, better gameplay. And congratulations to them. They completely deserved this series win against JDJ.
And you can see so many miscommunication gaps coming in JDJ about who wants to go in at what time. It's pretty much never coordinated. It looks like my ranked games at this point, given the level of coordination. It doesn't look like it's a team of 5 players who knows each other and that they're on a call where they can be talking about the plays. So many times you've seen Preeti Jinta just go in to these fights with the flag and drag and have pretty much no follow-up. At the end, this was pretty much a desperation play, and this can be ignored, but pretty much everything else was a shambles for them. Finally, we get to see a Yasuo ult, but it's at the end of the day. It's at the end of this matchup, and Free honestly has to work around how he's playing. His Lux didn't, prove to be what it wanted to be. His Yasuo definitely was not on that part. I think the only shining light for JDJ was that, surprise Varus in the top side that netted himself, I think, 8 kills by the end of it. But if you don't have the peel, if you don't have the front line, if you don't have the coordination, you will be going down in a pretty dominating fashion. And it's going to be RPG, the boys from Bangladesh, taking away their first entire 3 points in a series, and they're going to be very proud of that fact.
They should, and if I was them, I would definitely have reasons to celebrate this victory. It's showing that this squad is still on their learning curve. They're still growing through this tournament. They're showing that even though their main picks are no longer available, they do have other picks that they could play. So textbook League of Legends from them. This definitely looked more like a solo queue draft from both teams, but it just turned out to work in favor of RPG, who have comfortably taken the 2-0 in this series. So congratulations to them. I think they played excellently. And interested to see how they do against now some of these other teams who are also trying to maybe pull off a couple of upsets in the upcoming days of this tournament. Madness, any words on who you think was the clutch factor for the side of RPG?
I think it has to be settled around their captain. Not their captain, their star player over there. Killer 9BD does a fantastic job with his role swap. You can see that Rek'Sai comes in clutch, gets so many good early kills for himself. I think the only point, but the problem of RPG was they're getting a bit overzealous very extra. Like you see that 19-minute under the tier 3, whereas where the Rek'Sai kind of threw it over there. They get the subs, like you said, maybe just walk out with it, but no, they give it up. They don't want to just maybe have that perfect game. But yeah, we'll see the MVP very shortly. But just all in all, pretty good day of League of Legends. The first BO3 of today went all 3 games. You were there, you casted that as well. That was a very interesting matchup. And I think that was between the second and third best teams in this competition. I think that was the match that was going to decide who's going to end up in the second place in Legends Ascent, given the calibers of those teams. And honestly, Revenants were looking very strong up. The third game honestly didn't go their favor, and that's where Kakao showed that they're still the top dogs over there. But this one was a bit of a blowout in favor of RPG, a complete 2-0 for themselves. And this is the thing that we're talking about pre-show, right? Because this is the kind of motivation that gives you. You're winning an entire series in a big event like Legends Ascent. Moving forward, only great things are expected of you. And now with some wins under your belt, you're going to feel more confident heading into the future matchups in Legends Ascent.
Yeah, and I would take this win and ride this momentum, because this is going to set them up for success in the future as well, because these are teams that are still showing that they have room to improve. These are teams that are showing that by just playing against teams that other people consider better than them, they're just basically just saying, no, actually, we are the better team, and they were the better team of the night, having almost 11,000 gold lead here, definitely over 10,000, 9 towers to 2. Ocean Soul to just that one singular Mountain Drake on the side of JDJ. But all of the other big objectives, no Baron was even needed for this game. Rift Herald was picked up, Atakan was picked up, White Grubs, even though they only got one. RPG were able to use their composition to its full effect, just dominating this even in the early game. Then as their composition would tend to shine on 1 or 2 items, start taking over the mid game. And then in the late game, it was just pure domination and just knowing how to play their comp out to perfection madness. And there we go. Fragnation once again taking MVP in the series. So now is essentially the player of the series. Back-to-back MVP performances from this man. First on Shyvana, now on the Rek'Sai. 12-2, 13, 700 damage per minute. Who cares about your CS per minute when you're just literally taking your team and carrying them on your back towards victory? And the goal differential shows sitting at 14.5k. So congratulations, Precognition. Really well played by you, my friend. And in the head-to-head, talk to me about this madness. What do you think went wrong for the side of Vegeta in this?
I honestly think, like I said, I was talking about while we were doing the highlights of this last game, a lot of communication gap coming in the teams, a lot of missteps happening in. They were just never on the same page coming in. It's almost opposite of Precog's team, right? Precognition's team. He's only died twice in both these matchups, and both of them was in this last game. First game, he was deathless, a perfect game for him. And then 5.1 CS per minute, this 2.9 CS, which can be a bit, null and void, just given that they're junglers. But that damage, 47k damage from Precog, 18.3k damage from Preeti Jinta. The gold accumulated by Precog, and I'm pretty sure he's doing a lot of the calling behind the scenes as well, along with his teammates. And he just leads them to victories, just the matchups that have been set up. But after today, now this is the interesting part. Precog before today had 4 losses, but had 2 points because they got 2 games separately in 2 separate best of 3 series. But this is first complete win, and they do it in a 2-0 fashion, equaling the fact that they get those 3 plus 2. They have 5 points to themselves, and now are in the contention of maybe just slightly edging themselves towards that 4th spot, because you can already see between the 5th, 6th, and 7th place, it's just a 1 point difference between 6th and 7th, same points between 5 and 6. Even Syndicate, a team I thought maybe would have a better showing in this competition, still on the lower end of the table. Jettfire's Dojo, unfortunately, after today, have only 2 points to their name.
Yes, and they're going to give RPG just so much confidence in the series now that they have taken like a 2 and put themselves at the top of the food chain on the bottom 4 of this bracket here. And I mean, you said Syndicate were looking like a team that were going to come into this kind of strong, but they're yet to prove themselves. I still think they do have a couple of more games left to play before that is decided, as well as for the Lunken boys on PNX as well. They were, I believe in the last series, they were, RPG were able to take a game off of them in their matchup. So they will be clashing also in the future. But what an exciting day it has been. It's been a pleasure casting with you as always, Madness. And I'm just super excited to have been here to catch all this action. I really enjoyed today.
Yeah, it has been a good day. A lot of good League of Legends action. But the weekend has just begun, ladies and gentlemen. We will have games tomorrow. 2 more best of 3s are lined up. And if you don't want to miss that, catch us on the next side tomorrow. And for that, it's just been me, Madness, alongside Hades. And we'll catch you guys in the next one.
The head just call me Buzz, hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. Going up, yeah, we never gon'